Speaking
through the
away
Xbox
from
app
Zeka,
of Discord.
let's see what he has as an answer. Lucian taken
Is
away, of course.
I wonder if there's a way to turn
Ruler
up
is
your
probably the best Lucian
sound
army as well in the
app.
world. There's a lot of fantastic players here on specific champs, and there's the Aatrox ban.
Absolutely. The two big questions coming into this series were, would Zeka get one of his signature picks thus far?
It was still
and
quiet
what will
before,
the
but
bot
I
lane
can hear
meta
you.
look like? Already Gen.G trying to solve a bit of that puzzle by taking the Heimer, and of course DRX responding with the Lucian and the Yuumi. How wacky is the bot lane gonna get?
Caitlyn is still up, and Caitlyn's a champ that's often banned against Deft. I wonder if that's something that DRX will look into on the 1-2. We saw Aphelios, Lulu, and Lucian Nami yesterday. This last ban will tell it all, but they're gonna take away the Caitlyn. They don't want Ruler to have it. Maybe they don't have a confident enough counter into it. So now you have to imagine Aphelios prio is very high up, but there's the Sylas pick denial we expected. Zeka is gonna have to find something to match it with. We've seen his Azir and Orianna. Control mages, he looks good on. Yep, but on these mages like bruiser mages like Sylas and Akali, he looks world class on.
And they highlighted it on the desk. They looked back a while to the Seraphine game he played previously, and while it was still a fantastic individual performance, we know that this team looks so much stronger, so much more in control when he is on a playmaker in the mid lane, and that certainly is a playmaker, certainly an explosive one that Chovy is no stranger to, as he has pulled down the mid lane once already, but instead, perhaps, the more conservative choice, Azir, now locked in.
Gonna go back to comfort there. So they've got the Sejuani flex, the Azir into the Sylas. Graves is a champion that we overlooked a little bit, but this isn't a champion that stands out to us as these are the two junglers that would take it. You know, Canyon, Kanavi would be the players that would instantly lock that champion. A little bit of a Kane hover there to shout Canyon out. Viego, another really powerful carry jungle in the current meta. And they're going to round it out with Varus. I expect DRX here. They could just select a full top side here, picking their jungler to match the Viego. Something like Graves could work really well. But with the Sejuani, you really want a meaty jungler. So picking AD carry here is also an option.
Debating. Scrolling through the options, it is going to be the Camille. Strong pick, certainly when you can back it up with double bans as well. A lot of the counters can just be taken off the board. Kingen, notorious carry player, not necessarily always getting the attention in draft, but this time around they're willing to sacrifice bot lane on the side of DRX just to make sure that he has a comfortable matchup, and already the Renekton taken off the board.
I wonder if they ban away Jax. Doran doesn't really have any Jax games in summer. GP could be a good ban depending on what AD carry they're looking for. If they're looking for something immobile, but they're actually just going to leave a Renekton ban and then start the target towards bot lane. Renata's so powerful. We saw it from T1 yesterday, the Varus Renata bot side. Ashe taken away from Deft. His options getting slimmer and slimmer here. Aphelios still up. Could be a fallback for him, but we've seen a plethora of champions from Deft. They're not afraid to play things like Ezreal Karma. We've seen his MF, we've seen his Tristana, we've seen his Draven. Even though he had not had a single win on it back against the wall, he was confident enough to pull it out. So I think DRX have a lot of champions to choose from. There's the Karma ban to stop the Ezreal Karma push into this Varus.
And I like it because they've taken away two of the champions who are so good at taking lane priority. Varus, notoriously strong early game, Karma and Ashe. Two of the champions that really can contest him now. We're going to see the Misfortune locked in. This champion, in the hands of most of this tournament, has looked lackluster. Ruler himself, alongside Lehens, pulling it out and looking clean against Down One Kia last week. We'll see if Deft can repeat some of that success and what the pairing is going to be alongside Beryl.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going into the realm of melee supports here. Lulu is up, but I'm not sure if they want to go for something like the Varus Lulu. We saw how vulnerable Lulu can be against champions like Camille with the full dive. Varus Tahm Kench is a much better option to keep your Varus safe against the Camille, so your support is a lot more beefy and a lot less likely to get picked off. Now it's just a case of top lane. Does he go for something like the GP? Jax is a good pick, Fiora is a good pick, but these aren't really the champions that we've seen out of Doran. We've mostly seen, you know, the likes of Camille and Renekton and Maokai and Gnar, but he is going to be confident enough to lock the Fiora in. I think that's his first Fiora game of summer.
And when we talk about Doran, we talk so often about team play and team fighting. His laning phase is solid, yes, but there we are. Soraka going to be the cog here against the Tahm Kench. The silence incredibly powerful. And again, more curveballs being thrown by the DRX bottom lane.
Oh, you love to see it. Going for the Soraka there. Normally in the Tahm Kench lanes, I see the Varus Tahm actually get pushed into the Soraka, but the Soraka will be so powerful in keeping the front line alive. And DRX have a little bit of dive with, of course, the Camille Sejuani. And with the Camille ult, we saw yesterday from T1, you could pick Nami and Lucian with the Camille. And as the Camille would ult, the Nami ult would come over the top of that. Here you've got an MF ult and a Soraka silence that can come over the top of that as well. So they don't have as much dive to follow up, but they have the range of abilities and ultimates to help Kingen out when he singles out that one target.
And that is an alpaca in the audience. Pleasure to see you, sir. Don't know how you got out of the petting zoo, but you're more than welcome here. Of course, in this first game, lane phase is going to be massive because we really need to see if some of those explosive discrepancies are going to show themselves. Peanut, of course, struggled against Canyon But Canyon, best in the world, are going to have to see if Pyosik is up to the task to match him in this game. Peanut notorious for creative early game pathing. If he can find an angle somewhere on the map, he will build a lead for the team.
He definitely will, and he's going to have to find Pyosik. I think Pyosik will be hovering on the top side of the map. Needs to cover bots here to get push-outs for the Soraka. I think their 3v3 will be innately weaker, but the Camille Sejuani is such a strong pairing. The problem is the Fiora will innately outscale the Camille in isolation.
Did you get all their
so
money?
They do need to focus top side, and of course we saw that Deft is the AD carry with the lowest jungle proximity in the entire tournament. And Ruler is first. So we expect Pyosik to be playing around the mid-top side.
And he's
as
muted.
the Sejuani, a lot stronger
He's
at
fucking
6,
muted.
His ear out, but double AP in the mid-jungle.
You
will make
muted. I saw it
Chobi's
on
life
Discord.
is a
I
little
looked.
bit
I saw
easier.
you
But
muted.
here we are. Game 1.
Yeah, I saw it. I
GG
fucking saw it. How dare you
DRX
mute when you're in a call with me?
semifinals.
Shit.
I'm sorry, I was just taking all the
Loving the
cash
crowd
things
here in Atlanta.
Don't you
Pockets.
fucking dare.
Every game significant. Remember, DRX
Rolling
have
around
not
a bed of
beat
cash.
Gen G
God,
this year.
that's- must
About
be
small
nice.
steps. DRX have yet to
singular
falter.
$5
Finding the reverse sweep,
split.
finding their way out of every single
Either
stage.
in
We'll
a
see if they can do
50-50
that
or a
again
70-30.
today. So tracking the early game.
according to contracts.
Early pathing, early impact
Yeah.
in these lanes is going to be so important as we move on.
Tell me more.
I think more often than not, we're very used to talking about mid and
1
bot
minute.
lane when you look at these two teams. But
What are
with
you
the
at?
Camille locked in, with the potential for Sejuani to go topside, we're also going to have to pay some attention to Kingen and Doran as well.
Wow, not even looking
Definitely,
at
I
the
think
game
top
at
side is
all.
gonna be the
Impressive,
majority
dude.
of the focus. Oftentimes when you're a jungler, and you don't
What
have
the
many options
fuck
in lane,
were you even
Peanut's right
doing?
here. Bot lane is not a great option. A little bit of setup. But
Fixing
top
my
side,
mic, of course.
you need to cover your
Wow.
Fiora. In the 2v2 you might lose, but you need to make
It's like you're not even
sure
prepared.
at least you're around to stop any kind of pushing out waves, to set up ganks, any kind
dude. So
of
true.
dives. If
Are
Camille
you
gets
even
big wave
wearing
states,
business
so
casual
both
like we
junglers
talked
will
about?
path towards the top side of the map. There's the pink
Yeah, I
ward,
had my
level 1
fucking
placed
suit
down
on,
there.
what?
Good.
From Pyosik, I believe it
Of
was,
course.
in the river, just to make sure there's no level 2, level 3 shenanigans
I
towards
have a
mid onto
super
Zeka.
fancy tie.
There's also a ward on the other side of the entrance, so Zeka will have a lot of information to work with.
I
There
think
we go,
for
I'm at
finals,
Push will be contested.
for finals, we
Oftentimes,
whip out the
you can get
$1,300
stacks to actually get the push in, so that's why,
Versace shirt.
despite being in a range disadvantage, they can start to push the first couple of waves.
And that's why
The
early
best
vision
use of
here
money
is so
I've ever
incredibly
spent.
crucial, just getting control of those bot lane brushes, stopping Tom Kench from using his
Barriers.
ludicrously high base stats.
Okay.
We saw Keria do so well earlier in the tournament. For now, though, a relatively quiet laning phase. Zek getting level 2 first, big health advantage over
Chovy is
Chovy.
getting legit
For now,
gapped
just
by
a bit of a
Zeka.
pressure advantage. Might be able to deny a few CS here.
This is true.
On the bottom side, of course, Deft and Barrow doing everything they can to get level 2 first.
But he can't even
Pretty
win.
good trades there by Zeka. Pyosik will be first to level 3. He's done Blue Grump Wolf, so he'll be level 3 moving into the top side if he wants to look for invades, but top wave's not in a great
Oh my
state.
God,
Dude,
you got
he's
them all.
literally getting all of
So we're
these.
probably expecting full clears from both sides here. But mid is under pressure. That pink ward could pay dividends there if Peanut went into bot river and tried to gank Zeka, but Zeka has so much information so that he can trade so aggressively onto
He knows
Chovy
what creeps he can't get.
and start to
He doesn't
queue
even go
forward. That's
for
the thing
him.
with the Azir. The second you queue forwards, majority of your escape
When was
is
the
gone.
last time Chovy went for a
Certainly
CS
is.
that he didn't
Something we'll have
get?
to track, of course, now that level 3 is here as well, has access to
Can't
shifting
think of
sands, the E. Wow, they get back out to safety for the most part.
Dude,
but
I was
would
going
want
through
to
my
extend
unban
that
request
dash if
recently, and I had
necessary.
one from
Roarmahens
Xerxes.
clearing out what they can while they wait for the wave to
Fucking
crash.
hilarious.
They're not really in a position to contest right at this moment.
Was it a real
Or as you can
plea
see,
or
Deft not
another
opting
meme?
for a second combat stop. Instead to take the
it was, like,
Once level
overly
6 comes
formal.
around for
It did
Ruler,
seem
it's
like
going to
a
be
meme.
so much harder for
Okay.
DRX to weather the storm in the bottom lane.
A little bit
Sounds
more setup
about
then,
right.
isn't there? So Peanut can pay a visit. Right now he's going for a full clear. Looks like Pyosik's going to focus on his Krug, so he'll get to level 4, whereas Peanut wants to secure this
Lord.
early crab.
Whoa.
Now that does mean
Whoa,
if Pyosik
did
base
he,
goes
like,
to bot
cue
side,
him
he should be able
and
to
auto?
trade. Otherwise, Peanut, if he has the information, will look to
But he
double
didn't
crab.
go
So
for
level up
vital.
comes through. What's Pyosik's decision here? Does he base? Does he move towards
Well,
mid? Does he
you
move
know, I
towards top?
think getting the vital
Looks
would
like
put him in the
he's going to
fucking
queue over the wall here,
so
but the
probably
crab's
not
already
a
gone.
mistake.
Looking for the
But
angle.
he's being
experienced
sneaky
Euro
here.
player
They didn't
needs to
spot him
show
with the
so
sweeper
much.
plant. This is an
I've
amazing
probably
position
played more
for Sejuani.
Fiora
If they can just wait a little bit, hug
this
this
past
wall,
month than
and
you have in
sneak
your
up
whole
the side
fucking
here, they
life.
could have set up onto Doran.
They're not gonna
Oh
spot
my
him.
god! He's
Where's
No,
it?
they spotted him. Okay, wait, did they back up? Do they
Oh.
know? Yes, they do. Doran
Wow.
walking away.
Yeah, pings are coming down.
Yeah.
Splinter Cell failed this time around, but Doran walked up
Doran
with a creep.
stepping forward. Keep your eyes on the parry. That's going to be everything. The riposte is going to go. Initially getting locked up. 1,
Oh.
2, 3, 4 on the stacks. Waiting.
Oh my God,
They're
that was a
gonna lock up
horrible
Doran now,
riposte.
but they don't
Oh.
have the fall. Now
Oh.
Peanut into the thick of it. 3 stacks on him.
Can they
Fourth.
turn this? No.
Not quite going to come out. DRX backing
Dude,
away.
I-
Top lane and
I was
jungle
talking about this
matching each
before,
other.
like,
Really
right
good
before you
patience there from
Somehow
Kingen.
in
He
Worlds,
actually
it
uses the
always
hook
turns
shot
to, like,
to go in
hardcore
front
playing
of Doran,
topside,
intentionally
and then bot
missing
lane's
him,
just picking
knowing
the
that he will
most
repose, so he
degenerate
actually
lane
gets
bully stuff.
distance in front of him to force his flash. Wave will crash, Kingen will get a good
Gotta win
base,
lane.
and that could have
I mean,
backfired
it makes
incredibly
sense,
quickly
right?
if
Like,
the
if
ward
the
wasn't
junglers
placed
are
in
just
river and
spending
just
the
spotted
entire
out
game top lane,
Pyosik at the last second
then, like,
of
you
it.
might as well
Botscrab
just
is
pick
still up
something
though, and
that's,
Pyosik knows it. He's
gonna
gone for the
have
boots early, and he's trying to run
Robo
down there
Cryo.
to pick that up as quickly as possible.
Yep.
TP back from every solo laner right now so far, except for
Consider
Kingen, who still
Bear's
needs to
combi
take that
degenerate?
base. Deft and Ruler coming out of base as
No,
well.
this one's a little bit more.
Tracking the itemization as well.
self-respecting,
Early
but
Fiora,
like-
no effective combat stats, but
Oh.
does have the passive, has that
Why isn't Beryl
extra
playing
damage to
Heimerdinger?
come through in the trades. See what DRX can do with that advantage on the top side of the map, having that flash down, having that TP down, and while the TPs will be traded,
I think
we're
Tom
in a
Push
5-minute
is
window where
trash.
Doran's going to feel much more vulnerable, but it is one they have to capitalize
Do you think there's
on. It's
ever a time when
unrealized
support
advantage
should
yet.
pick up a D shield?
It is, and King
Like,
will
not
take that
first,
base.
but, like,
2v2 will
after
always
your
be
support
in
item.
favor of the Camille Sejuani as long as neither of them makes
Really?
the mistake of
You don't think it's worth it
fighting
for
into
the
the Fiora
sustain?
post. You know, Sejuani needs to time her E so that Fiora can't W it with range.
Oh, wait,
and
roll
Camille
ban.
can never use her hookshot into the Fiora if it's up. Patience
Oh,
is
you're right, it
key
was.
when you're playing against Fiora, so
Lol.
DRX showing it already. Bot wave
actually
will push in
helping
there.
them.
DRX had a small window for Drake if they had bot push, but they don't right now, so abandoning that call. Piosic's just going to go for another full clear towards top side. Closer he gets to level 6, the easier it is to make
question.
these plays.
Certainly the case, and you can see on the early
don't
back,
think it'd be
Ruler
that bad.
opting instead of going
Sometimes
for
top
something
laners
like
just pick up,
sustain
like,
to match
the
up the Bamson
sword and
side
shield.
of depth, opting for triple longsword, just extra AD,
Yeah, but
trying to push
getting
more of
full.
the individual advantage in trades. Varus
Show her support.
notoriously super oppressive.
They're currently
Courtesy
below
of the
2.
slow, the extra damage coming through on the procs as well.
Looking at pings
You're
here, I
an
think
idiot. I
DRX
can't.
were scared of some kind of
I
top
see
dive.
it.
The wave was crashing and there
I
was a lot of
fucking
fucking pings, so
CBA.
Piosic's around. Kingen
bad.
doesn't have to sweat too much, and Doran will take a base on that crashing wave. You can see these things
Like
happen
Speaker
where you
with
get
big
mid-push,
trouble.
you go into Fog of War on one side, and all of a sudden that side
Yeah,
lane is
must
incredibly
speak.
scared. But in actual
Okay,
essence,
Magnus
what you're
Carl.
doing is just basing anyway. So that's just a pressure point that you can use to keep your base timers up,
Magnus?
and that'll help Doran get a base lead onto King. And
tweeted
bot
that.
lane trading a little bit. Of course, Soraka has really good sustain. The more Qs she lands, I
I
think he
know
might
what
be
the other guy
maxing
is
Q there. The
fucking-
amount of damage that just did.
The memes from.
Definitely good to have. Peanut now
It's like, I think it's
for some
I was
sort of
reading
play
it
here.
was a
Just on the
soccer
bottom
game
side,
where
Ruler
like
coming up as well. Chovy with a stone is 0 off. If
they
Piosic's
didn't
in the
like the
area, that's
refs
a
or something,
massive
they
ban
couldn't say
advantage
anything
for the
about
side of Gen G if they do want to go for this play. Peanut now stepping forward. Zeka realizing it is time to get out, but it's Piosic
Kinda looks
now
like one of them.
who has been caught. Trying to step forward, trying to body block the escape. Stun going to come in, but will not
Whoa.
find purchase there.
Piosic's getting face
Eleanor
rush.
Foss big. Good patience again from Piosic.
And that's the beauty of phase rush on the Sejuani, especially when the enemy team has so many melee champs. I'll hold my breath for a second here because Ruler.
The root's been locked up.
Wow,
That's the root. Barrel from the
He
bush,
just
and the
did.
bananas
He
are
needs to make
coming
the fat
in.
flash.
That's going to be a flash
Ooh,
out
that was a nice
and over
flash.
the wall.
Oh, double summoners blown there
Sneaky
from
flash.
Ruler,
The
trying
wall
to
there
get a
most
couple
of
of
the
those creeps trade onto Deft, but Beryl being sneaky Soraka in the bush finds the
Yes.
silence and Root. Deft not in range to
He
follow up.
absolutely chokes that.
Dude,
But that's another
There was
target
this clip
for DRX.
on
These
Reddit
side lanes
of,
don't have flashes. They just need to
like,
bring a numbers advantage
our
and
stream
force
the
it,
other week
or look for an
where we were
objective.
talking
You know,
about
Herald's up in
coaches.
30 seconds. If they want to force a 5v5,
and it
or
was
if they want to
posted
force this
from
Drake 5v5,
sneaky
then they
stream
can
clips,
easily do
and
so
you were
because
just
the
not
Sejuani
there
will be
for the
getting closer
entirety
and
of it.
closer to that
It
level
was
6
just
mark.
the
You can always
me
easily
double
select
lift
the target in your
Bjorkson,
fight.
and
There it is,
then
the level up
your
for Piosik.
AFK chair.
And if you look at this game from DRX's perspective, a lot of small advantages going over to them. And now they're going to try to
And it was
capitalize
posted
on
on
it.
your channel.
Lands waiting in the brush. Piosic now going in. This should be an easy kill. There's just everybody
Wait,
in
why
the
is
bottom
Camille
lane.
down?
Surprise,
What the
baby!
hell?
That's a Camille. First blood for DRX.
That was such a good play by Kingen. He got helped out by Piosik in the 2v2 top side to force Doran's flash. The wave crashed, Doran
Gets
had
the
to
kill,
catch it
TP
and
stop.
base and TP back.
That was
Kingen can
serious
run back
Riz.
to that
I mean,
lane.
it
So
kinda
what he
makes
does
sense, right?
then
They got
is he
Varus'
pays
flash
his bot
earlier.
side back by
probably wasn't
ganking
looking
down
for
there
Tom,
and then
he was just
TPing
like,
back up. Problem is though
maybe
is,
top
I
lifting
think he
his
stole
bot
it. Did he
to
just
run
take
back
that
right
one away
away.
from Piosik?
Oh, man.
Figured
He
he had a
did
little
that.
time.
That
Like
hurts.
that.
I mean, he's the ruler for a reason.
He is.
The man don't miss.
The man
got
don't
that
miss. That's a
grab.
crab over to Ruler. Piosik's going to start up the dragon. It's Furus. I think,
Soloing the Herald.
yeah, soloing the Herald here, Doran, knowing that they need to cross map quickly.
And remember, the
Yours
Camille
is
is coming up
soloing.
top
Why are
lane-
these the most
top lane
active
to catch
top
this
laners of
massive
all
wave.
time?
There's still a CS difference, so it was not without cost. The Kingen went down to the bottom lane that he
Oh,
got
no.
that first blood, but it's a
Top
trade
lane.
objective for Ruler. No,
Not again.
you can't do this to them.
No, he has a 900 damage smite. He can't
Get the
steal
steal.
this.
Get the steal, Ruler. You got
Varus
the
does
crab.
a lot
You're
of
warmed up.
damage.
You're feeling it. You're
Yeah.
hot.
Okay. All right.
Nah, he's really gonna
Doesn't hurt the
smite. Not
damage,
even
good smite.
everybody
Piosik
understands.
being safe.
Secure jungler.
And it's a trade of neutrals. Herald over to Gen G, Dragon over to DRX. Question is, where will they use this Herald? You have to expect it to be topside. Peanut doing a little bit of counter jungling. Red buff's up. Piosik will spot him, but there's a ward there, so Peanut knows he's around. Chovy has mid push.
Also difficult. The red buff is up and available. Similarly, the empowered recall allows him to get out quite quickly.
Oh, this is one of those moments where you have to find
Where
him.
is
You know
double
he's in your
lift,
jungle
by
somewhere,
the way?
but in actual fact he's based with the Herald, so
He's
Piosik will
making
check his camps and make sure he's safe, and we'll clear those up.
This is the second time you've highlighted that, but the absence of information, what could be waiting for you in the fog of war, something that always has to be respected on either side. Chovy getting spotted as he returns to mid, getting that information over to Zeka, and as we take stock of the lane state, 10 CS lead on the top side of the map. Bot lane very much in favor of Deft on the back of some early lane pressure as well as that that positive sum trade. Overall, things going pretty well right now.
Oh, that was
side of DRX.
That was really smart from Deft. He knew Ruler was hugging the wall, so he couldn't go up, so he actually ulted right through the wave in his face, knowing the only way he could run is backwards. So he used the E first to slow him. Gets a really good trade and takes a base, and now he'll run back to lane as quick as possible with that 20 CS lead and keep up the pressure. Still no summoners on that bot side. 3 minutes, 40 seconds away from the Dragon, and we expect the game to be slow like this because on one side, DRX have a fantastic scaling with Azir and Soraka and things like this. Really good team fight with MF. And Gen G want to scale because they're playing safe with Varus Tom, and the Fiora will do well into the Fiora the later the game the later the game goes.
Certainly the case. And I like what we're seeing as well from Deft in terms of itemization. Early BT has been super popular, allows you to mitigate a lot of trading, as well as just raw AD for your ultimate. But most importantly, the dreamy life of any MF main is you just don't have to buy boots.
Yep.
Feels good. Just strut your way back to lane, although could come to haunt him depending on how aggressive Lehens wants to get.
Deft's been holding this freeze here for so long. Beryl going to stop Chobi's base, and it just makes it so that Genji's ruler Genji's bot lane, feels so exposed when they walk up to try and push out these waves and crash them. Especially given that Peanut's hovering top the majority of the time. But I think what DRX are saying now is they want a Herald somewhere and we need to match it. So Beryl's looking for information through the map. Because Deft's freezing bot here, Ruler says we're not going to go back down there. We're going to run towards the top side, go 4-man here, and likely place the Herald down. So DRX are ready to respond, ready to cover. We'll see what Zeka's movement is here, because he could TP up this tower to help the defense. We'll see what Deft does as well. He's going to hold the freeze, he's going to fast push. Peanut
Stepping forward.
Oh.
Peanut, the patience here, waiting till he's got backup so they cannot collapse on him. Does not overplay his hand. Doran and Ruler now stepping forward. DRX doing what they can to clear the wave for now. Certainly do not have the best tools to stop this push from happening.
This is a really good map read here from DRX. They just stopped the Herald in its tracks. They can't place it now, Gen G. It's an even numbers, and Chobi's gone towards bot with no unleashed TP, meaning Zeka has the mid push. But they need to force something. The second this wave dies, that's it. The play's off, and they have 2 minutes left for plates.
And a reminder that so many creeps are dying. So much money that Gen G could have had is dying on that bottom side of the map, is dying in this mid lane as we see Chovy return back. So DRX being there not only stops the Herald, but takes so much potential income away from the side of Gen G.
Might just have to be a case of Peanut placing it either top or mid to get gold for himself. But eventually DRX will have to back off of this top side because Deft is still bot. So if they just keep rinse and repeating, DRX will back away. And now with this wave coming in, the Herald will likely be put down. The gold will be funneled over to Ruler, who's struggling. It's interesting that Gen G don't give the gold to Doran. Doran's ahead and he's going to outscale. Ruler is behind. Let's give him as much gold as possible.
And that's just the power of the nameplate. It's not about the champion, it's about the player. In this case, gold going to be split a little bit here. Deft on the bottom side walking away from the Fiora. Pyosik taking a decent amount of poke, and Gen G doing what they can to keep the siege up. Plates are still going to be up for another minute. Right now, the gold within touching distance, 200 gold to the Ocean Drake on the side of DRX, really the only difference.
Deft has no flash, he has to be careful.
Deft walking away, the cleanse. Doran, is he just going to walk him down the heel? Now coming in for this rocket, is it going to be enough? He's trying to pinch the win. Oh! The 1-for-1? Doran, no! How does he do it? He makes it out even in the face of the heel from Beryl.
With the Sunderer spike, Deft thought that he was safe because of the Soraka ult. Maybe he thought he could bait Doran in, but the healing from Grasp and Sunderer and the kill was enough to make it so he would live through that last tower shot. Deft overstepping a little bit. Not sure about the limits there on the 1v1 with the Soraka ult, and now that means that Ruler can step forwards here and look for this tower. Big gold swing over to Gen G.
Gen G, no fear to step forward here, and we talk about the 2v2 matchup. We forgot about Beryl being top lane and Deft being bottom, and well punished from the side of Gen G. Again, if DRX had continued to hold that, it could have gone very bad very quickly, but Doran playing this fantastically.
Yeah, Deft, no flash here, just trying to kite out Doran. And no, this is where he had to flash initially, so he was scared of Doran proccing the vitals. And then he steps up for the wave, and Doran just goes for the flash Q. Look where that vital is, it's in the perfect spot. Cleanses away from what he expects to be the slow, pops the W, gets the Soraka ult, and then Doran manages to get the kill with the Grasp, with the Sunderer, with the level up. It's just enough to make it a 1-for-0.
And credit to Doran for playing that well, but also 3 back-to-back very fortunate vital procs in terms of location. First one to the right, next one in front of him, third one behind as he's coming around the tower as well. So not only was it well executed, but the RNG going in his favor too, as DRX now trying to bully their way in. They've got the 1-item spike for Deft. He's got his ulti up and available. This is going to be tough for Gen G to contest.
No TP on Doran, so he'll be very late to this fight. DRX want to get this down as quick as possible. Can Peanut steal? Will DRX engage? The Tahm Kench ult is crucial against the Sejuani, but Zeka can look to shuffle.
Yep, still in the area. They're ready to flip this on the 50-50. He can go unstoppable over the wall if he needs to. Chovy Can he find something? Barsalt is going to be big. Peanut now locked up, but that's the Tom Catch ultimate coming in. King is still in the pit. Chovy still in the pit, looking to get it. He's going to lock it down. That's the Jungler now going in. Zeka fishing, looking for an opportunity. The Grand Challenge issue. That's the two-man from Lehends. The follow-up now from Gen G. They will take their kills and walk away happy.
DRX try to take the 5v5. Yes, they get the dragon, but they overstep, and Gen G punish and pounce onto them. Both carries full. We'll see what they can get off the back of this. King is hovering around on this bot side. Pyosik is behind him. Soraka ult is up in around 5 to 10 seconds if they want to opt into this 2v2.
It's going to get bad very quickly. The hook shot into the wall dive will make it out. Doing what he can to hold on to the tower, but again, good news for DRX. They are able to grab that dragon, but giving more kills over, certainly not going to feel good. And certainly when the follow-up, the second Herald to the side of Gen G, it's not looking quite as positive as it once did.
Tools now for Gen G to work with. We'll look at this one again because I think the Varus ult comes out here onto Pyosik, so he can't hit the dragon, so he decides to ult onto Peanut, who gets the ultimate from Tahm Kench. Now the fight slows down a bit, but then Zeka tries to make it an explosive one. So the dragon goes over to Pyosik, but let's keep our eyes on the Azir here. He goes for Peanut and tries to flash predict, but he actually knocks him away rather than towards his team. I wonder if he could have pushed him into DRX. They could have picked up that kill. Chovy arrives, Doran arrives, and with the gap closed, DRX have no way out.
And you can see in theory how much value you can get out of DRX's composition when you can take out one or two members when a fight begins. But if you fumble some of those major cooldowns, it is so easy for Lehends, for Chovy, for Doran, Peanut, for all of the members of this team, this lineup, to turn on you in an instant.
This is why Gen G has just been so successful throughout the year. 50 wins and 9 losses, something along those lines after the quarterfinals since the start of Summer Split. Their carries are just absolute rocks. Look at Chovy CS right now. He's up 20 over Zeka despite losing the push, was juggling mid and bot waves. Ruder fell behind a little bit, but Gen G know exactly how to get him back in the game. Of course, he has #1 jungle proximity. Peanut always hovering around his AD carry. Here comes the second Herald onto this mid tower. Deft doesn't have the MF ult for the next 3 or 4 seconds, so he can't use it.
Breaking mid lane. Are they going to push for the second charge here?
MF ult's up now.
They can get that out before any other objectives are up. Feel pretty good. Just going to be the charge for now. A bit more poke, a bit more damage. Chovy now retreating. It's going to be another Cloud Drake. Shout out to our boy Atlas.
Cloud Soul indeed, yeah. It's roughly a 4k gold lead here for Gen G. DRX, the only saving grace is they have 2 dragons under their belt, but the Cloud Soul is not a great combat soul to have. You would much rather have something like the Infernal or the Hex deck. But it's still a soul, and they'll try to keep focusing on these dragon stacks. Problem is they have his Zeka on a side lane is really, really exposed. He has no tower next to him. Yes, he has his passive that he can put down right now, but if he doesn't have his jungler hovering around, he's a very easy target for Gen G. If they just push in mid and move towards top, Lehends is already on the way up. Peanut's right behind him. They have TP on King and a Soraka ult to keep him alive, but this will always be a pressure point for Gen G playing on 2 lanes.
And with Pyosik shadowing on the bottom side, maybe hoping to find a pick, it just means that the entirety of the top side jungle is off limits. Doran gonna find the parry, now dashing out to safety. What's he gonna get? Grand Challenge, looking for multiple marks. Now gonna get locked up in the Hex deck, although Mayhem should just fall here. A little bit more healing. Is it going to be enough? Needs to dash forward, but no, that's the shutdown. Hit him with the flail and walk away.
Big shutdown now over to DRX. It's a shame it didn't go onto King, and that'll sting because it went onto their Sejuani, but a kill's a kill. They actually saved the mid tier 2 with the MF ult, but I think Gen G can stick around. Chovy's actually just gonna push out top and TP down here to keep the tower alive, so it's a kill, but it's not an objective. Need a little bit more than that, DRX, but they have to send 2 members to kill this Fiora. The Camille will not win 1v1 with the Fiora being this far ahead. So, desperation moves on numbers advantage, but it's their only real way to find these plays.
Certainly is a tricky map state. It is only going to get harder as Gen G holding on to this 3k gold lead. And as you highlighted earlier, Cloud Soul is going to be important. You got an MF on your team, you love to have those ultis. It's a similar story for Soraka, but it's not Infernal. It's not something that could offer you much more effective combat stats. Hopefully outvalue some of the champions on the opposite side. So for now, a brief period of quiet before the next dragon. 1 minute away, 1:30 on the Baron. Neither of these teams so far ahead that they can just start a Baron up. So a quieter mid game here. And I think this is the nature of game 1s and best of 5 K-Trolls. We so often see game 1 a testing ground. Games 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you're going to talk about, often much more explosive, much more bloody. But game 1 often really about testing your metal, poking, looking for weaknesses, trying to find those avenues and angles. Gen G take control of mid.
T1, of course, losing that game yesterday in game 1, but then bouncing back as the series progresses is a good example of that. So what DRX have done right now on the map is they've actually sent King in towards top. They know that bot side is a liability and they can't stick around there for too long, and Zeka will never get this top push, so they said, let's just cross map. Let's just force a tier 2 top while they go towards a dragon, and we'll race them on side lanes to trade gold. It's always good to trade gold when you're behind, and when you're ahead, you always want to trade to your own benefit. But now it's 1-for-1 in towers so far. It might be 2-for-2, but Doran has flash. He's playing a very confident next to Lehens.
Really want to get this kill, but of course the Tahm Kench being there stops it in its track. It's going to be tower for tower now match. DRX trying really hard to overload top side. They will get the tower trade, but very little else past that.
The losing play for this would be you would actually give up the Dragon, but DRX, seeing Lehens and Doran up towards that top side, they say, well, we'll just run towards mid here as 5, push this wave in, and I expect them to go towards bot side or decide to back away and give up this Dragon, but no, they're staying around looking for this mid tower. Gen.G, Chovy doesn't have the TP,
Right.
so he can't look to flank them. They are going to move into this bot side river. They are going to take out a little bit of this vision, but they just got a lot of gold in their back pockets and they haven't spent it, so opting into a fight is very dangerous. Giving Gen.G just 1 Dragon at 20 minutes is not that much of a pain.
And going to be very difficult to force that fight, especially when Chovy already at 2 items. Shadow Flame as well as the Everfrost here. Going to be a very difficult man to lock down and to shut down in these fights. Doran just clearing out vision, gets that top wave pushed in, and the map state returns to normalcy. So Gen.G realizing that DRX have backed away, knowing that they are stronger in the fight, will take the free Dragon.
It's been a consistent 4,000 gold lead roughly for Gen.G over the last 3 or 4 minutes. They're holding on to it. It's very hard for DRX to find plays. Doran is their best target, but Chovy's constantly pushing out sides and just disappearing into fog of war. Here comes the top pressure again for DRX. The benefit of this is if you commit numbers top for pressure, then of course you get vision around Baron, which will help you slow the game down. Peanut finds P06. Zeka's looking for this blue buff. Chovy is on the way. This could be dangerous if they overstay for too long. Will Zeka get it? Yes, he will. And they will get out. Death just farming up. Kingen was hovering around, but he will go back towards the bot side now. So DRX trying to get as much shallow vision on this top side as possible, putting down some pinks, buying time for this Azir.
Scaling. Zeka, 1.5 items. Now going to be 2 as he backs and finishes the Morellonomicon. Grabs an extra Amp Tome as well, but definitely not full on late game Azir status quite yet in the game.
The Azir is really far behind, isn't he? Just bought the Morello now, so that'll help out a little bit, but needs a lot more damage. Completing that Morello doesn't give you that much of a power spike. The Azir really wants to... I think he was looking for a shuffle there, Zeka, or some kind of WE to get closer with his Q to actually chunk Peanut out, but he needs to get a Rabadons as quick as possible. Build up to that late game Azir threat. Now they're going to contest some mid waves here. DRX will get the push out because Gen.G are showing both their solo laners on side, so TP actually coming in from Chovy. Maybe he was scared they were going to force that tower.
There's the potential of the DRX composition. That is the strength of Sejuani that we highlighted earlier on, as well as the Camille. The reliable engage tools certainly are there for DRX, and while Lehens is around, can mitigate some of it, they always have to be careful. They always have to give that respect. But you can see Gen.G have not struggled to give that respect. They have not misstepped. They have not given anything away. And the gold lead does just continue to grow as they keep picking up these side waves, as they keep farming more, pushing their vision out. Soon, I expect, are going to start looking to contest the Baron.
I think Vedius was touching on the desk how DRX don't often draft this traditional form of engage, and the game that they have done it with the Sejuani, there's a Tahm Kench on the other side, right? So the second the Sejuani ult lands, that's at each target, and then they disengage, and the fight continues, so you lose that engage quite quickly. Gen.G sweeping out this top side. It's very hard for them to start up the Baron. Of course, DRX have double TP, and they can easily walk into this pit. There's no real great turn for Gen.G that actually merits a Baron start. DRX, I guess they could sneak a Baron over the wall with the Azir and Sejuani, but Gen.G will never allow that to happen. And it looks like it might just be a slow Dragon stacking game. Gen.G can't really overforce, and DRX have to commit 2 numbers to make this play happen. The only danger of this is losing Nash, but Doran will see him, and he'll back away.
Kingen obviously at the point in the game where you start to shred through those towers. Doran for now, confident staying under this tier 1. You can see why, because just to the left of your screen is Lehens now walking in, and that's the cue for DRX to hightail it out of there.
So the reason DRX are even looking for that play in the first place is because they know Chovy doesn't have TP. They're trying to use that to their advantage by trying to force a 2-man play onto Doran, knowing that Peanut and Chovy cannot respond, but it's Lehens who's been covering these side lanes on Tahm Kench because he knows Ruler is safe on these mid waves. And Gen.G are happy to slow the game down as well. They're incredibly good scaling too, and they control the game right now. There's no real threat of that soul. They took away the 3rd one, and it's just a matter of time before Gen.G overcommit on this top side, push out top, starts forcing a Baron as Doran's pushing in bot, and you have to make a choice. Do you stop Doran with your jungle top, or do you give up the Baron? And of course, DRX will always try to fight the Baron, but Gen.G needs to hit towards that 3-item spike before they can force it.
Peril checking the brush there with silence, getting what information he can as Chovy retreats back in the safety of his own side of the map. And again, Cagel, you highlighted it so well, but it is just looking, fishing for any opportunity, trying to find these pockets of vision, hoping that that control ward won't be there the second time around, trying to find picks to lead to greater advantages or objectives. Because again, as long as neither team feels confident enough to just force start the Baron, it's going to be about playing for the next dragon. It's going to be about playing for these side lanes, finding these objectives. DRX obviously very easy for them to look at that tier 1 in the bottom lane, the next target in their eyes.
And let's not forget, of course, DRX are 0-8 against Gen G this year. 0-12 overall, but they've never beaten Gen G once this year in the best of threes. And there's often been games like in the first round of summer regular season where they're playing Kog'Maw, Seraphine, Lulu, and they're ahead. They have Ocean Soul, they're up 5 gold or something, and then they throw the game away around Elder Dragons. So DRX have always struggled. Gen G is almost like their kryptonite at times in the regular season. 4 times they played a best of 3, 8 games won for Gen G. DRX now controlling this top side, fighting back, trying to get some kind of vision. Gen G quick to respond. Ruler's on red buff though, so they have to be a bit slow before they walk in. Peanut paying respect as he waits for his World Championship AD carry to step up and be behind him on that 3-item spike. Now they'll start to move forward, so you expect Gen G will start to push DRX back.
They see an opportunity, they want to get it because Deft is waiting over the wall, but keep your eyes on the ultimate. It could be big, but it is not enough. Leaping in now, Chovy diving to the back line, taking the ultimate away from Kingin and finding the kill. Just like that, Gen G see their opportunity, and they're right onto the Baron.
Ruler arrives, and in a blink of an eye, he starts to fight onto Pyosik. Actually gets the kill in the roots, so Pyosik can't even respond, do anything at all. Chovy takes away the Camille ult, E-Flash ult on top of Beryl. He has no way out, and Gen G, with that one fight, now have a Baron in their hands. TP coming in here from Chovy. They want to force this mid push so they can secure the Dragon as well. They don't want DRX to get absolutely anything. Zeka was hovering around that Dragon pit, trying to trade it as an objective, try and find some kind of consolation prize. But now, with this 1-3-1, Gen G will start to run away with it.
And you can see why Gen G are so confident to keep scaling into this game when they're coming in from multiple angles, when Deft is not there, when the DRX do not have that strong front-to-back team fight. They just get picked to pieces.
So he's rooted into a stun. I think it was the repulse from Fiora, instantly get the kill, or the Viego W, but there's Chovy with the stolen Hextech ultimatum, just dashes forwards, flashes on the Soraka. He knows that the Soraka is a key target in these fights, and DRX, as much as they wanted to contest there, they didn't even stand a bloody chance, did they? Ruler just melted straight through their front line.
And again, this is what we talked about. You spend the whole game fishing, and all it takes is one misstep, one over-eager attempt to gain control of the Baron for the game to fall further out of the hands of DRX. And while scaling versus scaling certainly is something that has to be considered, and execution will always be a part of the equation, 7k gold starts to feel more and more insurmountable. The Baron buff as well, 2 minutes left. The only good news is they don't have the best champions in the world to try and force a siege. Yeah, they're going to grab a couple tier 2s, but short of a DRX mistake, very unlikely they'll grab anything else. That said, Plan's there to back up, waiting, going to go for the Devour, waiting out the timer. TP now coming in. Gen G think they have their fight. Now it's the Camille that's been isolated instantly. Doran now leaping forward. Grand challenge, stepping in, finding a bit more healing. DRX on the back split. Gen G, they want more. They got the wave to back them up. A single cannon minion, Beryl locked down. Beryl taken out. Death to the Soraka. Now the single cannon minion, all that remains. Zeka gonna clear that one out. A new wave to come in, and Gen G taking control of the mid lane.
Health bars are low, so Gen G are gonna send their top jungle to force down this tier 2 on the top side, while Ruler gets through this tier 3 in mid. DRX have thrown so many things at Gen G, but they found a response to absolutely everything. And you can't really blame DRX. Their only plays this game have been overcommitting numbers to side. How can they engage mid up against this Tahm Kench with a Sejuani on your team, with a Soraka on your team? It's so hard to dive onto them and follow up. Your best bet is these side plays, but Gen G know it. Lehens has been covering. Doran's ready with the TPs. Chovy too. And the second they overstep for it, Gen G are there.
And again, DRX think that they have their avenue. They think they have their opening, but both of the single target CC options come out. That is the cue for Lehens to use the Devour. And effortless now for Doran to turn. Gives enough respect to back away, but DRX running out of time, at a deficit. And right now, Gen G absolutely out executing.
Beryl, no flash there, instantly picked up by the Overfrost of Chovy. No way out. Baron buff still up for the next 20 seconds. They didn't get the inhibitor, and they're trying to push in a bot wave right now. Chovy doesn't have the TP, but there's the E.
Lehens! He's just eating the top laner, doesn't even mind. He's a support, but he's got the team to back him up. Ruler gonna finish the job, and it is a slaughter in the DRX jungle.
It is clean, calm, and consistent from Gen G. We talked about how stable and reliable their carries are, while their team is as well. Little to no mistakes.
Locked down, Zeka, the knock-up now coming in. The Soraka healing will not be enough. DRX have yet to find a win against Gen G, and this game is not the game where it'll happen. Absolute dominance from Ruler, from Chovy, from the entirety of Gen G.
37 seconds. Lehens pops the stopwatch, manages to live through the ultimate. Does he die? No, he doesn't.
Pushing forward, Def locked up, instant cleanse, not enough!
This
Def
Varus.
taken down, and we talked about it. This is what makes Gen G terrifying, the consistency and execution. It is top tier, flawless League of Legends.
You can't fault it, can you? They play it by the book, and they play it clean. DRX do everything they can in their power to find these plays, to actually find advantages in any of these lanes, because all three lanes are pushing into them. They had to do something, and Gen G knew it. They read them back. And Ruler on the Varus, despite falling behind in the early portions of the lane, the Herald got him back into it, and he kept farming mid-waves, was sitting very quietly while his team sorted out those side lanes, got his 3 items, started the fight, got a Baron. So, yeah, can't really fault it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the team-wide effort to make sure that the Camille and the Sejuani looked absolutely useless this game is outstanding play across the board. It is not just the Tahm Kench pick, it was the excellent vision, it was the discipline to not over-push in the side lanes, because this could have been a much more explosive, much more bloody game, but Gen G were just in total control of the map.
Yeah, I think DRX want the games to be faster paced. They want Zeka on something that can fight back, not on Azir that can scale. So now I expect DRX to go over to blue side, and it gets a bit complicated for Gen G because you've got things like Yuumi, Caitlyn, Akali, Sylas, Aatrox. What are you going to leave open that DRX is going to take away to make sure the game is a lot more bloody?
It's a difficult puzzle that has to be solved. Of course, see what DRX want to bring to the table. If it's the exact same bands, you can obviously look towards things like Sylas, see what Zeka can do on it. But sadly for DRX, we know what you want to see from them, and those options in draft are limited. It is the Akali, it is the Sylas, and it is going to put them on the back foot. So I feel like in order for them to break through yet another ceiling, whether it was quarters or now into semis, whether it was making out of the LCK, if they want to take another leap forward, we're going to need to see another level. We're going to need to see more from these players.
Yeah, and despite this being a disastrous game one for DRX and a heartbreaking one in that sense of just they can't do anything, they were down 0-2 against EDG, right? We always doubt DRX, so I expect them to bounce back a lot heavier in this game too because of blue side, and we'll see a much quicker pace game, I expect.
I certainly do as well. Of course, if more than a month of nonstop Worlds action is not enough to satiate you, check out the Riff Reaction podcast on Spotify for even more tasty League content. Every week, hosts Emily Rand and Travis Gafford share the latest League news, deliver hot takes, and respond to fan questions. Of course, stay tuned for the World's final episode, which is dropping soon. And while you queue up the next episode, while you step away, we're going to be breaking down the game at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Dracos, and welcome back to the analyst desk here at the State Farm Arena. I love me some Riff Reaction with Travis Gafford and Emily Rand. Luckily, we got Emily Rand on the desk here to help us break down this series as it happens. Gen G striking first blood and bringing the series to 1-0. But Vedius, what a different pace we have going here in this series as compared to yesterday. Averaging almost a kill per minute yesterday, and today it was like a kill every 5 minutes?
It was an LCK classic, I would say. The
rotations.
We saw a lot of map movements. We saw a lot of quite clever play pretty much at every stage. I just want to quickly touch on the draft and their approach because we talked so much about it coming into this matchup. And what I'll say is we saw a similar trend from DRX in terms of their limited engage, kind of multiple spread approach with the Sejuani being the primary response to start fights. The Tahm Kench answer from Gen G was just so smart. And I think that they recognize this approach from DRX and made their options very hard, which put a lot of responsibility and pressure on DRX to get early advantages.
Yeah, it was a little bit surprising after they saw the Varus that they didn't respond in 4-5 with that TK ban. I was a little surprised at that. But the other thing we saw, to your point, that was a little bit out of the ordinary, even with a comfortable kind of pushing lane, was that they did pay attention and get first blood on bot side. That did allow them to get first Drake. It did give them a lot of control, and it did look for a little bit like this MF Soraka lane was going to do quite well going forward.
Yeah, and Mark, this is where I want to jump to second blood. Doran finding a solo kill in the bot lane on Def to kind of talk about the way that these two teams navigated the early game, and Gen G was kind of able to wrestle their way out of bad lane assignments.
So you're obviously going to be paying attention to solo kill. This is not actually what we care about here. It's actually the minimap. This is the important part of the replay, is how long they've been in this lane assignment. The fact that they had... there's supposed to be more to this replay at the beginning, but they had been up there, leaving Beryl with the Camille in the top lane for that entire extended sequence. And that's actually how Gen G got back in this game. We talk about how good they are about picking things apart. The fact that they realize our bot lane's going bad. First blood happened down there. We've been losing flashes. They go rotate up to the top side, make this lane swap happen. And unfortunately for DRX, they just have the wrong read, thinking that they can just leave Def down there on the bot side.
A part of what makes Gen G so good is the fact that Chovy and Ruler are typically unmovable. And if they do ever get moved off the right path, they are immediately put back on it. And we saw that in how they set up the lanes and how they used the Herald to get that gold back into Ruler's pocket. And the stats on your screen are highlighting, even in a matchup that shouldn't go Chovy's way, he was still ahead in CS at 14, and he was up in gold. And Ruler, even though down 20 CS, still found a way back in because of that Herald and investment in plates. And the second that you give these two players any type of window to get ahead, the moment they enter the mid game, this team is almost impossible to stop.
That's to Mark's point about the lane assignments, right?
Yeah, the Ruler's falling behind. Ruler's our carry. Get him out of the bad lane, go top, and let's start funneling gold.
It was kind of surprising that they kept Kingen up there, right? This is the backbreaker fight. After that happened on the top side, they got Ruler back into the game. It did look like DRX were kind of stuck. They were like, well, we kind of want to stall this out. And Gen G's like, okay, that's fine. Like, as soon as we engage on you and pick one of you off, we completely take over the game. And this is kind of where we see the difference between Gen G and DRX as teams, unfortunately, going back through the entire LCK season and coming into this tournament. This is exactly why Gen G is such an overwhelming favorite, is because they just see the map a lot better. They know exactly how to get themselves out of disadvantageous positions. And during a lot of that mid-game posturing, Gen G really took over the entire map, and DRX didn't know what to do.
I think that moving into the next game, DRX need to up the tempo a bit. I think what we saw in terms of the formula for challenging this roster was attacking the jungle early from Canyon. Now, of course, that's no easy feat. Canyon is, you know, quite the individual. But I think that using that as a formula, as Emily was saying at the beginning of the day, is a way in which you can take advantage of this Gen G team. Kind of take them off that typical standard path. Because if you just let them play standard League of Legends, there's a reason why they 3-0 T1 in the summer finals. Like, this team is unbelievably good just on the individual level. And the moment you move into the mid game, they're an unstoppable force.
This also goes back to why DRX in the regular season often picked weirder drafts,
Right, exactly.
more abnormal, because they want to put it into a situation where they're not just playing heads up. It's an unfortunate situation in League of Legends where, like, when your strengths align with the enemy team's strengths, it can be very difficult actually to win from there, because what you do well is what they do well. They just do it better. And so Zeka and Chovy are obviously very different players, but, like, those are the strengths right now for both these teams in the current meta. Same with the bot lane. And the fact that they match up so similar, not necessarily in terms of specific picks or playstyle, but in points of power on the map, makes it hard for DRX to find a foot into the game.
And that's why I'm really curious to see if DRX have cooked, mind the pun, up like a really interesting draft on blue side, right? Because we just saw they are going to be swapping to the blue side, and I'm really wondering if we get to, if Gen G rather are going to end up banning the Heimer on red, if they're going to have to end up banning Yuumi on red. I'm really curious to see what this does to swap it up and what kind of pushing lane they might have.
It just makes me wonder if they attended Chef Fias's restaurant last night.
Yeah,
That's the only way you're going to cook something creative up, maybe take down
draft poisoning.
Do they want to see my Shaco? Chef is a Shaco.
Yeah,
not
prepare
mine,
that one for
obviously.
game 3, maybe. All right. Check out Gen G's pick, All In, as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen. We'll see you back here for game number 2 right after this.
The eyes on them. Lahan's waiting in the brush. Piosik now going in. This should be an easy kill. There's just everybody in the bot lane. Surprise, baby! That's a Camille and first blood for DRX. Zeka fishing, looking for an opportunity to grand challenge issue. That's the two-man from Lahens. The follow-up now from Gen G. They will take their kills down. Zeka, the knock-up now coming in. The Soraka healing will not be enough. DRX have yet to find a win against Gen G.
I wanna see the world now, baby, let's go. It's nothing but green lights ready to roll. Only you, you're the one that I want. Only you, you're the one that I want. You got me feeling so free. Got me feeling so free.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness, behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring me the next shiny new thing. 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 I strike gold. Yeah, I strike lightning. Oh, bring me the next. Oh, bring me the next.
Welcome back to the State Farm Arena ahead of Game 2 in our semifinal series. Excuse me, got a little frog in my throat, getting a little overexcited here, but as we grow ever closer to crowning our next world champions, a reminder If you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can watch on the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below to purchase tickets. They won't put it in front of me. They will, because I'll miss. Nope, we got it. Took an entire tournament, but we got there. That's the only dub I'm getting today. But we'll hope it's a different story for DRX as we segue back into focusing on the game.
And it'll be an exciting finals, right? Faker is waiting for whoever wins this series. Is it going to be Chovy and Ruler up against Faker? Is it going to be his high school buddy of Deft? Right now, Gen.G are up 1-0. Incredibly dominant game. DRX need to shake things up. They need a quicker paced game if they want to fight back against Gen.G because they excel in slow games. They excel in scaling. And the slower the game goes, I feel like the more comfortable Gen.G feels.
It's truly a tall task to take down Gen.G. They are incredibly, incredibly consistent. We will just continue to highlight it because it is something that is so difficult to match. It will require the explosiveness you have to feel of DRX to find it. You highlighted it. Explosiveness begins in the draft. Not as simple as just saying you're going to do it. Not as simple as just diving into enemy champions with no fear. But what is the option going to be? Because this is certainly a difficult puzzle to dissect. You can hear it on the desk. You can hear it just about everywhere. How tricky it can be to try to take down this team, to try to find greater edges in draft when they're so flexible. And from what we've seen from DRX, they're very good when they have the right champions. But it's hard for them to find that right draft when Gen.G are so prepared for it.
I think they need to value counts picks towards the top side more. You know, Sejuani's not exactly a winning jungle matchup into Viego. Your 2v2 was good, but Camille, of course, loses as well. Now they're on the blue side, DRX. They're going to swap it up. Lucian Bang expected. But what's Gen.G going to take away? Yuumi, you have to wonder. Is it going to be a ban from Gen.G or DRX? Heimerdinger, another one. Akali, Sylas, Aatrox, Sejuani. These are all champions that Gen.G will be very conscious of. But I feel like DRX might have to be the ones to ban Yuumi on blue side. Do they want to play against Ruler and Lehends with their singed bot lane shenanigans if DRX decide to first pick it?
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they want to continue. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's one way to get a Yuumi ban out of them.
I like it. Respect. Trying to force out the response ban from the opposite side from Gen.G. What are the options going to be? Are they that concerned about the Yuumi? They should be. I'll just say, for the record, do not do what DK did and assume that you can beat. You can't beat the cat. You can ban the cat, but you can't beat the cat. Know that better than anybody.
There's the Aatrox ban. So, Akali, Sylas, Caitlyn, Yuumi, 4 champions that will be up and available. And DRX can look to target ban certain things here.
I'm going to be honest.
Something like a Viego ban, for example.
You're thinking about a lot of things, but we're both just waiting to see.
Yeah.
Will the Akali get banned? Will the Sylas get banned? Zeka, despite the fact that
Ryze.
Oh, okay.
Smart ban. I think it was Faker yesterday who picked it into the Sylas. I mean, Ryze is good into these kind of champions like Sylas where you can just quick trade, run away with phase rush, right? It's really hard to lock him down despite him being short range, and you can get the waves in quicker, so it means you can roam around the map faster. Of course, he can hit you while you're in the wave as well if Sylas tries to trade his HP to get the push.
And we've seen against these short-range composition how much havoc can be wreaked. But now, the Akali's up, the Sylas is up. DRX will have their pick of the litter in terms of who they want to prioritize.
Caitlyn is up as well. I think what they're saying here, DRX, is Sylas and Akali are up. We'll get one of them no matter what on the 2-3. We'll prioritize Caitlyn here. Now, Gen.G has the options of things like Sejuani, Viego, their preference on this mid matchup. And for bot lane, they might have to lean towards something like Varus again into this Caitlyn. They will have support counter pick on red side, so that helps out a little bit. But DRX here are probably just going to pick Akali or Sylas on 2 with a Lux on 3.
Lux would certainly make a lot of sense. Definitely the premier pairing for that option. Sylas going to be the lock-in, and you can see overall the more flexible champion. Based on what we've seen thus far, Zeka definitely coming out on top of that matchup more often than not. The Sylas into Akali. Have to assume they're going to lock it in, but see if there are any bot lane responses from the side of Gen.G. Instead, though, again, when you have so many specific target bans, more and more of the S tiers leak through. Graves feels like undisputed king of the jungle, but so frequently taken off the board, will now go into the hands of Peanut.
And of course, Graves, you have to think about the level 1s. DRX needs to be very aware of what could Peanut do level 1 with the late invades. And how does he want to match the Graves? I'd be very shocked if they drop the Akali and actually prioritize jungle here if they drop support, especially given that Gen.G haven't picked their AD carry yet. But it could be a teaser of what's to come. No, it's
gonna
locked
be
in.
it!
It's gonna be the Kindred. They're gonna drop support by the looks of it. Wow. Kindred, of course, Pyosik.
What? Are they willing to drop the Akali for Zeka? A pick that has gotten so much done for DRX to make sure that their bot lane is that they are. Zeka He wants us to remember the name. He wants us to remember that he is not afraid to take the back foot and a few more target bans to make sure that his bot lane can come out on top.
3 range champions already. Gen.G need to match this Lux right now by looks of it, so they're going to go for something like the Karma. Means that on 4 you'll have plenty of options to choose from, but contesting push against Caitlyn Lux is always a very difficult one. Of course, Pyosik, if you're wondering why he's picked Kindred and not many other people are, he was a one-trick Kindred streamer, and it's his favorite champion. I think it's probably one of his best as well. A lot of success on this champion.
Yeah, the classic fun fact, of course, Pyosik meaning Mark, Korean. Have to see what the options are going to be here, though. And even though DRX have secured for themselves an incredible powerhouse bot lane, Caitlyn Lux, it is a bot lane that requires an insanely high level of execution. If you make one misstep, this lane falls apart so incredibly quickly. And the cost of securing this bottom lane, of securing these 2 champions together, is the Akali falling away from Zeka. Where will his champion pool take him next?
I wonder if we'll see a Zoe from Zeka. It's the first thing I can think of when I see the way their comp is leaning towards. And into the Sylas, it can be a good matchup in terms of getting the push in the early stages. Because Ryze is out, Akali's out. Azir run back with 4 range champions. I don't think that's the play for DRX. Again, they need the game to be a bit faster paced. They need to have a little bit more pressure. Yes, Zoe's a range champion as well, but she can actually walk up on sieges and help out the Caitlyn Lux. There's the Azir ban to no one's surprise. They could also go towards the Lissandra direction, but into Sylas, it's really, really hard to pick. And Swain, Galio, I don't really feel like these are champions in Zeka's wheelhouse.
Definitely going to be tricky. Definitely going to need to see Zeka dig deep. Don't want to end up in a situation where you do not have some sort of playmaking in the mid. Again, a lot of range, but a very squishy, very vulnerable composition. Not a lot of hard engage options. Light binding, not enough to let you really comfortably front to back team fight. But now the Camille taken off the board. Ruler can just pick up the Varus here. Does he want to go for something a bit more spicy?
There's no way he goes Samira with Karma, right? Especially into Caitlyn. Yeah, Varus would make the most sense. He needs something that can wave clear, not look for all-ins, get the push. Try to contest the Caitlyn Lux and have set up for your jungler, right? The Varus ult so pivotal in that sense. Now it's on DRX, blind picking their top lane and their answer to Sylas. This is the question we've had from the get-go. Ahri would be one of them. Of course, we'll fall off the later the game goes, but it's going to be Zeka's Ahri. Now, he dropped Ahri towards the end of the summer regular season. They lost to Hanwha, they lost to KT in the last week of the regular season in the LCK summer split this year. And it was Ahri which was Zeka's main priority, and he was really struggling in those games, so confident enough to bring it back here on the World semi-final stage, and Gragas locked in there for Kingen. I don't think Doran will struggle to find a counter pick to that champion. Sejuani actually still up, interesting enough.
Debating the option is, can't go for Sejuani instead. The Ornn! You want fights this game, you're gonna get them. Ornn and the Gragas ready to kick things off, most certainly, but the early game naturally where we have to keep our eyes anytime there's a Caitlyn Lux in the game, Ahri as well. Keeping track of where the early action is going to be.
Yeah, good pick there from Gen.G. They needed frontline, they needed engage. They had pushing bot, they had skirmish heavy. Mid-jungle, you need to slot in a tank there somewhere, and they found it in the Ornn. So very similar compositions from both sides here. Top will be in isolation. I expect the majority of the game. And the Kindred Ahri will be trying to fight back against the Graves Sylas. Whoever can get to bots first will have the push. In isolation, it can be situational on how the Mantra queues go, but if either mid-jungle is hovering towards bot side, then they have to give up the push, right? So mid-jungle is important in this game in making sure that Caitlyn can look for plates or the Varus can fight back and go even and sustain the push against the Caitlyn.
Very volatile compositions, tons of pressure when it comes to execution on the side of DRX. Gen.G sitting comfortably, knowing that they are up a game. A spot in finals on the line. Can Gen.G move up to 2-0, move to match point, or will DRX be able to fire back? We wanted to see more in the draft phase. We wanted to see a curveball, and we certainly have found it now. The Caitlyn and Lux, the Ahri to match the Sylas on the opposite side. Very different look as we gear up for game 2.
A lot of pressure on DRX to look for these plays now. You've got the Ahri, you've got the pushing bot, you need to act upon it. Kindred is a champion that, when I was a professional jungler in scrims, you would get a lot of stacks, you'd fight a lot in marks, and you'd be able to find lots of stacks in the early stages, but on stage in professional games, it's almost becomes an objective. You know, when the enemy jungle has a stack in your jungle, you make sure it's warded, you make sure you're around to cover it. DRX, of course, we talked about the level 1s. We talked about Graves' level 1. Normally it's been on blue side towards top to take away your red buff, and of course you can fight back against most junglers with Graves level 1. So I wonder if DRX is thinking about that, and they're conscious of it, of Peanut just walking in alongside Ruder and Lehens and forcing DRX back.
Oh, and it's Comet Ruler could be going for the lethality build, just trying to outrange, outpoke here.
Yeah, I think it was Hope who was the majority of the time playing Hail of Blades Varus, but Comet Varus also works very well. Double Comet in bot to push back against the Caitlyn Lux. I said push a lot because that's just how Caitlyn works. You get push, you can win. If you don't get push as Caitlyn, you're very useless. So this is the late invade that Gen G are going for, I wonder.
Speaking of push the connect button and make sure to grab the exclusive Very Nasa's Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account. Turn our attention back towards this one, of course. Tracking the early mark, tracking bot lane a lot. Very explosive bot lane. Double Comet, something we need to keep our eye on. And both sides opting for longsword 3-pots. Again, less all-in power, but the sustain, the immediate effective health you get from just having 3-pots in lane, much higher.
Nice E there by Beryl, will land the first poke. Mantra Q really important here in this lane. Trying to poke them out as much as possible, but Lehends will focus on the creeps to contest the push. Pyosik starting topside. Peanut, he's going to go for the invade, so he didn't go for the level 1, but he's going for the level 2. There's a ward right next to the brush that'll spot him,
That's
and
big.
Pyosik will know. But the information doesn't help, does it? Because you're losing your red. Pyosik has to go to Peanuts right now, and your Caitlyn Lux are on a split map. I think this is a huge blunder from DRX, because your Caitlyn Lux will not be able to get the push. They'll send under their tower, and what are you playing towards? You're playing towards your Gragas lane, right? So Peanut, really good play here to deny Pyosik from affecting bot and helping out this Caitlyn Lux.
Pressure now on Pyosik to really have a big impact again, because as you highlighted, the damage is done by isolating that lane. Peanut walking down immediately forces Beryl and Deft to back up.
Oh.
And if we look back, everyone knows the potential of this lane. You've seen the masterclass games, you've seen the flawless games where Caitlyn is getting 10 tower plates in 5 minutes. This is not going to be one of those games when Peanut is already shutting it down in the early game.
Yeah, and it's kind of frozen as well, so it's just so hard for DRX to step up that wave. Pyosik hopefully will cross back into bot side here and try to help out this bot lane to get that push. Waiting for the cannon to die there so he doesn't get spotted. Quite a smart play to make sure he's in fog of war. For all Peanut could know, he could be on Raptors right now, he could be on his Krugs, could be even ganking towards top side. So Peanut might get a bit of a surprise when he sees Pyosik in this bot side jungle. 10 seconds on the crab spawn. Peanut will go towards the wolves. We'll see if Pyosik can roll
And this is
a
big.
good spawn on his mark, but Ruler and Lehends might be pushing up.
The entire time Pyosik is looking for this angle, camps are being cleared. He is betting so much just to be here. He reveals himself on the bottom side. Beryl immediately flashing forward, waiting on the binding, but the binding goes wide. Lehends still standing. One, looking for more stacks in the mounting dread, but they cannot find the kill. Only the summoner spell, and Ruler firing back. Oh man, he's a monster.
The 2v3 turned in favor of Gen G. There was so much hesitation from DRX. Beryl trying to flash on top of Lehends to land the Q when he flashes away. Just about misses it. Peanut will get bot crab. Could look for his Raptors here as well, so he's going to get off to a sizable lead. I would love to see that replay again, because I'm really not sure what Pyosik was doing. I thought he could have just picked up the kill onto Lehends with his flash, but he opted to back away. But I'll hold my breath till we see it.
Certainly something we're going to have to wait for. And remember, Pyosik used so much time to be there, to make that play happen. He moved down to the bottom side of the map. He did not take his own camps, and now Peanut is making his way into the mid lane. That's smoke screen slow. Looking for a bit more damage, taking his time on this one. Incredible patience from Zeka, even standing in the smoke screen, even with zero information, knew that he was safe.
Is he confident enough to cross into topside here and take away that next crab? No smite, but it's the Kindred stack. It's so important, but Zeka's basic
Jovi
right now.
moving up.
He's gonna have to
Pyosik
give
needs to
this.
get out.
Yeah, he's gonna have to get out. Double crab, lost his Raptors. It's a disaster for the Kindred in the early stages.
For the DRX fans out there, this hurts, because you know how important this early game was. You know that Deft and Beryl needed to get off to a good start, but they bet everything on this play, and it turned against them.
So Deft is just calling here. Let's just go on this this Karma. This must be a free kill. What does Pyosik do here? He lands the E. Why doesn't he go forwards? He must think that the play is off when the binding misses, but he could get in easily a couple more autos there with the flash. There's no heal on Ruler, and Beryl commits the flash to make sure it happens, and it's the Comet.
Oh, it's a little pebble!
And the Scorch that gets the kill, I believe, and turns the 2v3 on its head.
You can see the joy on Ruler's face. He knows that they were already winning just by surviving that play, just by holding on. The fact that they get the kill as well is incredible. And crushing for DRX,
Yeah,
as comedic as that reaction was.
crushing indeed, and Ruler's going towards the Lethality Varus build. Will be a poke champion, and we'll try to push DRX off of these objectives the longer the game goes.
So let's take stock. Already you're seeing almost 1,000 gold in the favor of Gen G. That's the CS discrepancy on the bottom side, the massive CS discrepancy in the jungle. XP-wise, DRX still leading the charts, although it's neck and neck. Zeka and Chovy both ticking over to level 5, almost level 6 now.
Pyosik looking down towards his bot side again. He knows he needs to get the ball rolling. Lehends has no flash. wonder if he's going to jump over and then blast cone back into the bush to make sure he avoids the ward. No, he's going to run straight through, but Lahenz has no flash, and he'll be here first.
There's also a very scary boy. Meanwhile, on the top side, King and Doran trading back and forth. Pyosik, he's only level 4. Lahenz isn't even concerned. He's not even scared. There's no red buff to back him up. Oh, looking for the 1v1. Kingan now getting hit. It's a big hammer. The Ornn now trying to get him down. They're toes ticking. Oh, look at the blinking out bars, the flash out. It's so tense. He's buying time. He's waiting for cooldowns. That's the passive backup and available. 8 seconds. He gets the healing just in time. The thumbs up, baby. It's okay. They're going to walk away. Both men standing.
What a great
day.
What a great fight. Doran just trying to flash R2, and Kingan knocks him back into it because he knew Doran would flash over it. Both of them walk away. Peanut now on this bot side.
We've got to keep our eyes. How close is Ruler to level 6? That is going to be the engage tool they need to start getting aggressive onto Beryl and Deft. Stepping forward, big poke, Beryl, the snare. Once it connects, they're going to hit the free target. No intent, turning to Deft.
Oh.
Big damage, can't even dodge that one as he stands in the smoke screen.
Little bait and switch there. Beryl was the target, so Deft thought he could weave in auto attacks to push them back. Pyosik level 5 now though, but sorry to Dirk on the Graves. Phase check could be good. Zeka doesn't have a lot of mana though to join.
Pyosik getting aggressive, mounting Dread, big source of damage, does get that down initially.
That's the stack right there. That's Kindred's mark. He needs that stack.
Flash forward! Ooh, not this time! This time there's the shield. Matt doesn't quite check out.
Yeah, Ruler thought he had the damage there with the full stack WQ auto. Beryl lives. I think Pyosik did get that stack, yeah, so he's sitting on 1 and he'll find Peanut once again.
Need to run him down. Trading aggro on the blue. The zone now gonna fade away. All those extra dashes no longer available. Peanut now taking control of the objective. Chovy still under his tower for now, but Pyosik knows that he needs to get out.
So let's take stock of the game. There's been so much fighting, but only one singular kill in the 2v3. DRX are trying to contest this bot side to get Caitlyn to push as quickly as they can, try and get some stacks on this Kindred. All the meanwhile, though, Zeka's been building a lead in isolation. 17 CS difference right now on this Ahri. We saw them trade ultimates a little bit earlier on, and now the Herald is spawning. Zeka quite low with no potions. Chovy the same, so Peanut will help him push out. Pyosik's looking for another stack, and he will get Peanut's Raptors sitting on 2 right now.
Definitely good after the fumble earlier in the game, after that gank went awry. And again, for Zeka, this is so much and means so much for the series as we move forward. Because we're really just used to talking about his Akali, talking about his Sylas, but if the Ahri can get added to the list as well, it's going to be big as Lahenz poking in from the side. Ruler level 6 as well. Deft and Beryl debating if they can just get aggressive onto Ruler, but the cleanse being there makes it so difficult.
It does, but then the target becomes Lux, it becomes Beryl. Ruler can just shoot out his ultimate onto this Lux and she will die with the ignites, with the Mantra Q. That's an easy pickup, so Beryl has to play with a lot of respect. The damage has been done to this bot side. King and no flash, doesn't get hit by the knockup, but the ultimate.
Has his ultimate available, is going to throw it out, just knocking him away. But it is pressure on the top side. King going to be forced to back away from the wave. Should be an easy push out now for Doran.
So Herald is up. Peanut, is he going to start it? Yes, he is. So I think, let's look at Pyosik here on the minimap. Is he going to go to Gromp and try to take the stack away to get to 3 and try to get to 4 as quick as possible? Or does he think he's in time to fight the Herald? Looks like he's moving up. 2v2 on the horizon. No ultimate for Doran, no TP, so that means Kingan can join this in a 3v2, and Peanut just gonna reset this Herald, no mid push. Not confident enough to take it, and I'll give it over to DRX, you have to expect. With Beryl basing, he can move up here, and Ruler, of course, is gonna deny the Gromp to stop the stack from being picked up.
Good heads-up play to take that one away as Kingan now comes down. Giving up the Herald, definitely not ideal for Gen G, but remember, just a few minutes ago, it was about a 1,000 gold lead. DRX have been bringing it back. Even if they have not found that kill, keeping it within touching distance, the Herald really going to even out that discrepancy as Zeka continues to trade aggressively in the mid lane. No kill pressure on Chovy quite yet, but has to be careful.
Zeka is doing a great job. We were wondering what his pick into Sylas is when we give up the Akali ban. 20 CS leads, 2 plates, and he has a Herald. So now all of a sudden a win condition for DRX has arose. They can just put the Herald down mid here and just try to take a full tower because Zeka is winning his lane. TP back from Chovy won't be in time though because Peanut is on the Dragon. He almost picked up for Ruler. This should be an easy first blood tower and this gold lead will go in favor of DRX. So bot lane has fallen apart, but they've now relied on Zeka. Are they going to keep going here? They see Doran top. They know Peanut's on Dragon, but they are going to back away.
Fishing with the charm, they will not find it, but it is on the back of Zeka. The individual advantage he was able to build, that they are able to use that Herald in the mid lane. Now Deft walking down, trying to zone away. Pyosik on the way in, is he just gonna smite it? Baiting, taking it out.
No one had smite! Nobody had smite! That was really awkward stare down. Peanut just got it the last second. But, okay, so the Dragon does go over to Gen G, and now they're gonna try to stop them from getting into bot to look for a plate, but very messy. I like the confidence, but that smoke screen did work.
Peanut waiting in the darkness. Big damage now going to come in. Karma firing it over the wall, chunking them out. Potentially trying to open up the option for a dive. Pyosik in the area, though, with the Lamb's Respite. Not going to give them anything else here.
Yeah, Peanut's going to take the base, and chunking them out is all you want to do in this lane. That's exactly what this lane's all about. Just poke, poke, poke. The more the lands, the better it is for the Varus. But it's Zeka right now who's sitting with the lead. 600 gold, roughly. That mid-tier one's down. Now he can start moving around the map, and I hold my breath for a second as Pyosik is still hovering around the spot side. Not much action to be done, but Ruler has no flash. They only have one Lux binding a CC, and he has got the cleanse to respond to it. Now he will get spotted on this pink, and the play will be off.
Play is going to fizzle, of course, on the bottom side of the map, really. Ruler continuing to build that advantage more and more. Getting that early Youmu's, having the tier stacking up as well. Now with the Umbral Glaive on Peanut too, the game gets so much more difficult. The vision line for DRX is slowly but surely just going to get whittled down. And for Kingen on the top side, he's been staying in these lane phases for so long, but he's just running out of mana. Maybe vulnerable to a dive soon. It doesn't look like they're going to try to push any greater advantage here. Just happy to give Doran the recall.
Yeah, he should be fine. He has the TP, but Zeka just used his back to mid. Now has the Everfrost. Look at the item disparity in mid lane. Zeka should be able to dominate this, get the waves in, and start pushing towards the side lanes. Of course, Zeka was one of the young talents from BLG. He went across to the LPL, across to China, and he was a very highly sought mid laner coming into this year. DRX able to pick him up off the back of Kingen, who's actually a very close friend of his, convinced him to come over to the LCK, drop the LPL, and join him in the ranks of DRX, and now he's having a standout year. Regular season was very good, but the World so far, he is looking like a superstar.
And the evolution of Zeka has been a pleasure to watch, because we heard from Deft in an interview he did with Ashley Kang that he's always been a great player in scrims, but that bringing that level of performance to the stage has always been a struggle, and you catch glimmers of it when they're barely able to make it to Worlds, and you see more of it in play-ins, and then more again in groups and quarters, and now here we stand in semifinals against Chovy, one of, if not the best mid laner in the world, struggling. And obviously, Zeka getting the counter pick, but this is exactly what you want from your mid laner when you are facing down Gen G.
Yeah, and that's exactly it as well, because when you pick these counter picks, you need them to have value, and we're seeing the value come out of Zeka despite being up against such a titan in the mid lane. And Pyosik still hovering around mid now. Looks like he wants to push Chovy back, but this constant mid push is allowing Deft and Beryl to keep up with the tempo of Gen G. You can see they're first towards top, no Herald in their back pocket, 2 minutes from either neutral objective, so we'll see how the rotations go. But for now, it looks like DRX want to keep Zeka in mid. They don't want to put Deft in there. They don't want to have Zeka on a side lane just yet. And Ruler will start to have to give up the push, because of Zeka. He's the key right now for DRX to unlocking this map.
And it's very, very important that DRX do not take their foot off the gas. They try to continue to leverage Zeka's advantage or build advantages elsewhere, because their composition as a whole, incredibly, hold that thought, incredibly squishy. And when you look at Ruler and you think about lethality bars as we get later in the game, yes, this champion has been nerfed time after time after time, but a single good arrow in a late game team fight will take out half the health bars of every DRX member.
It really will, and we're on the cusp of the game breaking in either side with these neutral spawning. If Zeka falls, Gen G will push both these side lanes in so quickly and take either side lane tower. If Zeka stays alive, then they can make it so Death is even again with Ruler. These next few minutes will be really important in dictating how the game will go around these dragon fights. So here comes Zeka again, up towards his top side. Ruler would love to hit this tower, but he can't because there's an Ahri around. He's just trying to poke Death away. Can't walk up and hit.
Definitely difficult, getting a few autos here and there, but definitely not able to fully commit to the tower as Lehens tries to push the vision line forward, grouping up with Peanut, regaining control here. Beryl has to be careful now that the binding is down, just to back away.
Wow, okay. So they're going to give it up. Death's getting chunked out. You talked about the lethality virus taking health bars, and Death got hit by a few too many. They don't feel confident enough in the 4v3 to hold this.
Oh, and this is brutal. This is taking your time, just trying to make sure the enemy AD carry gets absolutely as little CS as possible. Goodbye to that cannon. Making sure that falls before the tower does, and now pushing the rest of the wave in.
So, Dragon in 25, Herald in 40. Looking at DRX's positioning, it's a bit awkward, isn't it? Because you've got your 3-man towards bot side looking for this Dragon, but Death solo pushing out top. King and TP's bot. Pyosik will find Doran, and Ruler will get his base off. Gen G are will be the first to the objective with this numbers advantage, with Chovy having a TP, and it looks like Dragon is the call, so Deft's gonna have to join his team as quick as possible.
That is the call. He's now running his way down. One item for Deft, the Gale Force. On the opposite side, Ruler not opting for a Mythic quite yet. Instead focused just on more lethality, more AD, man immune, surely around the corner. But the Dragon, again, looks like it will be uncontested. Gen.G don't feel like they need to take this one out. Second Herald about to spawn. They will turn their sights towards the top side of the map instead. Don't really feel like they need the Dragon stacking as a win condition. And Infernal is going to be the soul this time around. So the stacking going to be more important than it was in the game 1.
Yeah, they had double TP, but they choose for the cross map. But DRX are around, and they're hovering to contest. They get the mid push in. Kingen has joined his team. Doran still on the spot side will look for the bot tier 1 that's incredibly low. So Gen.G right now are buying time for this Ornn to push in, take the tower, and then once the tower is down, then they will TP up with the Ornn and try to take this fight. So DRX are on a timer here. They have about 10 to 15 seconds to play with while Kingen's around mid before they have to go back towards bot. So they want to force something, but they need to make sure they're not too impatient.
Can't be too impatient, can't be too slow. Herald now going to reset, and the window is closed, really. Dorn can just TP up now. Kingen now has to return to the bottom lane. Dorn with a TP advantage can use his TP to come to the fight. So again, small trades continuously going in the favor of Gen.G in this instance, and Zeka, well, it was pretty massively ahead. Chovy getting farm on these side lanes has been steadily catching up.
He has got a shutdown on himself now, 150 gold, only down 10 CS. So that window's closed like I talked about. Zeka has to catch top, Kingen has to catch bot lane, and the Herald will go over. I expect that to be used in the mid lane. Try and take down that mid tower to stop the Caitlyn from being able to walk up. Oh, this poke. Varus is doing so much work and getting that mid push as well, isn't it, Ruler? Of course, he's famous for the Varus. Actually, hang on a second.
Down, big damage, picking up supports. Not quite enough. The healing coming in from Lehens opts to empower the snare, so gets the initial healing there. As Pyosik, patience on the sidestep. Is Ruler just fishing, maybe hoping to catch the dash?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's looking for. Looked a bit awkward, but was hoping that maybe Pyosik would backstep and then kind of jump towards the backside, and maybe they could pick up the kill that way. Won't hurt him too much. There's no objectives to fight over, so that'll be back up. And it was the Varus ult from Ruler that solidified the World Championship, that actually caught out Faker in the mid lane on the Karma, and it's what pushed him to that world title. Of course, there's 2 world champions in this game, Ruler and Beryl, staring at each other opposite ends on the bot lane. Chovy, though,
fishing for the 1v1, will find it. Dash being matched for Dash. Everfrost for Everfrost. Trading back and forth, but Chovy still on the hunt. Chovy still fishing for more, but Zeka will make it out.
nerves of steel from Zeka. Doesn't panic flash the chain, knows he will be all right. Knows it won't connect. DRX now pressuring on the spot side, and despite this lane lead that Zeka has built up for himself, he's actually losing out on the side lane when Chovy can take away that ultimate. Kingen right now, Pyosik right now is on 3 stacks. Needs 1 more to push himself to that 4. It's on the Gromp, but he can't find his way into the bot side jungle, so Gen.G are going to force towards mid. Zeka has the TP, Chovy does not.
And this is the struggle of playing against Gen.G when they deny so many avenues. Against Denwankia, it felt like a brawl. Left and right, trades back and forth. But here against DRX, Gen.G are bleeding them out. No avenues of attack, no options to come back in. And we look back to the start of the game, so much of this comes down to Peanut, the early jungle pathing, isolating the bot lane. And while Pyosik tried to force the play on the bottom side, the second that went awry, it felt like Gen.G were in absolute control. The one sliver of hope that DRX were really holding on to was Zeka, was his individual advantage, but it just has not amounted to anything greater than a laning lead.
Yeah, they're going to have to look for team fights around these dragons soon. The problem is, when you play with Caitlyn, the reason the push is so important is because then when you're first to the dragon, you can have a trap set up. Pyosik
over the wall, fishing out for Lehens, forcing the flash out early. Peanut now gonna find an angle there. Pyosik goes right back over. Maybe gonna look to commit a little bit more here. Dorn in the area as well. Chovy in top lane. Pyosik wants Lehens. Will be spotted out here. Play will stop there, but fishing for that opportunity, taking the flash away from the Karma. Big in the fights to follow him. Pyosik wants to keep this one going. He's got the Kraken Slayer. He does good damage. He knows that in the long fight, he can take down Doran.
This is great for DRX because now this mid push will mean that they can move towards bot. That tower is still available, and Pyosik trying to push Doran back. We'll see if Gen.G has a response. Chovy has the TP. I don't think they can step up too far for this because next mid wave's coming in. Baron spawning soon. They need to make sure they have some kind of topside vision. So Doran will clear out the wave. Flash down on Lehens will mean that DRX can look to punish that later on around these neutral fights, but DRX want to keep this dragon set up. 40 seconds on the spawn. Everyone's going to base. Gen.G coming out of base as well. Pings on the Baron, though. You can see all those pings on the minimap on the top side. I wonder what DRX are thinking. Def just picking up that rapid fire. 2 items on the Caitlyn. Ruler has the 2 items as well.
I mean, you do have double 80 carries, essentially. Can shred through that objective, but I still think it's going to take much too much time. But maybe a Desperation Baron, maybe sneaking something away is an avenue for now. Pyosik holding on to control on the bottom side of the map, looking to take down this Scuttle Crab. Right as a mark respawn, looks like that's going to be his 4th.
Yeah, that's big for the Kindred. But the thing is, they need Caitlyn in here. They need Deft to get down towards this river so they can place the traps down. Caitlyn pushes in lane, puts down traps, and makes it so it's hard for face checks to happen. But Gen G have already found their way in. They've gone through bot. Peanuts already in the river. Vision contest coming in. Zeka TPing back with the Banshees.
Fight's gonna be big. Chovy taking away the ulti. DRX gonna try to set up the pseudo frontline, use the traps. Gain point control they can. Right now fishing. Ruler, you're gonna get caught out over the wall. Zeka desperate to get a sidestep on the Lux. That's the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. The extra movement speed, taking him out to safety. Gen G pulling back for now. Brief pause. 5K. Dragon getting lower. Junglers with smites this time around, wanting to go in, wanting to get a little bit more. Who will take it? In the end, it's ticking, it's resetting, but the Kindred will smite it and take it down. And now the fight turns as Kingen on the backside. DRX standing, 4 members strong, pushing in. They want to break Gen G. Kingen going over the wall will get locked up. Nobody going to fall in the end, but it is the Dragon to DRX.
DRX push Gen G back for the first time in this series. Ruler getting caught by the binding by Zeka, forcing him out the fight, meaning that it's basically a 4v5 from the get-go. The Dragon reset making the situation extremely awkward, but DRX get what they came for, losing a couple flashes on their solo layers, but forcing them back onto Gen G.
Ruler returning to mid lane. Atlanta, hope begins to build once again. Hungry ever for more action. You gotta fight with no kills. They want to see more.
And DRX, they have a lot of standing gold. Top tier 1, bot tier 1, they just need side push. It's a very different game from game 1.
Barrel. Locked down, Barrel clean binding over the wall. The Ruler coming in, Peanut flashing to the side. Barrel flashing out to safety, knowing the ult would be the end of him. Ulti will not connect.
Look at Zeka. TP behind, that's
If
Kingen.
it's going to be
Peanut's in
big, this
trouble.
would be everything. Peanut running. Kicking off to the side, the Barrel's going to be big. Zaka now leaping forward. Zaka trying to land everything. It looks like he's going to take down Lahen. Lahen's still standing. Lahen's still alive. Peanut finding, but Kingen finding one. Kingen looking for a few more, baby. That's the power of the Gragas, and Pyosik will live to see another day. Locking him down the dashboard. The traps, it just keeps coming, but it's Chovy up to the side with the Lux Laser. Big damage, but not enough to finish the kill.
2-1 on the kill score. DRX pick up 2. Massive TP flank there from King and Zeka with the gap close. Summoners blown again. Peanut loses his flash. Barrel, on the tip, they're almost falling to Gen G, who will pick up this tower. Lux Laser won't be enough to slow down the push. And the game goes back to a state of basing and vision control. DRX managed to punish Gen G this time around, and they're going to look to do so once again.
Credit to DRX, they've been finding the avenues, they've been finding the angles, they've been holding on despite a very difficult early game. Tracking now the items as we return. 2 on the Caitlyn, the extra range, but you can see how hard it is when these arrows connect from Ruler. In a game of auto attacks, Caitlyn's gonna win every time, but if it's just about those abilities, Ruler is hitting like a truck. Only King can really weather the storm. Barrel, Zeka, Deft, all have to be so incredibly careful. Pyosik as well. And now, the Baron and the sights of Gen G that got set up. It's absolute darkness. The blue ward being used, but Gen G waiting, hungry.
Zeka pushing out top. Pyosik actually stayed on the bot side of the map. He picked up the blue buff, which had a mark on it. Gen G really want to start this Baron up, but they don't have damage for it. Poke Varus can't get Baron down quickly. Sylas is not something like an Azir that can burn it down. They can only threaten it, and they need to make DRX walk into them, but they don't take the bait. Pyosik gets another stack on the back half of that. Peanut will pick up the Wolves to deny the next one. Let's take a look at the replay here. Peanut wants to smite away, I believe, the big Raptor, or tried to take it away. Binding connects, trap connects, all the damage lands onto him. The E there, Knights Calibernet to get the auto attack in. The ultimate means that
Picture in picture, live screen, the play now going out. Peanut may have been caught out again, leaping forward. That's going to be the pick. DRX,
that's massive. DRX are going to push it mid. That's a free tower.
It's going to be big. DRX, the siege now continues. The power of the Caitlyn finally online. The sieging potential of the double 80 carries. They will break open mid-tier 2. Atlanta comes alive. They are ready for more. They are ready for the 5-game series, and it starts with DRX taking more and more advantages here.
And it starts with Kingen. Saw Peanut on the Wolves there while we went to the replay. Actually finds him on the pick. Deft follows up with the ultimate and the Gale Force. Second, they pushed down mid there and got the tower. DRX were pinging side waves. They need to push out these sides. Gold still down for DRX, but the game feels very even. DRX have so much playmaking tools, and this is what they lacked in game 1. Ways to gap close and connect onto Gen G. Sitting on 2 dragons similar to last game, but this time around it's an Infernal Soul. This time it's something that they can force and fight around. 45 seconds on this next dragon. DRX looking to take bases, looking to set up.
and they certainly are not out of the woods yet. Banshee's Veil here, very strong for Zeka to mitigate some of that initial poke. You can see Shadow Flame on the opposite side for Chovy. Surely a death cap to follow. This will be one terrifying Sylas. Crowd alive here, ready for more. 22 seconds on the Infernal. Peanut clearing out what vision he can. DRX taking control of the mid lane for now. Very easy for Ruler to just one-shot the wave. But this is the setup we talked about. This is what is so important when you have a Caitlyn on your team laying down the trap line. Cadril, you highlighted it so many times.
A lot of question mark pings in the bot side jungle here. Chovy has TP. He could TP behind DRX right now and sandwich them. The trap line is buying time to make it so Gen.G have to go through bot, but right now he's pushing onto this top tier 2. Gen.G have to fight this though. They're going to be on soul point. There's the TP. There's the double TP. DRX on the dragon.
Peanut off to the side. He wants to make it over the wall. He wants to steal it, but it will not happen yet. Doran in enemy territory. DRX taking their third dragon.
And they're out. They're gone. The top tier 2 is still alive. That's double global from Gen.G and no fight to happen. Dragon over to DRX, and now they're going to move in towards the top side. Doran gets hit by the binding, but no real follow-up here. Gen.G must be a little bit frustrated with this. They invested so much and got nothing from this play.
Ruler just has not been able to hit an arrow. DRX giving him so much respect in these exchanges, taking the Scuttle Crab, returning to the mid lane. Have to be careful about walking in on this one. Gen.G determined to get something back. DRX finally able to fight fire with fire in this game. No longer just letting Gen.G bleed them out. It will no longer be death by 1,000 cuts. Gen.G are going to have to fight fist to fist in this one.
Gen.G kind of have their backs against the wall in a sense right now because DRX will wait. They will just wait 4 minutes and they will fight an Infernal Soul. And Gen.G have the option of 1, try to force a Baron, but it's very hard with Sylas and Varus, or 2, play the waiting game with them and see this Caitlyn get an Infinity Edge. That's the biggest hurdle that they're going to have to overcome. It's so hard to bait DRX into these objectives, into this Baron, because DRX know they can't finish it. They know they don't have the innate DPS, but eventually they're just going to have to do it, I think, after they take these bases and pick up these next cores. Chovy getting close to that Rabadon's. Forces will come through. DRX need to keep mid-push, though. Pyosik in trouble.
Burn angle. Pyosik locked down the snare. Surely going to connect now. Pyosik can throw down the Lamb's Rest, but it's stored from over the wall. Pyosik sidestepping. The healing now going to come in. Oh! But the combo is clean! Ruler and Peanut stand together. Collateral damage. The arrow from Varus. They will find the enemy jungler.
Incredible range there. Pyosik had the flash, but he doesn't flash in time. Jungler down for 30 seconds. Could this be the window for Gen.G to force it up? King and low on mana has the ultimate. Is going to base in TP. Gen.G will take this window and they will force DRX to respond. Caitlyn ults for poke onto Beryl. Zeka has the ultimate. Kingen is back here. Lehends and Ruler looking for a target. Ruler no flash though.
Ruler caught out, knocked back into the wall. It's going to be a big laser! But it won't finish the job. It's just a support Lux. Doran getting pushed out of this one. And again, they don't have the damage to force the Baron, and DRX know it, so they move into the pit. They are fishing for the kill. Zeka leaping forward, looking to lock Doran down. The flashback of the wall. It's Chovy on the backside, but it's Chovy in turn who will be locked up. He's ignited. He dashes out. He's ready to dash back in, but it was not the right call. The shutdown for Deft.
48 seconds on the superstar mid laner of Gen.G. DRX have so much time to work with, and you can see it right there. Gen.G, despite getting a pick onto the enemy jungler, they just can't get the Baron down enough to merit DRX actually being forced to walk in, so they play the range game. Ruler lost his flash, so easy target for Kingen. DRX are not going to force Baron on the back half of that. There's still a top tier 1 up. There's still a bot tier 1 up, and this all comes off the back of Pyosik getting caught out. Doesn't panic though, saves the flash, uses the ultimate, and look at Ruler here on the right-hand side. Gets picked off by Deft, forces his flash out. Pyosik dies, but Gen.G crumble and fall apart around that Baron.
And the combo is clean, the timing's clean to finish the enemy jungler, but we saw in that play the strengths and weaknesses. The strengths, the poke, how quickly they can kill someone. The weaknesses, they cannot do this Baron, but they chose to start it anyway.
Chovy here dashing out, but that chain, did he really want that one to land? Maybe if he got the W in, he could maybe sustain through the Caitlyn ult, but the Gragas E stopped that from happening. Deft, 3 items strong now. Infinity Edge Caitlyn, despite losing the lane phase and being down 40 CS, he is incredibly strong in this mid to late game transition now. And all that time we've spent fighting around this Baron has given more time for this Dragon to spawn. 1 minute 20 seconds on that one. DRX are going to look to get vision around it, look to secure it. Even in a 50-50 scenario, they'll take that because that's going to stay there for the rest of the game. Gen.G struggling to find responses. They're going to try to go through mid here to deny the trap setup from DRX because Zeka, still on this top side, hasn't taken his base. Doran coming through the mid lane now for Gen.G. They'll group up as 5. Chovy with the bot push as well. 1 minute left on this Dragon.
Gen.G doing everything they can to make sure that they can get control of the bottom side of the map. And you can see, again, the power of the poke from Varus. And Gen.G have the setup. If they are free to rain down these arrows from afar, they can take fights, they can find picks, they can win the exchanges. But if DRX get the setup, if the Caitlyn traps go down, it is so difficult, it is so hard for Gen.G to fight their way in. Now they stand as 5. They will not be split in the next one. Everything on the line for this Infernal Soul.
30 seconds. Peanut. He's gonna find Kingen. Playing with confidence. Chovy's gonna push out bots. Look at Zeka though. Zeka's going for an incredible flank around the side. Ruler has no flash. This could be a big,
has the cleanse,
this could
but
be a
it's
big carry.
big damage. The clutch over the wall. And a fall of Ruler. Taken out of the fight, but they don't quite have the damage division. Now instead, turning back to Doran. Taking the Ornn out of the equation. The LD will hit nobody. Zeka! Zeka! Remember his name! It was his laning advantage. It was his charm. And it was his charm again. But Peanut can be the difference maker. He can look to turn it, but he will not take the risk. Instead, it will be Inferno for DRX.
And they're going to move towards the Baron, and they're going to get this top tier one. Gen.G realize they cannot enter the top side of the map, so they'll try to pressure instead. Kingen has the TP, they might get this bot tier 3, but DRX will get so much more. The dive coming in though.
They overstayed. Kingen is now going to make it out. They need to trade this back for a major objective. Deft and Pyosik burning through it as quickly as they can, but now it's all high-stakes League of Legends. Every single choice putting them closer and closer to death. Gen.G taking the inhibitor, the Baron now going to be the trade in the end. The Baron and the Infernal for a single inhibitor. DRX feeling good at the end of the day.
It's a consolation prize. They won't really mind about that inhibitor. They have a Baron buff and they have TP on King, and he'll just sit on bot and just push out these waves. This is 5 minutes of DRX domination. Who'd have thought off the back of their regular season? Losing to KT, losing to Hanwha Live, losing in the first round of playoffs. 5-game series both times to even get here in the first place. And now up against the LCK first seed. T1 couldn't even take them down in the finals. They're sitting in a very, very good spot to take a win here to even up the series. Kingen will buff up these bot lane creeps, push in the waves. Bot tower's alive, but it's Zeka all the way. Flanks onto Ruler, finds a vision pocket, gets his summoners out. And then the knockback means that they turn onto Dora, and Zeka gets the reset on the charge. And then he decides to just send it, dashes forwards, E-Flash, just gets onto the AD carry of Gen.G. The world champion falls, and DRX rise.
A beautiful, beautiful play. You can see the joy, the elation on the faces of the DRX staff. But again, remember, the DRX, while they are barreling down the bottom lane, while they do have so many advantages, they are not out of the woods yet, because Gen.G has not lost to this team this year. They have had bigger leads, and they have lost those games. So for DRX, it's eyes on the prize. They have to stay focused in this match.
DRX have been through the trenches to get here. So many 5-game series, regional and international. Up against EDG, they managed to pull off the reverse sweep. Push in bot here, push in mid. Zeka doesn't have the TP, Kingen does. They haven't started the siege just yet, finding it difficult to find the setup. A lot of poke coming out from Gen.G is negating a lot of it. No Bloodthirster onto death just yet, means he can't lifesteal through this poke. 3 minutes, 40 seconds though, on an Elder Dragon. We know exactly what that Dragon buff can do. It can turn the tide of an entire game, despite how far behind you are. And despite looking at an Infernal Soul, Gen.G need to buy time for that Dragon to spawn. If they can steal that, that could change everything.
And for now, the map resets. DRX, a minute left on the Baron. The Infernal buff will stay, but this Baron will fade away. Take a deep breath, Atlanta. We got time. We got a 3-minute timer in your corner. That is when it will become do or die. In the meantime, it'll be fishing for picks. It'll be looking for angles. It'll be fighting for vision, picking up waves, and looking for those final items. Perhaps DRX aren't content to wait. For now, pushing in, taking vision, looking to gain control over the map.
Kindred sitting on 7 stacks now. Pyosik does a lot of damage in these fights. So what happened with this Baron buff? With 30 seconds remaining on that buff, they've taken 2 side lane tier 1s. They're looking for this top tier 2 as well. DRX want to push in mid and move towards top. Poke coming in from Ruler doesn't do too much damage. Plated steel caps onto Pyosik. Will pick up the red buff as well to get that innate regen on his health bar. This is basically the last Baron buffed up wave, and Gen.G will clear it out. The siege has stopped. DRX will back away, but they sit with a hefty gold lead and that Infernal Dragon Soul.
And how quickly the stakes have risen, and again, you highlighted how much DRX have been through to get to this series, to get to this match. But even in this game, it felt lost at times in that early game. The bottom side being shut down. The Caitlyn Lux, though, coming to their own in this mid game, partly on the back of Pyosik and most certainly Zeka. highlight moments from this man across the match.
Oh, as well as Kingen. He's been finding so many picks for DRX. He's been the one setting it up or following up enough to make sure they can get these kills, and Zeka with that final fight, making sure they can get this soul in the first place. Gen G are stalling. They're waiting. They're buying time for this Elder Dragon, sorry, so they can find their next fight. Chovy looking for some kind of flank though, has the Ari ultimate. Ruler just picked up the Cyril, that's 4-item lethality poke. Varus now will dish out a lot of damage, but the later the game goes on, the more it falls off. 6 items poke champions never do too well, because at that point you have defensives, you have warmogs, you have full frontline tanks that can soak it up, you have lifesteal, so Ruler will be about as strong as he'll get for the rest of the game.
And without any setup CC, especially against a Gale Force on the opposite side, there's just so much movement speed. If you're just raw throwing arrows, it's very unlikely they'll hit. You have to throw them from Fog of War, you have to wait for some initial CC. Chovy now fishing for a pick on the Pyosik. But it was just the Ari ult expiring, I believe, so not overcommitting here. Pyosik actually the one who wants to kick things off. He's gonna get another charge out in that TP. Zeka's gonna be spotted though.
Yeah.
This is not quite the glorious flank he was hoping for. And Gen G with priority access onto the Infernal. DRX have put themselves in a very tricky position. A minute still left to the objective, but all of the vision right now belonging to Gen G.
Gen G realized they cannot go through mid, so they have to go through bot. Chovy's been having the side push the majority of the game. The inhib's down, so they can keep these waves towards DRX's side of the map, which gives them a pocket to play a vision. But look at DRX, they're just barreling down mid. 40 seconds on that Elder Dragon spawn. They want to take the inhibitor, force Gen G to base from that bot side respawn, but
Zeka careful, leaping in, forcing the flash out from Chovy, turning their attention instead. Everybody is recalling on the side of Gen G. DRX have caught their opponents sleeping. And we'll look to take this inhibitor down, uncontested. But meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it is Peanut. Peanut trying to get a little bit more done. It's the 1v1 versus the top laner. Does he have the power? But no. Kingen just trying to buy time, just playing, maximizing the value out of the Infernal Soul procs.
Yep, he's playing around his cooldowns here, Kingen trying to chunk out Peanut as much as possible. DRX get the inhibitor. Peanut gets the bot wave in so deep that they can TP through bot. They have a vision pocket. They can play towards it. Ruder's going to start it up. Gen G want a 50-50. They want DRX to flip this dragon. It's their only way back in the game. Will DRX give it to them? Where will Kingen TP? He's going to TP in the pit. The stare down from Gen G. They want to finish this, but they don't have the health bars to tank it up. The poke, it's going to miss. No flash on Chovy. Zeka, DRX are buying time for his ultimate.
There's no more room for split calls. It is Chovy on the bottom side. Chovy pushing for more. Chovy potentially looking to try and end or just at least leverage this wave in the bot lane, take open and take down that exposed inhibitor.
This is great from Chovy. They should be able to pick up this inhib. DRX have to force this. Zeka stayed. He could look to end. DRX need to get this down quickly. Chovy doesn't have the TP, but he could end the game. Kingen's here. No TP. It's the 4v4.
As well. They're trying to force the fight. It could all come down to a 50-50. Pyosik versus Peanut in the pit, but they're trying to zone him away. Doran already getting chipped away. Chovy running the fight to the side of DRX. Redemption could down, but Peanut, no! He's buying time. Pyosik, you madman, you genius, holding on to hope. A lamb's respite, indeed, buying the dragon a brief break so they can take it down in the end. But still, Chovy remains standing. One man versus the world. Will he be enough?
Never one without the other. Pyosik on Kindred keeps the dragon alive. Peanut smites into the Lamb's respite. DRX are looking to end this game to death. 1v2 against Ruder lands. Barrels behind him.
No inhibitor this time. DRX and Deft will take the Elder, and they will take their first game off of Gen G in 2022.
What a turnaround for DRX. That game one, they couldn't find a single play. But you give Zeka a playmaker, and he will give you some kills. Manages to find Ruler so many times in those fights. DRX get a lead. DRX stack the dragons. And just a clean execution, no panic. On the end towards the Elder. They send Kingen back to base to deal with Chovy, and Pyosik deals with Peanut.
Beautiful game. Beautiful comeback from DRX again. The start of that game, Peanuts dissecting the map, splitting the map. The dominance that we saw from Gen G across game one and the start of game two was truly terrifying. But the fact that DRX fought back from that makes it all the more impressive. And now we look ahead, 1-1 at a game three. It's not gonna be about a reverse sweep today. What a game two.
What a game two. You can see DRX have they've been through so much this year. such a tough regular season, swapping in and out junglers, getting knocked out in playoffs in the first round in summer, 10 games played of 2 best-of-5s to even get here, play-ins, group stage, 5-game series in quarters, and now they managed to even up the series against the LCK first seed, the team that was dominating not only them, but every other LCK team. 3-0ing the finals, 8-0 versus DRX, undisputed domination. DRX put a dent into Gen G.
Certainly did. Of course, while our team's ready up for Game 3, we're heading back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Draco. So welcome back to the analyst desk, where the State Farm Arena is squarely behind DRX. They're rooting for the underdog as they even up the series at 1-1. And it's important to note, this is the first victory that DRX has over Gen G this entire year, and it comes in the semifinals.
Comes in the semifinals, stops a 12-game loss streak that they had. We had Vedius showing all those like horrible stats that DRX had versus Gen G, and to do it at semis, this crazy path continues for DRX. It feels like the sky's the ceiling.
And I will say, I was concerned after game 1. The early game was not looking promising, but DRX delivered in a beautiful way.
Now, all of that said, it was still a very slow pace of game as compared to what we had yesterday. But we do want to dive into the early game. I'm going to hand things over to Emily to kind of walk us through the way the junglers both approached these early levels.
Yeah, so Vedius already mentioned it didn't start off super well for DRX. I'm going to talk a little bit about why by talking about everyone's favorite thing, early jungle pathing. You're going to see here, Peanut gets spotted invading, so Pyosik is actually going to go up and invade on the opposite side. The only problem is down in bot lane, right down here, Peanut's gonna show here basically, and they've pushed this wave up, right? So Peanut comes down, he's able to cover, we can play the, yeah, there we go. So they get backed off, this wave gets kind of frozen right up here, and they get completely pushed off of it, right? Meanwhile, Pyosik had already swapped away from where they'd pushed in early. He does show up here, and they have this play that they kind of fumble a bit, almost get it, but the most important thing happens here where Ruler ends up getting the first blood, and this is massive in a Caitlyn Lux lane, which we've talked about, the difficulty of execution, how you want that to push always to give you bot side pressure. This was a disaster.
I thought the game was over straight up, because not only did that play just completely punt the early game win con, but it was just the way it looked too, where Pyosik maybe could have continued on, and with the Caitlyn Q that came through, might have had enough damage for the execute on the Wolf to finish it off. Didn't end up happening, and so I thought they were playing scared. I thought that they were on the back foot completely.
That's very much what it felt like, but one of the great strengths of DRX's comp is its range, its ability to find single targets and catch them out, and I think that they did a really good job of doing that as we entered the mid game. Peanut had an uncharacteristic performance where he was overstepping and he was being repeatedly punished. A lot of that credit needs to go to Kingen, but the rest of the team did a great job of just capitalizing off of these small picks. I do think DRX could have been a little more aggressive. I think this was a big window where they could have forced something like a Baron, but overall I think that the way in which they leveraged their comp, the very long range that they had, the incredible pick tools to split apart Gen G, it all came together to kind of separate and slow Gen G down.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was going to say, I want to give, obviously, Zeka here absolutely beasts this fight, despite the fact that Ruler does cleanse, ends up getting out. It splits the fight up, so they're able to turn. Zeka gets that kill, then lands this sick charm onto Ruler to get him out of the fight. The way he played these fights was so good.
I'll say it again, say it at the top of the day, just Kingen and Zeka, these two solo laners, these two young solo laners for DRX, never finish higher than 4th anywhere, regionally, in playoffs, in regular season, and suddenly they're top 4 in the entire world, continuing to make insane plays against this team they hadn't been able to beat, that everyone considers has 2 of the best carry players in the entire world in Ruler and Chovy, these godlike players who have all these more accomplishments and then more experience. They're still the ones finding these insane plays.
Yeah, and that's where, like, obviously, Zeka deserves a ton of credit. I do think Kingen had a really good performance in this game. He obviously had a rough time in the first game, but that is also Kingen being at the front line, splitting up these fights along with Zeka, is actually what allowed the Caitlyn Lux to play from the back of the fight, right? Like, no one could get on them, despite the fact that they started off getting massively behind to Ruler in lane.
And Vedius, for Zeka to do it on the Ahri pick into a Sylas pick. Again, it's that idea that he had been reduced to a 2-champ player, I think, in the World Championship, but this is this Ari pick is something that he brought out. He debuted in the LCK when it was reworked. He's comfortable to jump back to it, and to get the win on it, again, is going to continue to change the conversation around how now Gen G has to consider the draft phase from here on out. He also picks up our 1+ OP player of the game for getting it over the line here for DRX.
Yeah, and inherently when you look at DRX, it is always a team effort. It's just that in these pivotal moments, this man is a playmaker. I used that reference earlier, whereas Chovy is that calm, calculated, pristine perfectionist in a way. This is a man that will just flash in your face and he will make the play. Zero hesitation. He has nothing but confidence behind him. And I think that he demonstrates, alongside the rest of DRX, something that we love to see at Worlds, which is, yes, there's a pre-established meta. Yes, there are champions that are strong, that exist in the meta for a reason. But you should play what you're damn good at. And that is exactly what this roster does. It's how they've been able to get here. And the fact that we have really seen very little Ari at Worlds, he brings it out, he bullies the hell out of Chovy in lane, and then he goes on to make plays like that, just goes to demonstrate that this roster definitely has more left in the tank.
The bullying is what I want to highlight, because people talk about Chovy's laning being godlike. He was down 20 CS, he was shoved in under his turret, he bought Rift Herald with his own pressure, Zeka did, and then he was able to get it dropped mid lane, and that was kind of what gave them that foothold back in the game, was just off Zeka's laning. They broke mid turret at 11 minutes in.
Yeah, after I looked at that path, I was going on the headset to try to get it, and I was like, wait, how did DRX get Herald? And it was all off of Zeka's mid lane pressure.
And it's good that we brought it full circle, because after game one, we showed the CS differentials and the gold differentials of both Ruler and Chovy, but Zeka flipping the script on him this time and even doubling, tripling that amount. Gen G's going back to blue side here. Vedius, what do you expect?
Well, I think that they need a little bit more agency. Range was their biggest problem. When you run the Karma and the Ornn, you're very reliant on Ornn to face check, to engage. You always need him with you. And I think that this just limited Gen G's options. So I think they want to expand a little bit more in the draft and look for ways that they can actually go toe-to-toe with DRX.
You know, I'd forgotten about the Ornn. I blame Sheffius for this loss. It's all his fault. All right, well, Worlds is a gauntlet, and the best way to keep up with all the action on the go is Riot Mobile. It's home to all things League, Valorant, and more, where you can watch Worlds live, catch up on series scores, and chat about all the action with your friends. Check it out. We'll see you back here for game number 3 in just a bit.
Barrel immediately flashing forward, waiting on the binding, but the binding goes wide. Lahed still standing one, looking for more stacks in the mounting dread, but they cannot find the kill. Only the summoner spell and Ruler firing back. Oh man, he's a monster.
The 2v3 turned in favor of Gen G. Ruler has no flash. This could be a big, this could be a
big damage. The clutch from the wall, and it's all of Ruler taking out of the fight, but they don't quite have the damage to finish it. Now instead, turning back to Doran, taking the Ornn out of the equation. The ulti will hit nobody. Zeka! Zeka! Remember his name!
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're diving into this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. With T1 behind and Elder on the line, Faker flies to the backline of RNG as the fight breaks out, completely dismantling RNG's teamfight hopes.
Feathers are already down. If they get to the backside, if they can get onto Gumi, it could all fall apart. But already, the ult is massive. The hostile takeover is big. Shadow on the backside. No! No, T1, how can you make this happen? You are absolutely slaughtering RNG. T1, when it matters, they stand, they deliver, and breathe. All the leads he built will fall away as T1 take the fight. Welcome back to the State Farm Arena, where we just got an exclusive look behind the scenes of yesterday's semifinal series, thanks to the OnePlus Cam. Now, yesterday was awesome, but now that we're 1-1, I'm feeling pretty great about today's series, too. That said, as good as the game was from DRX, as much as they mounted that incredible comeback, Gen G, the best in the LCK, number 1 in the LCK for a reason, and they are back on blue side.
They are. Blue side currently 2-0. We'll get a minimum of 2 games from now on. Similar bans coming out from Gen G, but this time around, they're not actually choosing for a first pick. They're actually just gonna ban away the Sylas instead. This will shake things up. DRX have a lot to think about now. Aatrox, Caitlyn, Sejuani on the champ that slid through the draft. Viego, Graves, the 2 junglers that you think of. Lucian, Nami, something DRX have been taking away from Gen G these last 2 games. It's about trading OPs and making sure they can find what they want. There's the Lucian, Nami.
The question also becomes, how important is the comfort? Are Gen G concerned about something like the Kindred, or they feel like execution was ultimately the issue, or perhaps another piece of their draft that failed them? For now, as you highlighted, it really is just premier meta bans. Only the Heimerdinger really the one that stands out as a target ban.
So I wonder what the first pick will be here if they take away Caitlyn. Does DRX have the confidence to leave it up, I wonder, actually? Gen G then first picking it and DRX having a response is one option. Option number 2 is they take away Caitlyn, and then you're looking at perhaps a jungle first pick, and a Kali first pick, a Sejuani first pick. They're going to take it away. So DRX do not want to deal with it. They don't have confidence in their response towards this champion. And now I think Sejuani, yeah, is going to be the best first pick there. DRX now the ones to respond. A Kali could be a good option. A Philios we haven't seen just yet in this series, I think could be another good option.
Philios generally feels like the best all-around AD carry in the meta. Certainly depends on what your composition needs, but if you are unsure, he is the jack of all trades. The start of this series felt like it was going to be all about the Sylas and the Akali. Game 1 certainly felt that way. Game 2, not so much. And perhaps now why we're seeing a departure from the immediate Akali lock. And of course, DRX could still lock it here.
Deft hasn't played a Philios just yet at Worlds. So the Viego is going to be the pickup. Akali still up. It's going to be Varus for DRX. I wonder if it's going to be more of an on-hit Varus, similar to what Ruler was rolling with in Game 1. Instead of going for that poke Varus, go for the on-hit. Sivir may be the response, but yeah, Philios not really a champ in Deft's wheelhouse, but it is in Rulers.
Interesting. What is the option going to be here? Because they can lock in the Kalista here. We may see an Ashe support response on the opposite side. Definitely Varus Ashe, not my favorite bot lane of all time, but has been historically known as that counter pick. Instead, the Karma now coming out, looking to fight for lane priority on the bottom side.
Trying to deny the push, exactly. So DRX have 2 options here again, just picking mid on 3 here, something like the Akali. Waiting to see the Sejuani flex on your top jungle, or picking support to match the Karma. It's hard to dig deep and find a champion that can contest the push against Karma, but Beryl has a lot of champions in his wheelhouse in terms of support. Renata could be something that works. It struggles with the push, but it can be a very good 2v2 lane in of itself.
There are only about 3 or 4 players in the world that I ever want to see play Ezreal. 2 of them are in this game right now, Ruler and Deft. It'll be Ruler trying his hands on this one. Karma Ezreal goes back a long, long time. Can be very safe, can be very dominant. The response on the opposite side going to be the Renata. Certainly more utility, more relevant CC in the fights, but it does not mean that the laning phase is going to be any easier.
Ezreal Karma, a lot of push, a lot of poke, and I think the DRX bot lane will struggle in that sense, but their team fighting will be strong. We saw what Gumayusi and Keria can get done with Varus, Renata. Now I think DRX could target towards mid. Gen G probably going to drop an Akali ban. They could also target towards top, yeah, Renekton Sejuani, Camille Sejuani, and the things that you think about. Kingen has shown things like the Fiora, so maybe he's confident in countering that Camille. But we'll have to wait and see, because a Fiora ban here from Gen G and a Kali ban here stops this skirmish heavy power that I think DRX wants to lean into.
Yeah, anytime you have the Viego on your composition, you love to pair it with more heavy upfront burst damage. Now, I can't imagine we see another lethality Varus, but it would pair nicely. Instead, for now, the Camille going to be banned away, taking their time here. Azir, remember, kind of was the king of group stage in terms of mid lane priority, but has been falling off pretty steadily. Could see it banned out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Gen G take it, but definitely not quite the pick that we once thought it was.
It's a very interesting draft here because they've actually taken away the Camille despite showing the Fiora in game 1 into the Camille. So they're very worried about that Camille on 4. So that maybe spells to me that they're deciding to put Sejuani top and they're looking for a jungler, something like the Graves perhaps on 4-5. Works very well on the late invades, can do really well especially into Viego in the early stages of doing those late invades. Narban here from DRX suggests to me they're leaning towards a tank as well to match the Sejuani. Gragas Ornn might be the pickup. So then the question is Akali still. Is that something that Gen G want to ban away? There's the Gragas ban because of the tank matchup. Akali's up, could be a pickup here on 4, but you could also counter mid. So now I think DRX are saying, do we have a counter to Akali? Looks like they do. Ornn picked up, and now I expect this Sejuani to go top.
Would certainly make a lot of sense. The second that Gragas ban comes out, it essentially forces DRX to either pick the Ornn or let it go through and not have a really reliable tank option on the top side for themselves. Kingen, of course, known as a carry player, but really made his mark in the team fights for DRX when he was playing Ornn in summer.
Chobies is here. Is going to get locked in. They have a lot of range and damage here. Actually, thinking about it, Gangplank would be pretty good here for Gen G, just in terms of range, poke, scaling as well. They can still opt into things like the Graves, but I think GP just suits their comp really well. They could also opt into double tank frontline with so much range. Maokai Sejuani, something along those lines. But Zeka needs to find a counter to this Azir. I think Akali will be his go-to. LeBlanc could work very well. But it is going to be Sejuani top and Trundle. That makes sense as well. Take away the resistance from the Ornn. Just have some kind of beefy frontline next to your Sejuani with the amount of scaling you have already.
And the Ornn, or rather not the Ornn, the Trundle Pillar is always going to feel incredibly good against immobile carries like the Varus. It is not something like a GP ult, but it will feel strong. Akali feels like it must be the pick. Zeka will lock it in. Wow. Chance to prove himself on it once again.
Gen G don't have that much spread damage, if that makes sense. All of their damage is coming from Chovy and Ruler. We talked about them being foundationally so reliable. They need to show it this game, because the later this game goes on, Peanut and Doran are just engaged frontline bots. Lehend is a shield bot, whereas on DRX they have quite a lot of damage pretty well spread out through. Ornn scales really well in terms of setting up damage as well, because of the percent coming through. Viego carry jungler, Akali, Varus, a lot of playmaking and engage. So Gen G need to get to break points of 3 items, keep front-to-back team fights going, and mark Zeka as much as possible. He's found so many flanks in that game 2 on Ahri. If he does it again in this game 3, Gen G will collapse. They will fall apart because they don't have the lockdown that they need to stop the Akali. The only thing they have is the Sejuani ult, which they need to go forwards.
There's 0 point-and-click CC for the Viego or the Akali. This is certainly going to be a tall task if DRX are able to split up Gen G, if they're able to stop them from fighting strong as 5. As we enter game 3, Gen G coming off the loss. Ruler, Chovy, iconic carries. Some of the most consistent, most reliable players in the world on Azir and Ezreal respectively. If anyone can take Gen G to a victory in this game 3, it has to be them.
Here we go, a best of 3 to decide who will go to the World Final to face T1 and Faker. Gen G and T1, of course, played the LCK Finals up against one another, but the rise of Deft and the crowd here in Atlanta are on the side of DRX2. The dark horse of the tournament. I don't think anyone, if you asked them a month ago, what do you think the semi-finals will look like, they'll say names like JDG and Top Esports, T1, Damwon. Gen G, DRX would be very low on that list. But here they are, LCK 4th seed up against the LCK 1st seed, 1-1 in the game score. Let's get into game 3. It looks like Gen G were trying to get some control over that bot brush there. Make sure they have the vision so the Ezreal Karma can get level 1 bot push. So they're not getting any kind of shenanigans in the middle brush from the Varus and the Renata.
Not too much explosive action going to happen. So we have a moment. Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every single day of Worlds. So you can head over to primegamingworlds22.com to enter. Make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries. It's that one at the bottom of your screen, LOL66D2.
Good one.
Yeah. Got it.
You can read that out.
Locked that in. Pronunciated.
Pronunciated.
But now, we get to talk about what has the potential to be a very explosive laning phase. But I imagine, Kadril, that short of lane phase disaster, this game is going to be so much more about the mid game, about the early spikes for champions like this Ezreal.
Yeah, and he's gone for the Conqueror here on Ezreal instead of the first strike. I think he's done that because there's 3 melee divers, so he can stack it up pretty effectively. But you might see a little bit of poke in this bot lane. Beryl can always flash forwards with the handshake level 2 if they can get it first. Bot lane's always about getting the push as much as possible, and if you're in range to hit champions, then of course hitting them will always be a good thing. Pushing them back. DRX get the first wave in despite Gen G getting bot control on the brush. Zeka will have to trade health for minions in this matchup because of Azir's range in the early stages, and Tank's top is going to be just wet noodles fighting. We almost saw a solo kill last game with the Gragas and Ornn. I don't think we'll see one this time
I'm just saying, I feel like it's a bit disingenuous to tell the world it's a wet noodle fight after we almost saw. They're wet noodles, but they will kill each other.
They will, and if they had Ignite, that would always help. These are two champions that sometimes did run it with things like the Spellbook, but not this time around. So Pyosic's done his bot camps into top side, Peanut's done his top side camps into bot side, so DRX's bot lane will have to be a bit careful. We'll see if Pyosik backtracks here. He could do Red Raptors and then go to that bot crap still, but DRX are going to struggle here to get this bot push in, despite having so much pressure now. Deft and Beryl have to play very far back because of where their jungler is and the information they currently have.
Lehen's Ruler not afraid to step forward, knowing that they have that information advantage as Kingen on the top side. What'd I say, Kadril? What'd I say?
Doran has the Ignite, actually. Didn't see that. Doesn't have the Spellbook, has the Grasp. So he could be a very easy dive target here for DRX. I think Kingen is intentionally hard trading, and Pyosik can just pay a visit up here. I think they just need to crash the wave, and Doran is dead. We'll see if he can trade 1 for 1. Biscuit on Kingen, Biscuit on Doran. Is he going to ward the bush? Yes, he is. He knows something's up. Kingen needs to save mana here. He needs... Oh, he just used the W. I don't think they can dive now. He used the cookie. I don't know if they have the damage to kill this Sejuani. We're about to find out. Level up will help as well. Doran's holding the wave to make it so Kingen or Pyosik has to tank. It will crash, though.
Last game, the first gank for Pyosik was a disaster. Will this one be better? The Ignite now ticking down, tanking the tower, and first blood for DRX.
Easy does it. Yeah, easy does it. Kingen just great trades onto the Sejuani. No flash, ignites, but it's just a 1 for 0. So this was their game plan. Look at the CS in bot though. Deft and Beryl are really suffering for this play under their tower, not being able to push despite having a good first couple waves. But a great dive there, first blood.
But important to highlight, said it, big discrepancy between top lane and bottom lane. In the bottom lane, Ruler and Lehen's are dominating. This is what we know this Karma Ezreal bot lane to do is as early as 2015 when we saw it, 2016 really rising in popularity. It's been in and out of the meta so many times. For now, really holding on to this advantage. Here comes Peanut through the lane, ready to just make sure that Ruler and Lehen's can push this one out. Look at Beryl. He's just taking 50% of his life just to step forward and try to contest these creeps.
It's hard, isn't it? Ezreal Karma, so much poke, and your jungler doesn't have any lockdown either. So it's very hard. Ezreal incredibly slippery, the shield movement speed, and after these creeps die, we'll see what the CS total is. Looks like Deft's down roughly 11. And Gen G will just keep this pressure up, and what this will transition into is bot side invades from Peanuts, dragon stacking, bot push into mid to help out Chovy when he's trying to crash waves into Zeka. A lot of things they can use here. They can even use it for a Herald, but look, top again, Doran.
There it is, Pyosik stepping forward again. Now Doran in trouble, Doran taken down. On the bot lane, it's the best of the time. In the top lane, it's the worst. The tale of two lanes here in game 3.
DRX putting all the resources up here. Ignite on Doran, no flash either. He is the man that DRX want to shut down to get their top jungle ahead. And Doran, of course, 3 years ago was on Griffin. Actually was crying in a game 2 after they lost to, I think it was SKT back then in 2019. Did struggle with a lot of nerves, puts a lot of blame on himself. He's grown into such a reliable player for Gen G, but right now DRX have found the weakness. They found kills right now in these early stages, despite their bot lane falling behind.
And so crucial now for Doran to weather the storm, to understand his role shifting, no longer about going even, just about surviving after suffering under so much jungle attention. You can see Peanut pulling ahead in terms of the individual jungle matchup. Big CS lead as Deft and Beryl finally starting to fire back, but topside is going to be a struggle. Peanut now moving in. Maybe, just maybe, they can try to force some kind of play here.
They don't have lockdown either, do they? It's only a Karma W that can stop Deft and Beryl from being able to move around so they can actually get the damage onto them. So Peanuts will transition this into a dragon. Quick to note though, when the Varus gets towards level 6, it'll affect Gen G's bot lane a little bit because then they have setup. You know, Varus, Renato with the level 6 ultimates, Karma will be their target. So Lehen's is going to have to play a little bit further back than he's doing now. Now he can just walk up in their face and just poke them as much as he wants. Pyosik's entering this bot side river. Crab is spawning. Zeka is getting... He's catching the wave, but he is getting his way down towards this bot side river to help out his jungler. Could be a 4v4, but Deft's under tower.
Again, so many tools from DRX to kick this fight off, to isolate and lock down a single target, instantly trying to burn. Lehen's looking for the reset. Pyosik getting into the pit, but it ticked down, igniting, burning Zeka in the back line. getting pushed out of his own shroud as well. The team retreats, but still, he will take down Lehens. DRX finding the kill in exchange for the Dragon. Can they get anything else? Ruler over the wall. Looking for poke. They've corralled Chovy. They've corralled Peanut. They're locking him down. They handshake it back into the waiting arms. And DRX take the fight.
Gen.G get the Dragon, but DRX know that there's a window here soon, and it comes off the back of who? It comes off the back of Zeka. Once again, manages to find the first kill in that fight onto Lehens. 4-0 scoreline, 2,000 gold for DRX right now. They are running away with this early game, and Deft getting that kill has actually put him ahead of Ruler.
Incredible position for DRX to find themselves. Pyosik as well has to be highlighted. 100% kill participation. You can see Gen.G control the objective, but these fights are so hard. They have no hard CC to lock down, to burst down, to take out a single target, and it makes it easy for Zeka to run rampant.
Look at him go, gets pushed back here by Chovy, but sees the kill in his eyes. Takes down Lehens, goes back into stealth, flashes out before Chovy can get the kill. Now it's awkward here for Gen.G because they don't want to flash out because they're confident enough to fight back. So they're waiting for their opportunity. Ruler out of mana though, and then this pullback from Beryl stops Chovy from being able to dash over the wall. Peanut flashes out, just about lives. Beryl playing that fight with so much confidence. Was on Damwon last year, of course, in the finals, is a world champion. Hang on a second, might be ulti. Cast the curse and die there. No, he levels up, should be all right. Deft fighting back though.
Stepping forward. There's no cleanse available. Ruler flashing to the side. Now they're fishing for a little bit more. Flash down. Beryl looking for the disengage. Handshake will connect onto 2. But again, both bot lanes playing on the edge here, fishing, looking for more, for kills, for angles to find the 2v2.
Pyosik gonna get a little bit of vision on this top side. Zeka is under tower, and they're forcing this Herald. Kingen and Doran are very low on mana. I think they have enough for about one combo. Zeka's ult is up, but Lehens is first to this objective. Beryl is a little bit slow, so the DRX take the 4v3 while they wait for Beryl. Does Pyosik look for the steal? He has no flash, but he has the ult. Let's watch Zeka though. When does he go in?
To the side, the Ornn Horn has been blown, but it will be interrupted. Looking for a bit of vengeance after that lane phase. Kingen burning, ticking, falling down. As Lehens will take the kill, the Herald as well, falling in favor of Gen.G.
Great ult there from Doran to stop DRX's engage. The second that Ornn Horn hits, Zeka will follow up straight away with his ultimate, and then Gen.G will have to retreat, but they can hold their ground when that ultimate's down, and they can get the objective. Gen.G still finding plays despite being behind. With this bot push moving towards mid, Lehens is first to that play, and Ruler, of course, used his flash to try to get the kill onto Deft. These legendary AD carries trading summoners back and forth, and we'll take a look at this Herald again because it's just Kingen's ultimate. If this hits, then they can look for the Sejuani. You know, Zeka can start to dash forwards, but Gen.G can stand tall.
Really just the Ignite being the difference maker there when it comes to finishing that kill overall. Now the Herald going to be an important tool. If used effectively, really can do so much to even up the gold, because when you look at the left-hand side of your screen, you see that across the board, outside of Beryl, DRX are ahead. Pyosik now fishing for an individual kill. Lehens getting out with the blast cone. Only making it out to safety, but Pyosik, despite falling behind in CS early, has just been so active across the map and is now starting to take camps away from Peanut and Gen.G.
Played over to DRX. Ruler's gonna have to base. Deft's gonna push in this wave. Dragon spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds, but Pyosik owns the bot side of the map. Peanut wants to take his red buff, but he knows the enemy junglers are around here. Deft's actually going to stick around. Doesn't have enough gold for the Mythic, you have to imagine, just yet. Wants to pick up that shield bow before the Dragon spawns, but will decide to back away as he knows Pyosik needs to go towards his Gromp. And the way DRX won last game was Dragon stacking. It was getting that soul, the Infernal one. We'll see if they try to stack that up again. TP on Kingen, no TP on Doran, so he can TP to mid tier 1 or bot tier 1 to help his team. There's a shield bow picked up for Deft.
And I think the struggle now for Gen.G is just going to be all about execution, because you look at the side of DRX and it's so easy for them to start fights. There are so many CC tools, there are so many reliable engage tools, and again, we've highlighted this a few times, but I think it deserves calling out again as a focal point. It's just Doran who is really that reliable engage. It is Chovy maybe with some sort of hero shuffle to make these plays happen. So Gen.G cannot afford to misstep or make any mistakes in this game, because coming back, if they get themselves in too big of a deficit, is so hard without reliable pick potential.
Herald placed, but Peanut got all the gold. None of it went to Ruler. So that's going to sting for Gen.G. You remember game 1 where they just invested everything into Ruler with the Herald.
Yeah.
Now they can't actually get as much resources as they might want. Deft still ahead. Mythic picked up 10 seconds on this Dragon spawn, and I think Gen.G might have to just give this and move towards top side, but we've seen these teams in the semifinals take fights that we imagine they shouldn't. We'll keep our eye on Peanut though as he moves towards
mid. He's going to take a recall. DRX pressuring down towards this bot side, expecting them to move towards the Dragon just afterwards. Still with a 1,000 gold lead, and will even up the Dragon's score. No cross map available for Peanut and Gen G as he picks up the Sunderer.
Atlanta cheering, ready for more. Dragon dropping in favor of DRX, evening it up as you highlighted. 1,000 gold advantage to them now. Bit of trading on the top side.
Wait,
One
what a
taking
kill
the
here.
tower. We want it action. There it is. 1v1. Get the solo bolo guy.
My good God, Kingan's mechanics in that 1v1 were flawless. Flashes the Sejuani ult, follow us up with the ultimate, gets the auto in. Doran falls. Kingan having a fantastic series in his first Worlds semi-finals. Deft and the rest of DRX can rely on this top laner to go even or ahead, and right now he's running away with it. 2-1 on this Ornn. Pressure point for DRX, pressure in the bot lane from Deft. Zeka TP'd back to mid, getting closer and closer to that Mythic.
Death Barrel taking control, taking over. Engage now coming out, big damage to the handshake, now being pulled back. Is it enough? Not quite to finish Lehends. We'll walk away fine, but again, Kingan. Game 1 was rough, game 1 was difficult, but really coming back here in game 3. Game 2 as well. I talked to Ashley Kang last night. She said, watch out for the Ornn. I was not thinking she was going to say that. I was expecting the Camille, that Fiora, these carries. Instead, the Ornn here is Peanut now stepping forward, but Pyosik is in the area, and Pyosik is so strong. Won't be able to find anything else here, however.
That's 2 flashes. The jungle support just lost their flashes on the side of Gen G. Zeka is on the way and he's hunting. He's blocked by the Krugs. He couldn't get around the wall there, but he does see Lehends, has the flash, has the ult.
Fishing for the stuns, now gonna find the lockdown, immediately gonna get the reset. Now he's the Karma. Oh my God! And Brother will kill Brother as a hostile takeover gets the job done. Ruler taken out. Chovy is here. Chovy will try to strike back, but he's thrown in. He takes 1 back in return. Chovy trying to hold on. Chovy trying to keep the ship afloat, but DRX continue the push on the bottom side.
DRX pick up a couple kills once again. Lehends falls as well. All the gold from these plates over to the carries of DRX. And now in game 3, with this sizable gold lead against the Titans that are Gen G, the LCK's first seed, dominating the entirety of summer and the playoffs. The 4th seed in DRX is striking back. So they got the flash out of the jungle support. Zeka comes down. Pyosik gets the kill instantly so he can get the Karma Soul. And once again, Beryl slams it home. Brother fights brother like you talked about. Peanut hitting onto Ruder. The cleanse isn't enough to trade in the 1-for-1. But what is enough to trade back is Chovy. Arrives a little bit too late. Maybe could have been here.
Well, that thought Beryl caught out. Handshake coming in. Beryl trying to retreat as much as he can. Will get burned down. Instead, will not be bailed out. Ruler grabbing that kill back in response. Gen G showing signs of life. 3K deficit, but they're holding on.
Hard to transition it into an objective though. 15 seconds on the Herald actually. Peanut's gonna smite away that red in the face of Pyosik. I think they'll be able to pick up that objective pretty handily. No cross map available for DRX. 5 seconds on the Beryl. I don't think he'll be here in time if DRX want to take the fight.
Gen G set up around the objective. Ludens here for Chovy. Looking for that big burst damage. Looking to lock up and take down these squishy targets. Second Herald will fall for Gen G. First one, putting the gold into the back pocket of Peanut. Definitely not ideal. The second one, maybe they can use it to break down more of these towers. But it is not a free Herald. Kingan, given access to the bottom side, will deny a few more creeps before knocking this one down.
First brick, also be a lot of gold over to Kingan. 450 in his back pocket, no plates, so doesn't get upwards of 600. Will crash the bot waves in, and this is going to be a very tanky Ornn. And we talked about it in draft. Gen G's only damage is coming from mid and bot, whereas DRX have it coming from multiple sources. Zeka.
Not going to get anything else there. Still has the ult. Level 2 as well. It's going to be big if he tries to commit for the all-in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Gen G trying to regain a bit of control of their own jungle.
Can they walk in? Red buff spawning really soon. I wonder if DRX want to keep this mid push so they can secure that. 1 minute on the next dragon, so maintaining bot vision is crucial. Zeka doesn't have the TP, neither does Chovy, so expecting Zeka to push out this or the next top wave, take a base, rejoin his team. Beryl's going to base for wards. Dragon stacking is everything. Deft, though.
Deft actually caught out a little bit here, but confident enough to keep trading, keep throwing down damage. Dorn waiting over the wall. It could be Pyosik who's in trouble, has the ulti. Can go unstoppable if he needs to. Waiting in the mist, fishing for another opportunity. And this game from Pyosik has been clean. 7 out of 8 kill participation. This is a guy who we know is feast or famine. He can be the best jungler in the world, and he can certainly throw a few kills away. But today, Most certainly in Game 3, he has been showing up.
He really has. He's had a very tough year, Pyosik, being subbed in and out with Yuhan, having very inconsistent performances, but this series, it's been very good so far. We've seen his Kindred, his Viego, doing fantastic so far. 7 out of 8 kills, Dragon spawning in 10. Zeka's gonna take the base, Barrels coming out of it with wards. Gen G actually just took a base as well. Top and bot lane in the Nexus Towers area, just running out of base. I think they'll be way too late to contest this Dragon, so DRX should be able to pick this one up pretty easily. Will they look for a cross map? Peanut has Herald to place it on mid right now if they really want to brute force their way in, but DRX will get this quite low before they arrive.
Peanut in the area, but you're right, looks like he is just going to back away. And you highlighted it again. The two players that matter on the side of Gen G are Chovy and Ruler, and if they are not ready to fight, Gen G cannot fight.
Peanut has the Herald. Is he going to place it? They're going to get this mid wave in and they're pinging towards top side. Gen G want to look for a cross map, but Kingen has TP. There's the Herald. Herald.
There's the fishing lockdown. Death now going to get taken out. They're trying to burn through, but he's still standing for now. Hostile takeover. Can he get it? Down. He lives for far too long. Pyosik now looking for a little bit more, and here comes Kingen. Barrel now trying to get something back, but Ruler just a bit too slippery. Zeka on the flank. The Herald will finish the tower, but DRX have their eyes set on the kills.
Ruler flashes away. Zeka is still hunting and looking. Peanut barely escapes. It turns into a 1-for-1. DRX want to force this tower down because Chovy's taking their top tower, and they should be able to get it pretty handily. Lehens with no summoners can't walk up too far, and DRX strike back on Gen G's play once again. Deft living for so long to turn the tides, but overall, it's an even trade. Kill for kill, tower for tower. Summoners blown across the board.
DRX, you can see, trying to up the speed of this game. Chovy doing everything he can to get waves on the side lane, and Zeka now fishing.
No way.
The 1v1, the young prodigy versus Mr. Consistent, leaping back, he hits the mark. Chovy has to be so incredibly careful waiting, gets the TP out just by landing the Shuriken flip.
He's playing with so much confidence, this kid, isn't he? Zeka being picked up by DRX from the LPL, coming over to the LCK, just running away, just playing with so much confidence in the series. Doran really good engage here. Deft no cleanse, just locks him down and gets the kill. It looks like Deft is just dead. Even when he comes out of the stun, doesn't flash. He thinks that he's just going to die, but the bailout buys so much time so he can get so many autos down onto Doran that he gets the reset. Ruler finally finished him, but it's a 1-for-1. Watch Peanut here as well. He gets so low. I think he flashes out to the side here and then manages to escape in the top side jungle by recalling as DRX keep their eyes on Gen G's bot lane.
Certainly, and the struggle is they have just barely enough bursts to finish off Deft. Without Chovy in the area, it becomes so incredibly difficult for them to get anything. The bailout going to be more and more valuable if Gen G try to force these fights without both of their carries present. Chovy getting closer and closer to 2 items. Ruler just around the corner for the 2-item spike for Ezreal. Huge point of power in the game. Something that Gen G can look to leverage.
Gonna ult the wave here, Kingen. This tower should be fine. Barrel's hovering around. I think he can walk up in their face and just try to clear the wave. I don't think there's that much of a threat unless they hit the tower. Kingen's gonna land the knockup. The tower will die.
Chovy over the wall. Hostile takeover. Now dashing out to safety. That's the TP now coming in. Peanut is still healing up, still holding on for now. The TP has been canceled. Clean play coming in from Doran off screen to stop Zeka from coming to the fight, but Peanut will fall in exchange for the tower.
Good kill there from DRX. Barrel covering the weak side, knowing that there was something to get from that play because of how small the wave was. Chovy doesn't have a tower behind him. Does have the TP though. In comes Pyosik, full committing.
Push back, not gonna matter when he's unstoppable. Chovy into the waiting arms of Pyosik. Hand delivered by Kingen and Barrel.
4,000 gold lead, 20 minutes in for DRX. This was not what anyone expected from this lineup coming into the World Championship. They're going to move towards mid here. There's no objective to get from these kills, but Gen G, what is happening? They're falling apart. They're not finding any plays. Things are backfiring. Yes, Ruler's ahead, but the top side is in shambles.
You can see on the player cams, Peanut just doing his best to laugh it off. But this is not the team we expected to see. The consistency there to a certain degree, but losing so many kills across the map, and in this exchange, perhaps overstaying their welcome.
Yeah, I think Peanut tanks with bombies here, so he actually picks up the tower aggro. A few shots hit him. He ults onto Kingen, so he does heal up a bit. Doran stops the TP from Zeka there, but it doesn't really matter. Peanut doesn't have flash, nowhere to go, walking into enemy territory. He has a blast cone, so he could get out here, and the fact that there's an actual chance for him to be able to get out, Kingen just uses the flash and gets the kill, then they collapse onto Chovy with no tower. Don't think he has the passive either. We saw him use it earlier on up against Zeka in the 1v1 when Doran had the TP in to save him. Side lanes being dominated by DRX. Cross maps always trading ahead. 40 seconds on their soul points, and now they're looking for Doran. Doesn't commit the ult here, Kingen.
And Kadril, this version of DRX is terrifying. 4-11 the kill score against a team they had literally never won a game against until just 20 minutes ago. Now they stand 4K gold in the lead, 2 dragons up, 24 seconds till that next objective, massively ahead. 2-0-2, 2 items in the back pocket of Zeka. A similar story for Deft. Pyosik as well now with the Blade of the Rune King. They are so incredibly powerful. Lauren Chovy, 2 items as well. The Gnasher's Tooth, the sustained damage is there, but Zeka not interested in facing them in the 5v5, looking for Doran here in the side lane, pushing him away, threatening, and now looking for the pick onto Peanut, but Peanut is a very tanky boy. Huge ult from Ruler, trying to burn down Deft. The bailout will not be enough. It's clean.
TP from Doran to make sure they're safe. He knows Zeka is looking for a play. Hostile takeover is big though.
Big. Ruler now has to cleanse it out. Looking for the fishing for downtown. Now Pyosik getting the reset, stepping forward as the Karma wants to get the snare desperately. Zeka waiting over the wall. He's been locked up, but it's a clean ulti out from Pyosik. He will not be locked down. He will not be stopped. There's no CC left on the side of Gen G. DRX retreating back towards the Dragon, ready for the 4v4.
Pyosik's having the series of his life right now.
Doran, handshake. Zeka on the flank, looking for Ruler. He gets it. He gets the into the R. He gets everything he wants, and now he can try to find another one. Zeka 2 clean again. Zeka, time after time, in the face of Chovy. Damn your church. He is here to win.
Do not forget the name. Zeka does it every single goddamn time on these champions. Akali, Sylas, whatever it might be, anything with playmaking, he will deliver.
And now DRX, 23 minutes into the game, 6K in the lead. They're gonna get that third dragon from Deft on the bottom side. They're gonna get the Baron from the other 4 members of the team. They are slaughtering Gen G in the semifinals.
Don't think they can get the dragon here. Deft doesn't have the confidence to finish it up, doesn't have the vision, and Ruler's coming out of base first, but let's look at that again. You think of this DRX lineup, you think of Deft, you think of Deft being the one leading the charge. He's struggling a little bit this game, but he's got rookies around him. Kingen and Zeka coming from KT trainees together in their friendship as best friends, convincing Zeka to come over to the LCK. And look what they can do in these fights, these rookies. No, we're gonna have to go back towards this dragon. Kingen looking for Gen G. This is soul points for DRX. Zeka on the flank again. Gen G, no lockdown CC. If the Sejuani ult's invested onto Zeka, then the rest of DRX can move forward. The Ornolds will connect. They're trying to mark him as best as they can. Deft has no flash. Zeka has no flash. It's quick, hard to walk up. Gen G have a little bit of range.
Keep your eyes on the ultimate and the shuriken flip from Zeka. If either of those connect, if he gets into melee range, he will eliminate the carries. Hostile takeover, zoning away. Ulti, zoning away. Call of the Forge God used just to make sure that DRX can get the dragon. And now Gen G staying in the area, just trying to waste as much of the time on the Baron as they possibly can.
They don't pull the trigger either. Once the dragon fell, they decided against finding the fight. DRX, 1 minute 45 left on this Baron buff. They've used it to get a dragon. Not so much towers yet. All the tier 2s are alive still for Gen G. Upgrades coming through from the Ornn. We haven't even talked about the amount of scaling that the Ornn can provide to these champions like Varus and Akali. But it's the skirmish-heavy mid-jungle that is Gen G are just struggling so much to deal with. They want range, they want to poke you out, they want to chip you down from a distance, but DRX are not giving them a single inch to work with, constantly finding a way to get on top of them with the Ornolds, with Zeka, with Pyosik. And now it looks like the 1-4 is coming in. Siege onto mid with 4. Zeka ready to respond and move mid when he's needed.
Zeka playing without fear. 10 pages in the book. The Magi is stacking away. Happily sitting in bot lane against 2 of the opposition. A slow, steady siege in the mid lane. Gen G have to find a way to break this, but it is so hard. The ulti now connecting from Deft, but there will be no follow-up yet. Breaking the tier 2, setting their sights on the bottom lane already. Zeka has the wave in. They are ready to collapse here on the bottom side. Gen G forced to follow. Forced to be led around the map by DRX as they search for another tier 2.
Good macro from DRX so far. I think they dropped a mid wave there. They had a little bit more pressure on that next wave. They could have looked and stayed longer for that tier 2 bot, but they'll be happy with that. They're sitting on soul points. Similar situation to game 2. DRX can afford to just play the waiting game. Eventually Gen G will have to fight them on this dragon. And when they do, that's when they'll strike. Magi's 10 stacks now for Zeka building towards the Void Staff. He is going to do so much damage. Level 16, one combo will shred through either of these Gen G carries. The only damage that they have is in this Azir and Ezreal. And DRX We'll see how they set up. But for now, it's about patience, taking their time and punishing Gen G when they walk up. Gen G building towards spikes, looking for Void Staffs, looking for Cyrildas.
Hoping to get those items on the board. Desperately need them. The Ornn so incredibly tanky already. Pyosik closer and closer to the GA, making it that much harder to lock him down if you don't take into account the fact that his ult already going to make him unstoppable. Fearless as DRX step into enemy jungle, but Ruler still strong, still has to be respected. Pyosik and Beryl backing away. 2.5 minutes till the Baron spawns, 2.5 minutes to the Infernal Soul. DRX ready to fight for it. Gen G need to take that objective away. It's so hard now for Gen G, Cadril. This is a team, again, when we look back at their history, when we look back against their history, against DRX specifically, have come back from insane, nearly insurmountable deficits.
Yep.
But today, and here at Worlds, something feels different because this is not the DRX we saw in the LCK.
This is DRX's meta. You think of those games that they lost them in the regular season, the best example of that. Hang on a second, it's Peanut.
Quick stun, bit of follow-up damage as well. Pyosik stepping forward, Lehen's there to make sure Peanut can get out.
Yeah, best example of that is first round robin. DRX game 1 against Gen G in summer. They played the Seraphine, Lulu Kog'Maw, they played supportive style. Deft was the only carry on that team, on that lineup, and despite getting leads, they still fell. But with playmaking on Zeka, with tanks and carries for Kingen rather than just being a frontliner, this amount of playmaking means that Deft is relieved from the amount of pressure. Beryl joining the team, of course, as well, gives way more communication. He can be a voice for DRX, where Deft can then focus on his game a bit more, relieve all the stress and carry that needs to happen to win these games, offload it to players like Zeka, who love to play skirmish heavy champs. And then you can see what he does with these fights.
Terrifying. Level 17. He shows up in your lane and you walk away. Already the Void Staff completed, no more stacks to the book because Gen G will not give him the fights. Deft clearing out the wave as best they can. Again, it's not about these side lanes, it is about these objectives. We are 1 minute away from the last chance for Gen G in this game. They cannot afford to lose another fight.
And they know that. They're trying to set up as quick as possible. Mid-wave's coming in. They need to push that one out, but DRX are going to be there to stop them. Doran is top right now. He's going to move his way down. He's going to TP in, actually. They really want this mid-wave. They really want control over this bot side river. Baron spawning at the exact same time, though. They can't afford to trade, so they're forced into this bot side river. They'll get a bit of control as Zeka pushes in bot. TP down to get this tower, but he'll be a looming flank, and Deft needs to be careful.
Good sidestep, catching out Kingen. Kingen going face first into the pillar. He will break it, but now he's forced to flash out to safety. Chovy fishing. Kingen going golden, trying to buy a bit more time. Hostile take over the flash, coming out as well. Ruler hitting Chovy left and right, and it's Zeka onto the back line, but for now he's only hitting Doran. Fishing for the angle, trying to get something done into the back end. Again, it's Zeka! How do they do it every single time? This man might just be the cleanest Akali in the world. DRX take the fight, set their sights on the mid lane. They don't need the Baron.
And they're gonna end. Deft kills Chovy, TPing from Kingen. DRX don't care about this dragon. They don't care about soul point. They care about match point. They care about series point.
DRX, a victory march into the enemy base as they move to match point versus Gen G.
That man on your screen, Zeka, is making miracles happen here in Atlanta. Gen G are starstruck. They need to change the draft. They need to change the pace at which DRX are playing it in game 1. DRX matched the pace. They said, we'll play a slow game. We'll pick scaling. We'll pick Azir. Game 2 and 3, they throw it all out the window and say, we're going back to pace. We're going back to skirmish. We're going back to things like the Akali. And it's working. And Gen G can't keep up.
I'm blown away. The individual levels of performance we are seeing from Zeka, from Pyosik in this game across the board. To weather the storm of the Lulu or the Karma, Ezreal on the bottom side. Ruler, though, you can still see all of Gen G still smiles on their faces, knowing the challenge, the task that stands in front of them. But are they still the favorites?
And Beryl's on the cusp of doing something Damwon couldn't. You know, taking them down, actually winning this series. And Gen G have really been tested here at Worlds. Summer, regular season, playoffs, they were never tested. But at Worlds, in these best of 5s, they're struggling.
Certainly are. And it has been incredible game 3. Have to see how Gen G fire back. But with our teams bringing us to match point, we're breaking down that game at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here, where there is a near 20,000 strong army behind DRX in the State Farm Arena. Fans have been popping the hell off for Deft and DRX as they are now 1 game away, Vedius. 1 game away from a world final.
So it was loud yesterday, right? T1 was in the arena. There were a lot of Faker fans.
It's gonna be
and when
loud.
Faker does things, you know, people get excited, okay? I was not expecting that same level of excitement for when Deft and Zeka were just popping off. This arena, when they saw Zeka lock in Akali, it was just like you could feel the floor rumbling, and everyone just knows that he's guaranteed to do something amazing, and he did just that.
I feel like you can also feel DRX almost like feeding off of the hype, right? Like this crowd is so behind them, and then this game is really the game where they stop being hesitant, right? Like we saw them hesitant on that bot side playing game 2. We saw them hesitant in a top lane gang. They're already chanting, "Let's go DRX." But like they are absolutely at this point, and in this game specifically, the way they blew it open, feeding off of that.
Yeah, Pyosik was all over the map. Got to give a head tap to Kingen for kind of getting them low and setting this up. But with this initial kill, getting a little bit of extra gold into Pyosik, he was able to start running around the map. They keep picking him off in the top side. Eventually, it's going to spill over to the bot lane. Pyosik's this guy who is inconsistent. We talked about it in kind of the regular season and playoffs, getting swapped out even for Juhan and stuff. And then to come in and dominate on both his Kindred pick, which is obviously known for, his name comes from that, but then also here on the Viego, just absolutely smurfing. His ultimate usage was so good.
It's an incredible story for Pyosik, a player that has been a part of DRX for pretty much his whole career, and he's just a core part of this organization. They continue to invest in him, continue to believe in him, and even this split, sharing time with another jungler, the fact that there wasn't that much faith in him, the fact that people believed that the team was better when he wasn't playing, for him to have this level of glow up at this World Championship has been an incredible story and journey for him.
Yeah, it's really cool because I think the big thing for me for Pyosik is that when he was initially scouted, it was like, okay, he was scouted because he has these pocket picks, he has hands, he can develop as a player. And it hasn't been this like smooth improvement of like, oh, we started here and then, you know, we're rising up a little bit and like now we're here. No, it's been a very bumpy up and down road. And honestly, like the confidence he had in this game 3, like, yes, is it a simple setup to be like, okay, on the wave, you know, we're going to stack it, we're going to dive at level 3, we're going to revisit it at 5 minutes, like, no, that's not a revolutionary play, but the confidence and coordination he's had with his lanes, their setups, that's not something they had all year. It's amazing.
Yeah, but there's also something to be said for not making it more difficult than it needs to be, right? You know, and they are executing on the level that they need to. You talk about that aggression and the mechanical skill that's behind it, and Mark, what it nets is it nets solo laners who are set up for tremendous success, so it doesn't just stop at Pyosik.
No, I mean, both Kingen and Zeka are just turning heads this world. You heard Cajal mention the fact they were both KT trainees, and then Kingen was the one who convinced Zeka to come and join DRX. But I don't think the pitch was, we might make world finals. I don't think that's what he said to Zeka. These two guys, so young, but doing so well. Their first Worlds appearance.
And what's crazy about them is they're basically just no names. There is no pressure on their shoulders. There was no expectations upon being able to achieve something. Like, their careers have been nothing but up and down bumpy roads where maybe there was a chance where they could have turned it into something. The fact that they've leveled up at this World Championship has been incredible to see. And who would have thought that coming into today, it would be this top side that would be far and away outperforming that of Gen.G.
Mark, you peep those 2 more solo kills for Zeka?
I circled them.
He's now in the double digits. He's in the double digits.
I circled them for a reason in the pre-show.
He's over 10. He's at 11 solo kills at Worlds now. That is astronomical for a young player. He's absolutely popping off. And while we've already talked about 3 of the members of DRX, we have another one to talk about in Beryl, because in this game, he made every second count. And thanks to Reliable Cisco Network, he comes in to save Deft in the mid lane, using that Renata to its fullest potential.
It's so many storylines with DRX to talk about. For Beryl, it might be his 3rd straight World Finals appearance. If they can find one more win here, he's such a good player, keeping Deft up there so he can get some extra damage out and turn this fight around. It would look like a glimmer of hope for Gen.G that he was able to snuff out.
Yeah, and for Beryl, I think it also hasn't been a smooth ride for him, right?
No.
Because we remember previously when he was kind of cited as a problem on Tamwan, as a weak link, along with the bot laner at the time, Ghost. And even this past split, people are like, I don't know about Beryl or how well he's doing. And to come out and have such a strong Worlds performance for him as well. I know we're hitting a lot of narratives, but it's just amazing to see.
I mean, we have to, because again, DRX is on the precipice of making it to the World Finals, and hey, I'll take a bumpy road to 3 straight World Finals.
Yeah, there you go.
If that's all it is, a little bumpy ride, I'll take it. But Vedius, let's talk about how maybe we get a game 5.
Right.
Because now the pressure is on Gen G, and I honestly have to believe they're feeling it because they were the favorite coming in, and now they got to put 2 together back to back.
My eyes go towards Peanut. This man, during the regular season and throughout the LCK summer, was touted as the best jungler in the LCK. This man knows how to get early advantages. He's hyper efficient with his jungle pathing, and often he is a part of what helps Gen G get these early leads. But so far in the semifinals, we have not been seeing him step up, and we've been seeing one too many blunders that I think he needs to get under control.
I would love to see the draft change. Trundle, Azir, Ezreal, Karma, that is so uninteractive. It doesn't have much priority or playmaking in the early game. It feels like they just assume they're better. That's like almost
That's
an
exactly
ego
what it
draft.
feels
Where you're like,
like.
we're just going to scale and beat you. But like DRX is like, you can't just do that to us. We're going to make plays. We're going to kill you. And they didn't really have any tools to try and counteract that through the first 15 minutes.
I mean, what I think is super interesting is after game 1, we're all saying, this is such a difficult matchup for DRX because it feels like that Gen G is just you, but better. And then coming into game 3, it's almost like Gen G says,
Yeah,
we're
we
just
are.
them,
Yeah.
but we're better. And then DRX said, no,
Nope.
no, you are not.
Well,
and
D-
now they're so
DRX
close to being able to
DRX
take
said,
it.
We're something different now. I think
Yeah.
that's what it is. This Worlds has been about DRX finding a new identity, and it is paying dividends. So for Gen G, the pressure is on because after 8 years of struggle, Deft is now just 1 game away from claiming his spot on the finals stage. We'll see if he and all of DRX can punch their ticket to San Francisco
There we
in
go.
game 4 right after this.
Over the wall. Looking for Poke. They've corralled Chovy. They've corralled Peanut. They're locking him down. They handshake it back into the waiting arm. And DRX take the fight. Has the flash, has the ult. For the stuns. Now going to find the lockdown. Immediately going to get the reset. Now he's the karma. He gets the forward. And Brother will kill Brother as a hostile takeover gets the job done. Handshake. Zeka on the flank looking for Ruler. He gets it. He gets the into the R. He gets everything he wants. And now he can try to find another one. Zeka 2 lane again. Zeka time after time in the face of Chovy. Damn your church. He is here to win.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with...
With original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back as we gear up for what very well could be the final game in this best of 5 series between DRX and Gen G. And yet again, we are witnessing history being made. Gen G were indomitable. Gen G were nigh unstoppable domestically. For many of these series have looked the same at Worlds, but today DRX are firing back. This was expected to be the clean sweep. This was expected to be maybe one win for DRX, but now it is Gen G on the back foot, looking to recover in this 4th game.
I wonder if they leave Sylas open this time and just go back to the first pick. They're going to ban Akali, yeah. I think this is the direction they should go in. Gen G back on the blue side where they won game 1. DRX found a response on red, and we saw Caitlyn as their last ban. Aatrox is up, Sylas is up. Just talk about the Caitlyn, the Sejuani, Viego. A lot of power picks now available. And Gen G are going to first pick Sylas. They are crazy if they don't take away that Sylas. So we'll see what DRX's response is. Ryze could be a good one, but we haven't seen that from Zeka just yet.
No, we have not. Ahri, the standout, the surprise pick. We did see it domestically, hadn't seen it as much at Worlds. Seeing in the hands of Zeka, though, piloted it well. Even in a difficult game, found the picks, found the angles necessary to take Ruler out in the team fights. But DRX, you can see, debating what the final ban should be. It will be the Caitlyn. The Sylas up and available. Chovy, is he confident enough to let it go through to pick something like the Ryze?
No way. No way are they giving Sylas over to Zeka. I'm shocked.
Will
the
they take
Akali
it?
ban as well.
And you have to think that they just want something with more proactivity for Peanut. They saw what Pyosik did on the Viego, how impactful the early game can be. Aiding now what the choice is going to be, and every pick feels so incredibly high stakes for the side of Gen G as DRX take their time here. But if they don't lock the Sylas in the first 2, you have to feel that Gen G will take it away from them.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of counter they're thinking of. I think Gen G are going to go Ryze into it, so DRX are not even picking the Sylas. I'm so surprised because right now, Zeka is 6-0 on Sylas at Worlds. It's his best champion by a mile, but I think they're scared of Ryze, you know? I think they're scared of picking Sylas blind and running into it. There's the Ryze. Yeah, they were really worried about it, so good read by DRX to then counter the Ryze with something else. They didn't fall into Gen G's trap. They've gone for the Kindred though, and I think Gen G were teasing the Ryze. No, they're just gonna insta-lock it. There's the Ryze, Renekton. Gen G have recognized what the problem is. It's topside. Yes, you can get a small CS lead in bottom focus down there, but they need something to fight back with on this top side. Ryze, Renekton is their answer. And now what is Zeka's answer to the Ryze?
Debating what will the option be here. Letting the timer tick down. Letting mid lane go through.
Yeah.
Opting for the Gragas, opting for the safe topside matchup, trying to mitigate some of the potential power that could be present there.
Smart. Yeah, there's loads of picks into Ryze. You know, you can go from mages like Azir and Victor to assassins like LeBlanc, even team fighters like Lissandra. Adaptation here from DRX to take away Aphelios, gonna start targeting Ruler a little bit. And we expect Gen G to ban away those mid laners. Varus Karma would be an easy 4 pick here for Beryl. There's the Renata, so I expect double ban to support then. But we'll have to see what they have planned, but it's on Zeka. The amount he's done this series so far for his team. Going back to a control mage is not the style that I think DRX want to play or even we want to see.
Certainly, and he and Pyosik were what defined that 3rd game. Pyosik now once again on comfort, opting for the Kindred over something for Zeka. So it is on him once again to dig deep into the champion pool to show us more as more and more safe scaling. Late game 80 carries are taken off the board. Maybe this time around, DRX want to press their advantage on the bottom side, want to try their hand at dominating the bot lane, but that is a tall task in the face of Ruler and Lehend, regardless of the champions.
I wonder what bot lane they're thinking of here. They have taken away the Karma. They could go many directions right now. They could go really aggressive. They could go for some kind of... The craziest thing they could go for, of course, something like Samira Nautilus, right? But you expect them to play a bit more tamed. Ezreal would work into the Varus again. Xayah is another one that could be an option. Jhin as well, but is that going to be Zeka's Galio? Taking a page out of Faker's book. Trying to match global with global. Have the Galio ult on top of the Realm Warp to match the side lane plays. Xayah Rakan would be dangerous for DRX to deal with, but they have got counter pick support. They can go Varus Tum. They could even go for some kind of engaged support like Leona Nord to match into the Rakan, but I think Xayah is a very smart pick into the melee champions that DRX have so far, given the options that Ruler has. He can always ult the Varus ult. I'm a fan.
And definitely you can see the Gen G are finally ready to fight fire with fire. They're not worried anymore about playing clean, about playing precise. They have the tools needed to skirmish, to fight back in the early to mid game. They will not make the same mistakes they did in the draft in game 3. Final pick here for Lehends. The linchpin to this draft. The Nautilus now locked in.
That's surprising that they go for Nautilus because Beryl has a lot of options now. Tahm Kench would do really well in the lane. Braum would do really well in shutting down the champions they have. I think Braum is actually an incredible pick here with double AD carry into Renekton, Ryze, Viego, Nautilus. A lot of short range. It's such a good pick. Can always E the feathers coming back as well. So I think this was a surprising Nautilus pick. Can be countered really easily by Beryl. A lot of different changes here from DRX, especially in the mid lane, but sticking to a similar kind of concept of the double AD carry, the tank top, and Beryl now on this Braum.
Well called on the Braum pick, Caedrel. Excellent read on the situation. Of course, the potential for stuns, the ability to mitigate so much what the Ryze and the Xayah want to do in a front-to-backs team fight, as well as empowering the level 1. We'll see if DRX want to go for anything. Braum, one of the strongest level 1s in the game. And Gen G, again, finally ready to fight fire with fire. So many skirmishing tools that they can look to leverage, but for the first time in this series, we are not looking to Zeka. We are looking towards Deft, we are looking towards Pyosik as the dual carries on this lineup to bring it home for DRX.
The solo lane duo, the brothers in arms, the best friends in Kingen and Zeka are no longer the carries, they are the supporters. They are there to help Deft get ahead and help Deft get to his first Worlds Finals.
Inversely, on the opposite side, Gen G giving every single member on their team the opportunity to step up. It is not just Ruler and Chovy anymore, but Peanut and Doran getting in on the equation. Potential for this Renekton and Viego to absolutely take over the game. Something that has to be respected.
I think the Xayah gave them good scaling because of the on-hits, right? You know, Xayah, with crit items 3 or 4 can be a huge pain to deal with. We saw T1 around the Elder Dragon against RNG do something similar with Gumayusi on that Xayah. But the Renekton, Viego, Nautilus just hurts your scaling so much as a composition. I think Gen G's best spike is always going to be the mid game, and if they don't get ahead, the longer the game goes against Braum, Varus, Kindred, they run out of gas, they run out of steam to actually get the backline down. So Chovy needs to get the ball rolling in this game, get Zeka under his tower, but Zeka's running Predator, and he's going to try to match these Ghost Realm Warp Roams with his Global and his Keystone.
And you can see Zeka identifying it's not about him versus Chovy. It's about getting his lanes ahead. We're gonna have to see him show us more again. We've seen what he can do. We can see him solo carry, but now he needs to support and get the rest of the team. DRX have the luxury. They can't afford to lose one more. They can also close it out here, and for Gen G, it is now do or die. Betting it all on Chovy's Ryze, on Ruler's Xayah, Peanut's Viego, Doran's Renekton. This is high-stakes League of Legends.
Gen G haven't really been in a position like this for a very long time where they're down in a series. You talked about Braum level 1. DRX agree. Double AD carry with a Braum. If a Q hits, they're as good as dead. Peanut, what is he going to do? He's going to run around here. He could wrap towards the enemy blue. This would be really smart, actually. What he's going to do is do the switcheroo, run to the enemy blue buff, take that while they're on his red. A bit of smoke and mirrors here by Peanut. Really smart decision-making to just run to the enemy jungle and do the exact same thing to Pyosik. They don't actually have a ward on the entrance, so DRX have no clue that this is happening. And as Pyosik clears out these bot camps, he'll think to go towards his own red buff, so we'll see what he covers. He could full clear bot side and keep a split map, or he can move towards the top side and keep his own red buff alive. But DRX don't have information right now. They think Peanut's top side. Peanut could look for a great gank on bot lane in the next minute.
And how much is Peanut willing to gamble here? He has the creative pathing, he's taken away the blue. Once that gets spotted out, they'll know that Peanut is on bot side, but until they see that blue buff taken, they will have no idea for sure where Peanut is, because he's going to Wolves. He still doesn't know, but Peanut, he knows it is do or die. He does not want to flip it on a bot side play. Instead, opting to recall, opting to reset to take the small advantage.
Smart there by Peanut. Just take a base. Get out of there as quickly as possible. If you get collapsed on, you're dead. No red buff. Kindred will chase you down. Braum will run across. And he trades 2 camps for 2. Red Raptors for blue Grom. Pyosik still has no idea that that's gone, I believe. Just as Wolves in the top side. So Peanut will get level 3 off Krugs. And Zeko will get these mid waves in.
Pushing Of course, Galio early on can be very frustrating to deal with as we get later into the game. Chovy going to be able to run circles around him. It'll be more about the big taunts, the big engages in the fights for the Galio. Meanwhile, on the top side, as expected, Renekton coming out on top early on. And Pyosik potentially going to show his face here in the top lane. A lot of good setup for him, the Mounting Dread. Going to make short work of that Renekton if they can make the play happen.
Good idea there from Pyosik. Do Krugs into red, keep red buff up as long as possible. Now Peanut is behind Ruler and Lehens. Sweeper there to get out a little bit of vision. I think they're just here to cover, to get the wave in. Maybe they feel threatened by a Kindred gank because of the split map. But the Crab is up, and they're going to deny the mark. They're going to deny the stack, and Pyosik still yet to do his red buff. I think Doran here can take top Crab as well, so there will be no Crab for Pyosik to pick up, and Peanut will look towards mid here. Zeka hasn't crashed the wave just yet. They're going to set up onto the mid laner. Nothing to do there, though.
Peanut showing his face a lot, just trying to create pressure in the lanes, but in the meantime, Pyosik is just farming up, already at a 1-camp lead, 2-camp lead, rather. One of those CS going awry, and should just leap over the wall here, but will be spotted out by the Scuttle Crab. Crucial that Doran's able to move down and take that one.
Oh, this timing from Doran. Doesn't spot out Pyosik. Puts a ward on the blue buff, though.
Where's Peanut going to go?
He's going to start it up.
That ward is so important.
No smite. That ward from Pyosik will spot Peanut as he moves. Chovy has mid push, but he's extremely low on mana, and Kingen is fighting Doran right now to make this an isolated 1v1. Pyosik doesn't have the smite, though, so he doesn't have the confidence to pull it out and try to finish. Pyosik thinks Peanut doesn't know he's there, but he actually does. That's why Chovy's making sure he's around. Doran hasn't come down just yet. 2v1 in favor of DRX as of...
Waiting on the smite.
Yeah, smite's coming up. He's got it.
Pyosik just going to take this one away. Great use of the lanes there. The side of DRX, Kingen opting for a trade. Zeka taking advantage of the fact that Chovy is out of mana. Has to use that burn through that mana bar to get pressure in this lane, and Peanut is really the one suffering here.
Peanut doesn't know where Pyosik is still. There's a ward on topside river. There's a ward on the Scuttle, of course, as well. But Pyosik is based in fog, so he's still unsure where Pyosik is. So was a bit hesitant to start this one up, but I think given the amount of time that he's spent not seeing him, he can assume that Pyosik is backed away and moved towards his bot side camps, which have respawned. That Gromp's actually level 2, so that helps him out a little bit. Barrel looking for Lehens here, contesting bot waves.
Lehens just fishing for that hook onto Deft, hoping for that opportunity. Be a bit of a trade back and forth. The Winter's Bite will not connect, but Pyosik now showing his face once again on the bottom side of the map. I think maybe hoping to catch a respawn here on one of the camps instead. Level 4, but happy to solo the Dragon.
See if their bot lane can move. I think Gen G have the bot push, so he's sneaking this one under their nose. DRX are actually holding away. Beryl's playing bodyguard here. What he's doing is stopping Lehens from getting into the river despite not having push. He's just body blocking the enemy supports from being able to check or get information. Needs to be careful though, because Peanut is behind Gen G's bot lane. A hook could mean a flash could be a follow-up.
Is also super low at this stage. They're starting to trade, they're getting aggressive. Beryl needs to get out of this one. Unbreakable already burned, Ignite now ticking, but Beryl will walk away safe. In the meantime, Pyosik just trying to take the Dragon. It's getting lower, it's ticking. Peanut waiting over the wall. Can they finish it? But yes, just barely they will find it. Now body blocking, stepping forward, Zeka. The bouncer at the door, making sure Chovy will not find first blood.
And Chovy flashes there to try to get the EW, but Pyosik dashes over the wall to drop vision. That means that Chovy cannot land that. It would be ideal if Chovy can get the root, because then Peanut can flash stun. But Pyosik was having none of it. Very risky, I have to say, from Pyosik. Took him so long to get that down. Doran levels up to 6, he should be all right. But he almost died and lost the Dragon there. That would have been such a big waste of time for the Kindred.
But the absolute confidence, again, that Pyosik is playing with right now, incredible to watch. Outmaneuvering a little bit here in the early game as well as sneaking away. Of course, it does cost Beryl his flash. DRX, bot lane, very aware of what they needed to commit. Trying to make sure that Dragon would go down uncontested. Right now, big advantage on the bottom side, 46 to 61. Ruler's going to make up most of that, but it will still be a small edge to Deft. Zeka returns to the mid lane and keeps the pressure on.
Herald's up very, very soon in the next minute, and DRX needs to establish some kind of topside control. They don't want Gen G to get that Herald to get the ball rolling. Chovy's got the spellbook, so he swapped this flash over to Cleanse. You'll need that against Galio Braum in the next fight, so I expect Gen G to contest it as well. Doran's had the top push the majority of this game, but Kingen's very happy on this. Gragas will just be a massive meatball for his team, disrupt the fights with the ultimate. And he's slowly stacking this wave, I think, because of the Herald spawn, but Pyosik's taking a base, and Gen G have the majority of their pinks on the bot side of the map. You can see that kind of line from their entrance to the bot side brush. And it's just a question of which bot lane moves first.
Absolutely is. One of the nice things about Xayah, obviously, she can match that wave clear when she's given access to the wave. Those feathers, the pullback, giving you so much control. Lehen's level 6 around the corner. Hook now going to connect. They're trying to knock down Beryl. Going to get the root, but Beryl, the unbreakable, living up to its name. He will not fall, but a good health trade means that Gen G access to the river, as you highlighted, Cadril, can take control before the next dragon spawns.
Gonna move towards mid here because Chovy's basing without TP. That pink ward might spot them if they look for Zeka, and they're just here to catch the wave. But we'll see what DRX does to respond, because I think Peanut's gonna start that Herald up. Pyosik is on the way. Deft is still bot lane. He doesn't actually start it yet. No, he did, so he's pulling it out. Pyosik's around. Deft's moving up, but Gen G have all the vision to know exactly where DRX are. They're engaged, a little bit lackluster. They need to hit a hook. Beryl could be close to 6, as well as Lehen's on this mid wave. They're going to contest it.
But remember, this is the top side power that Gen G drafted for. Pitching for that stun now. You can see Viego in the bush, Peanut in the bush, waiting. Reset here big, though. Now Lehen's looking for the engage, trying to find the lockdown. Locked out Beryl, unbreakable, but now should surely fall. But here comes Zeka and the rest of the team. They're going to lock out. They're going to find first blood. Beryl still alive on the backside. The Lamb's respite, buying so much time. Gen G knows that they need to get something back, but Deft is unafraid. Deft is still free firing at the pullback from Ruler. It's clean, but it's not quite enough to finish the job as Zeka dives into the back line. Still standing for now, but surely he should fall. Everybody is so low. Oh no! Are they still alive? But the feathers fly. Ruler finds one, wishes for 2, tries to find another. Beryl will finally fall, and Gen G fire back.
Such a back and forth fight. It turns into a 2 for 2. I believe Lehen's falling very, very early on in that fight, but he's back towards this Herald. Gen G will start it up. Pyosik's move towards the bot side to pick up his mark on the crab, so they will lose this objective. Very messy there. Doran didn't get his combo off. I think his flash didn't close enough distance to be able to get onto the back line of DRX. We'll see this again. So Lehen's just hooks. He gets a little bit of vision knowing that someone's in that bush from Chovy. Goes onto Beryl, but Pyosik doesn't panic and use the Lamb's respite. He just focuses down the Nautilus. As he dies, he ults for Beryl to get the heal. Zeka zones away Ruler. The ultimate from Deft is good, but let's watch Doran there. I think he tried to flash stun, but he didn't get it onto Pyosik. His model didn't move. Could be a spectator bug. And then Ruler is the one who turns this, gets Beryl low. Peanut chunks them out. DRX tried to fight back, but Ruler stays alive.
The last second root from Deft's ulti there, catching out the Renekton, catching out Doran, stopping him from getting more. Look at the blinking health bars. The unbreakable from Beryl. He should have died in the first exchange. He dies in the end, but he keeps his team standing. Excellent back and forth, but finally a bit of good news for the side of Gen G. Their top side 1-0-1. The damage, though, all about Ruler.
World champion AD Carry showing why he is such. 30 seconds on the Dragon. DRX have kept on relying on this Soul to be their main win condition this entire series long. Gen G have struggled to find Dragons past the mid game. A couple of early ones, but Zeka will look for the plate, has the Predator. Pyosik taking a base will move towards this bot side. We're gonna get another fight around this Dragon. You can see on your screen there at the bottom side, Doran is just giving up top waves. He doesn't have TP, he needs to be here in time for this fight, so DRX will probably have to give this one up. We'll see what they can get in response. Kingen will be way too late, and Pyosik as well. But he's going to try his best to get down there by the looks of it. They're going to start it up, though.
Gen G, big Beryl again. Getting hit with the hook is big. Unbreakable going to buy a few more seconds. He needs to leap back into the arms of Pyosik. Now the retreat coming out. The hook coming in from over the wall. Big ulti coming in from Deft. And that's the pick now on the backside. Kingen looking for the avenue, looking for the entrance, but the side steps are clean from Gen G. They will not let that cast connect, but it's Pyosik back onto the Dragon. Pyosik with priority access to pick. Giving the Dragon over to DRX.
That's the power of the Braum. You hook in, you're not getting out. You get locked up, you get stunned, you get knocked up, and all of the damage that you try to do on that hook just gets blocked by the Braum. So, really good pickup there by Beryl from the draft. Trying to get this wave in, gets the stack on the cannon, gets the kill, and gets the Dragon. Ocean Soul this time around, but DRX already halfway there.
Certainly are. Pyosik waiting in the darkness. Zeka trying to look to lock him down. Goes golden, waiting out the taunt. It's clean from Chovy, but how will he escape? The Ghost now coming out, retreating to safety. Forced to flash, burn both sums just to make it out of the gank.
Rice and Chovy going to be in a very tough spot to contest these mid-waves. Pyosik doing work around the map. If you'd have told me 2 months ago Pyosik would be one game from a World's Finals, I would think you're a madman. I think you're crazy. But this series, he's been outperforming Peanut, one of the best junglers in the LCK, and he might find another kill here. Doran, no flash, gets knocked, but he'd slice and dice his way away. But that's another mark for the Kindred, sitting at 3 in 12 minutes.
And again, this is the story of DRX. They were not the team that was supposed to make it out of LCK. A lot of people had Sandbox no matter who you had. See now, though, Deft can survive the dive here. Stepping forward, Charge gonna come in. They'll get a few plates, but not a lot else. DRX constantly surviving, constantly evolving to push further and further into this tournament, but Gen G are the first seed in the LCK for a reason. You saw in the last fight how much damage Ruler did with 0 items under his belt. Have to respect the potential as we get later into this game.
And you just touched on it a little bit earlier on. I'll save that for now as we watch this replay. Hook hits, shield comes up, stun lands from your double AD carry. On top of the Varus ult, you have nowhere to go. Knock up as well from the Brown. Chain CC is too much for Lehends, and he falls. DRX get the dragon. But you just talked about it. A lot of people thought Sandbox would be the 4th seed from the LCK. Prince was having a fantastic split, and their mid jungle was finding so much success on things like Ahri and Vi, but DRX overcame them despite losing in the first round of playoffs to them. They overcame KT, and they've overcome everything. Worlds is where miracles happen, and we can see that right now from DRX. I've never seen a player like Zeka have such an incredible upwards trajectory in a space of 1 or 2 months.
Has to be the most meteoric rise in history for any individual player. To go from middle of the pack to potentially the best, fighting for that opportunity now. Chovy holding on the taunt now, coming in, King and ready to go in over the wall. Chovy, goodbye! You don't got a stopwatch anymore. Peanut now running, doing what he can to escape, to survive, but DRX are descending upon Gen G like wolves.
Look at them go, and they're not done just yet. Kingan's trying to find Peanut. Doran's hitting the top tower. He'll pick up the first turret of the game. Pyosik is around. Beryl is moving up. Deft's pushing out bot. We'll see if they take this fight. We'll see if they try to take down the Renekton.
Looking to burn down Doran. Doran popping the ulti, the burst if he can turn here, but he's running out of fury. The Kolamik not going to connect. Looking to finish the job with the mounting dread, but just forcing the flash. And again, DRX finding advantage after advantage. The gold within touching distance, but 2 Drakes already to their name.
Pyosik's turned from a liability to a powerhouse jungler. Him and Beryl are running the map right now. Q-Flash misses from Beryl onto Chovy, but new kid on the block. Zeka lands the taunt, and they get the kill onto the mid laner of Gen G. The dive works. Peanut gets out, but DRX got what they came for. It's the kill onto Chovy with no flash that they forced earlier on.
Yep. Getting everything in that exchange. And you know Chovy's kicking himself because maybe he could have just flashed on the earlier play, kept the stopwatch or vice versa, but burned everything and so had nothing left to defend himself. Flash just around the corner. We'll be able to survive the next play, but DRX already setting up a chokehold on the top side of the map, ready for the next Herald.
It's a checklist here for DRX. Push out lanes, make sure you cover, set down vision, push out the next wave, then look for the setup in denying their face checks. But it's a bit of an awkward spot right now because with 45 seconds on the Dragon, I believe Herald is spawning soon as well, and both these teams want to crack open that mid-tier 1. So DRX look like they're posturing on the top side. They want to get this Herald first. The first objective to spawn. Zeka has the ultimate, no TP. Chovy has the Realm Warp, no TP. Double global on the mid laners. They can join this fight at an instant. Pyosik doesn't want to stay in that pit for too long. The DRX don't have any point and click engage without the Gragas flash, but they have a lot of threat. That means Gen G cannot be the ones to engage. The hook cannot connect because there's no stopwatch, and Beryl will turn the fight with the Unbreakable. Chovy's here. Zeka's here. The DRX have started up the Herald.
DRX go back so incredibly well. Beryl holding on to all of his cooldowns, knowing if he burns the Unbreakable too soon, it could mean the end of the fight. The Herald being contested. 4 members of Gen G in the area. Now 5 as Chovy descends. Zeka ready with the ultimate to respond. The hook going to connect, but will not catch Kingan over the wall. Herald now being taken out, knocked down by DRX. Gen G walking away empty-handed, but here comes Zeka. Just fishing for a bit of poke, hoping to maybe burn a summoner spell. Walking away, knowing that they got what they came for.
Gen G are first to this Dragon, though. Sole point for DRX. They do not want to give this one up. No ultimates used on either side. Kingan using the wall on the hook. Beryl right face check. Finds Doran.
Again, the second the concussive blows have marked you, it is so hard for you to dive into the backline. There's a Braum, there is a Kindred. You need so much time to burn down DRX.
So much pressure on both these teams fighting for a Worlds final. DRX are going to start it up. Chovy a little bit split, has the Realm Warp if he wants to rejoin his team. Lehends and Peanut together as a jungle support, looking for a hook onto Beryl. He has no flash, but he has the Unbreakable. There's the Realm Warp, but he doesn't choose to take it. He wants to sandwich the rest of DRX with Doran on the flank.
Over the wall. Hook now going in under the Braum. Zeka onto the flank, fishing for the angle. Will lock up Ruler. Ruler immediately going to cleanse. Now the fog coming in for the Braum. Ruler on touch of the backside. Keep your eyes on the feather. They could just be everything. That's going to be the shutdown. Doran leaping forward. Ruler untouched. Now Gen G, they see their opportunity. Peanut stepping forward, peeling back now. Barrel and Deft, the last two standing. Kingen off to the side, but it is Gen G taking the fight.
Peanut takes down Pyosik, picks up the Spirit Form, and then shuts down DRX. The engage from Zeka was good onto Lehens, but the follow-up of the solo laners of Gen G and Peanut isn't enough to stop the Soul Point and stop DRX in their tracks of finding themselves towards a Worlds final.
And again, you talked about the pressure in that fight, but Gen G pulled off, they execute. Now trying to keep the pressure up, that bot lane tower so low. To be able to take it soon, and again, denying Soul Point, buying themselves more time to get items under the belt of their carries.
And this fight would turn on its head if Pyosik could get the ultimate off. Lehens dies. This flank from Zeka are really good in forcing the bot lane of Gen G back. Kingen's marking Chovy, but watch Peanut and Doran here. They find Pyosik, they get the shutdown onto him. He cannot use the Lamb's Respite. If he could, they would have turned this fight, but the reset there for Peanut picks up the soul, pushes DRX's bot lane back to allow Chovy and the rest of Gen G to take down Zeka.
And this is the level of decisiveness we needed to see from Gen G if they wanted to bring us to a Game 5. They cannot hesitate on these cooldowns against this Braum or against this Kindred. And now they fish for the dive. Kingen trying to buy as much space as he can. The tower surely set to fall. Chovy now chasing, running. This Gragas, there's no way you can make it out of this one. Locked up, the CC coming through. Kingen will fall. Doran on a killing spree.
Herald placed in mid. DRX are playing on two lanes here. They'll look for mid tier 1 and top tier 1. Gen G, great pick there onto the Gragas. They get the tower. DRX quick to respond in terms of trading these objectives. Zeka should get this top tower. Chunk onto mid. And that's the power of the Herald. It gives you a tempo cheat. You know, if you don't have a push in the lane or you're not confident enough to siege because they have wave clear, it's a cheat button to make sure that you can answer a cross map just like that from the side of Gen G. Good kill though. And Doran on this Renekton sitting at 3-0 and 2. Incredibly strong in this mid game.
And look at the gold within touching distance as we crest 20 minutes.
Oh,
Lehens caught out. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the concussive blow stack. Zeka waiting off to the side. The support surely going to fall, but Ruler has to be watched, has to be respected. Oh, Doran, Chovy on the front line. They put them into the meat grinder, taking them out one at a time. DRX overstepping their welcome in the enemy jungle.
That's the second time the Renekton stun is stopping Pyosik from getting the Lamb's Respite. Gen G's win condition in these fights is very clear. Get on top of the Kindred, lock him down before he can get the ult, and then play the fight out from there onwards. Lehens is going to be the one to tank all the damage and probably fall in the fight, but allowing them to move forwards with the Lamb's Respite down is what's helping Gen G win these fights. And DRX didn't even have the damage to take down the support of Gen G in a 3v1. Zeka was a little bit far away. Pyosik couldn't get his full combo off, manages to get the E damage out. Beryl blocks out Ruler, but it's the stun again with the ult Fury. Pyosik can't do anything. He might need a QSS this game or some kind of Mikhails.
And we very much see the role reversal from the previous game, where it was Ruler and Chovy trying to dish out all the damage to carry the team. This time around it is Deft and Pyosik, and if you cut that Kindred down, all of the damage falls with it. Yes, Zeka is building AP. Yes, he has a bit of burst, but it is not enough against so much sustain on the opposite side. Divine Sunder, the Renekton healing. It's hard to match. For DRX, the execution has to be clean from this point out because Gen G have fought back. They've gotten out of the deficit. They have the lead, and their characters are stronger in the skirmish.
They are 1 minute 40 seconds on the Dragon. Baron's up. Gen G have much better options in rushing down the Baron this time. Before they had Sylas and Varus, not so good on the rush, but Ryze and Xayah are. You can use the Ryze ult, push in mid waves to tier 1s or tier 2s, ult towards the Baron as 4 or 5. Buy yourselves an extra 5 to 10 seconds to rush it down. Alternatively, you can use it for a turn. We'll see what Gen G opts into, but right now it's all about bot side control, saving Chovy, making sure he can push out these waves, making sure he's safe for when the dragon spawns in a minute's time to rush that one down, slowly stack up these dragons. Very even game right now. Slight gold lead to Gen G, but DRX have that extra dragon in their back pocket.
And again, credit to Gen G, keeping the mental up, even after a difficult early game in this one. They fought back here in the mid game, keep it within touching distance.
Ruler building towards 3 items. Will be the late game insurance for Gen G. Doran will get them through the mid game. Chovy and Ruler will get them through the late game. Set up in their favor. DRX, not enough vision to walk into this river just yet. They need to see resets. They need to see champions on waves. Atlanta supporting DRX right now. Supporting Deft and his mission. His long, long mission to get to that Worlds final.
And it's good to hear even in the face of a team that was called by so many, myself included, the favorites for this series in Gen G. The crowd still willing to rally behind names like DRX. You can understand why after the previous games, but here in the mid lane, Ruler trying to take control. Second item now completed for Deft, ready to fight back a bit more in this fight, but again, it's all sustained damage. They don't have the immediate reliable burst, and it's Gen G moving in uncontested to take their second dragon of the game.
DRX don't have the vision to fight this, do they? They're just going to give it up. No real harm done. Evening up the dragons. They need more time for Deft to pick up a third item. They need more time to set up. Lehens has the flash, has to use it against the Chains of Corruption from Deft.
Bit of poke coming in the mid lane. Gen G posturing, 4 members, 5 members coming into the area, just in case DRX try anything tricky around the Baron. You know, you can feel the tension.
Yeah.
For Gen G, it's all an elimination match every fight. Any misstep could be their last in the tournament. DRX rallying, holding on, fishing for these farm and opportunities to just scale more into the game.
Zeka forces Doran back. One mistake could cost you everything. For Gen G, it could cost them a World Championship final. For DRX, it could...
What? Oh.
Chovy, did he just...
Yep.
Did he panic, or did he have smite on a spellbook or something?
I think Fat Finger on the flash, potentially. It is hard to say without watching the replay, but potentially a sign of nerves setting in. We look at Chovy so often as this player who is mechanical, methodical, almost robotic in the precision that he plays League of Legends with, but he talked about it in some of the videos. It's not that he's not afraid. He overcomes it to perform at the level he does, and you have to wonder if this pressure, this insurmountable, seemingly endless amount of pressure on this stage in front of a crowd that's so ready to cheer for DRX is getting to him as we get later and later into this series.
Yeah, it's hard to know, but it looks like it is. Down in CS a little bit right now, down a level, lost his flash, so DRX know that, and they're going to try to capitalize on it. Vision war continues around this top side for Baron. Both of these teams paying a lot of respect, don't want to overextend, want to make sure that they're taking high probability plays, but they can take a risk. DRX have good Baron rush. Gen G similarly. Just need to get the vision out. They need to push the opposing team back and then force them to come into you. That one ward, giving a lot of information over to Gen G right now. What's the play? Peanut giving information to Lehens. Doesn't have flash. Push in from Doran on the bot side. 2 levels up onto Kingen, who has to group with his team. Gonna push in the next wave. Has the TP.
Kingen missing out on CS just to be around for that play. Does have the TP, as does Doran. But gonna give up a lot of CS and a lot of damage on that bot lane tier 2 tower. Just to posture, just to fish for a potential opportunity. And Doran really a monster in this game, 3-0-3. Last game was very difficult for the team overall, but he is showing up on this Renekton.
Yeah.
Really prioritizing his pieces, and his key to success instead of the bot lane has now paid off for Gen G.
And he will have Guardian Angel in the next base, you have to imagine. Will be a real pain for DRX to get down. They have the AD carries to kite back and deal a lot of damage, but if he can find that stun onto Pyosik again, Gen G will win the fight. Pyosik
off the wall, Barrow to follow, immediately fishing for the opportunity, but he's still gonna get locked on the fast forward. Barrow and Pyosik, the dynamic duo. Support and jungle now turn their sights on the Baron.
That is the window they've been waiting for. The jungle support strikes. The Baron is up. TP in from Doran. They haven't started it yet. They're baiting it. Realm Warp for Vision. DRX don't even start up the objective. They get a TP, they get an ultimate, they get a pick. Zeka knows Doran's up here.
But you know the pressure on them because the second he went down, Doran immediately TP'd. They can't afford to misstep. You see the pressure time and time again, but it is Zeka zoning, looking for an opportunity, trying to lock down the Renekton. Pyosik coming over the wall, ready to deal the damage. Concussive blows have marked him. Ignite has marked him, and there is no one here to protect him. It is Doran versus the world. It is Doran versus DRX, and DRX come out on top.
And they're capitalizing on Gen G's mistakes. Peanut disrespecting topside Vision. Doran TPing up there a little bit too early. Is now the time to start the Baron, I wonder. 2 items on Deft. Doran 30 seconds, no TP. Ward in the pit though, no pink down from DRX, so Gen G have all the information they need. Ultimate coming up from Peanut soon. Zeka doesn't have the Predator up just yet, but he wants to zone them away. Don't forget about the Kindred ult, they could bait it once again.
Looking for that opportunity, locking Peanut out of the pit. It's getting lower and lower, there's no jungle, and it does not matter. That is the Baron for DRX. Peanut now has to run unstoppable. Lethal on the retreat, but DRX have got what they came for. Zeka zoning, DRX eyes on the prize. They will take the objective.
And they are so close to booking their ticket to the World's Final. 2 picks, a Baron, 30 seconds on this next Dragon to put them on soul point. All of DRX take a base. They run down towards this bot side river. Gen G need to respond. Chovy swapped over to the Smite. This could be their last stand.
And the gold, dead even. This game, skill versus skill. It is not about snowballing. It is not about beating the opposition with your wallet. Outplaying and outmaneuvering. Catching Peanut, taking the objective, setting their sights now on the Dragon. And it looks like Gen G know that this is not their time to fight. Giving Soul Point away to DRX, knowing they cannot afford to take this. Peanut perhaps can fish for the steal, but instead happy to just go back to his own safety of the jungle.
It's Ruler. Ruler versus the world now for Gen G when he gets that Infinity Edge. 2 levels up on depth. Despite these picks, I think Gen G's team fight is still incredibly strong. DRX need to respect it. They're playing 1-4 right now. Kingen doesn't have TP, but neither does Doran. Ruler is showing on mid to catch the waves. When he gets that Infinity Edge, he will melt through the front line of DRX. But as of now, with this Baron buff, that's 1 tower. Can they find more?
Doing so well to mark the flanks on the side of DRX, pushing forward, and this is such a hard situation for Gen G to fight. They have to be fully confident when they pull the trigger. Again, a single misstep can cost them everything. In the mid lane, Kingen pushing in already, trying to get more gold out of this Baron buff. Already plus 2k on the Red Bull Baron power play. Looking for a bit more. This tier 2 surely will fall. The rest of his team now on the bottom side, playing across 2 lanes. Doing what they can with their range advantage, but respecting the potential for Gen G to pull the trigger here in bot lane.
DRX keeping up the siege, proving absolutely everyone wrong. Looking for this bot tier 2, looking for the win. With this Baron buff, 45 seconds left. They got the mid tier 2, they got the bot tier 1. Realm Warp from Chovy after clearing mid waves to help defend.
Will they commit for the fight? Lahen's ulti, the big sources of CC, where will they go? Deft ready to disengage at a moment's notice. The taunt waiting in the darkness in the brush. DRX, confident. It is slow, it is steady, it is methodical.
They're gonna keep up the pressure. 3 minutes, 20 seconds away from that soul. They want to keep Gen G in their base. They're gonna have to base soon though, because they have a lot of gold to spend. Watch Kingen's ult. He might be looking at it from over the wall. There's the ult.
Lock up, now trying to take out Doran. Doran, how much more time does he have? Follow-up lock-up is gonna hit Lahen. It might hit Ruler as well. They're trying to lock down everybody. Chovy being pushed away. It will be the tier 2 falling. Gen G know better than to commit on that one. The recall is immediately coming out. DRX got what they came for.
Good macro and good patience from DRX. They didn't disrespect Gen G, overforce any kind of dives. They don't want to make any mistakes with the lead they've been given. And now they're ahead up against Gen G, who were stronger in the mid-game with this Renekton, but all those picks and that Baron have put them in the lead now. Zeka is ahead of Chovy. Ruler, though, has picked up the Infinity Edge. Ruler is the one who needs to stand his ground and carry Gen G to this Game 5.
So much pressure on a single player. But if it had to go on anyone, you'd want it on the man who's lifted the trophy before, on the world champion. Ruler, no doubt, the most consistent. He did it in Game 5. The Lucian, the Quadra in the face of Damwon. Can he bring Gen G to a Game 5 here?
2 minutes on the Dragon, and there will be a moment to take a breath until that spawns. Neither team will look for anything else. There's no objectives to play for. There's no towers to siege down. There's only waves to catch and 2 minutes to discuss how you're going to fight this. Gen G going to give some respect to DRX as they get the waves in and push into their jungle to get some vision. Chovy being very conscious not to get caught out on top wave. He's going to join his team and wait for the waves to crash so he can catch them. And 1 minute 40 seconds left. I think DRX will have the setup, of course. It's just whether Gen G can find a way in, an avenue. Through mid it looks hard, but through bots with Doran's push, that might be their way to fight the Dragon.
Keep your eyes on the vision. Flanking wards and teleports, perhaps the avenue to get into the back line of DRX, to do what they did twice already this game and delete Pyosik instantly in the fight. Ruler only getting stronger. Similar story for Pyosik. 3 items for both of the respective AD threats on the side of DRX. And I love this from Zeka. No tanky items, here for full damage. That combo, ready to take Ruler out at a moment's notice if he missteps.
Waves being pushed in, Chovy taking his final base before what you expect to be the last team fight of the game.
But there is one play that DRX could do to catch Gen G off guard, and looking at their vision, they might look for it. They could bait a Dragon Start, then they could all go towards the Nash and actually force that as Gen G tried to deny that soul. Luckily for Gen G, they have the Realm Warp, they have the Rise ult to keep up with that kind of pace and that decision-making. Chovy swapping over to the heal. Gen G need to get mid-waves in so they can get information to work with 30 seconds left. Deft coming out of base. Pyosik and Zeka coming down towards mid. Both teams want to get mid-wave in. Peanut face checking.
Stepping in, this is risky. Peanut goes unstoppable. The mark's already hitting him, but he will retreat. That's lots of summoners already burned. The heal now coming out. Chovy taking that one out. DRX looking to fight their way in. And you can tell the pressure, the arena. So quiet as every single person in here waits on the edge of their seat for this moment. Could be the defining moment of the game. 10 seconds left till the soul will spawn.
Deft is farming Raptors. They're going to go onto mid-wave here. DRX are going to go through mid. Gen G are going to go through bot. Crab over to Peanuts. Movement speed in the fight might help them out a little bit. No flanks just yet. Chovy could ult Lehens behind them or something along those lines, but it's very dangerous. This is it. This will decide everything. Deft looking for the dragon. Pyosik has the smite, has the Lamb's Respite if he needs it.
Battle lines drawn. Either side looking to hit the dragon, either side looking to risk the 50-50. Why flip the coin on your future here at Worlds 2022? Taking their time now, arrows being charged up, poke being traded back and forth. All it takes is a single misstep, a single mistake, and either side will leap into the enemy backline. 6K getting lower, DRX think this is their opportunity. Barrel looking for the knockup, and he grabs it! And it's the soul! And it will be a slaughter in the pit! Pyosik and Deft back to back as brothers slaughtering the front line and the back line of Gen G. It is Ruler versus the world, but the Gale Force will not be enough. He's dead! Kingan's gonna get the kill! No, Ruler turns it around! He gets Kingan! He gets Barrel! He falls! It's 3 members of DRX left! Chovy has respawned. I'm not sure if they have enough to look for the full end. Chovy's gonna have to clear the wave. DRX 3v1. Can they take the win? Chovy versus the world. A heroic effort from Ruler to buy time, to buy space, to give an opportunity to hold on and fight again. But the odds only stack more and more in the favor of DRX. They have taken the soul. They will take the Baron. Gen G on their last legs need to find a way back.
What a fight from DRX. Barrel buying time for Pyosik nets them such powerful buffs to look for the win. They're waiting on the respawns of Barrel and Kingan to make sure everybody has a piece of the Baron buff. And with 5 members strong, the siege is inbound. 1 minute to set up, but look at this from Barrel. Just goes straight forwards, tells his team to finish it, just drops the ultimate. Look at that. Splits them up so much. Then watch Kingan's ult as well. Just splits everything. No front to back whatsoever. Pyosik gets the dragon. Flashes away from Doran, who was looking for the stun. And then the double AD carry turns.
The knockback into the taunt of Galio. It is clean team play and execution. And while Gen G do what they can to fight back, while Ruler does what he can to fight back, all he does is delay. Cannot find a greater victory. It is still clean play and a pleasure to watch, but not enough for Gen G to turn this one.
And Barrel gets the last laugh as he kills the world champion and takes him down for the full ace. Frustration on the side of Gen G, elation on the side of DRX. I don't even think the coaching staff can believe what they're seeing right now. They're watching their team climb from a losing in playoffs round 1 of the LCK to Sandbox to almost pushing their ticket to the World's Final.
Barrel looking for Ruler! It could just be everything. He's forcing it out now, buying as much time as they can with the Lamb's Respite. They want to keep this fight going. DRX do not want a slow game. They find their pick. They find the angle. Doran spotted out. He will not be able to TP back to help the rest of the team. The siege begins for DRX.
Zeka doesn't have the TP. He's trying to gap close as much as possible to be ready with the Galio. There's the TP from Doran to help the wave clear. The Baron buffed up creeps are coming in. Gen G are slowly holding on, but DRX will start to move forwards. They'll start to push them back. They'll start to look for a base break, and they'll get it. Inhibitor will fall. DRX put a dent already into Gen G. The world champions from 2017, looking incredibly vulnerable right now. DRX looking for Nexus towers.
Barrel blocking what he can. A lot of damage under the Nexus towers. Zeka already breaking open mid lane. A second inhibitor surely will fall. Gen G knowing that this next fight will be their last. Stepping back. Buying brief moments.
They're gonna force it.
They get it. Stepping in. The carries are so strong. Doran goes into the meat grinder, and he is taken out
the World Finals. Gen G shell-shocked. And for one moment, the world stops spinning. The sun refuses to set on the dreams of Deft. In what could be his final year, he has one shot at a title. Something he's never had in his entire career before.
DRX are limitless. Every time they have been doubted, they have stepped up. Your predictions against them, your doubt is there, Ambrosia. They are unstoppable. They are the first team to go from play-ins to finals. This is Deft's first final. It is the third for Beryl. Zeka on his wings, on his back, on his Akali or Silas. He has made his mark on this stage.
Keep doubting them, and they will only get stronger. Heartbreak for Ruler. What has been such a successful last 6 months of domestic domination comes to an end. We're left with 2 LCK teams in the finals, in T1 and DRX. Gen G and Damwon are out. One final bow for this roster.
Still a hero's exit. Friends on both sides of the rift. For Gen G, not the performance they were looking for, but again, for DRX, they just keep finding ways. They just keep rising up.
It's incredible. It is incredible. They've taken down the world champions from last year. They've taken down one of the most dominant teams in LCK history. Domestically, unbeatable. They had come into this series having never beaten Gen G once this entire year. They played 4 best-of-3s, and Gen G 2-0'd them in every single one. But is in the best-of-5 at the end of the year in the World Semis, where they find their first 3 wins. And what a time to do it.
And that man on your screen, again, the most impressive turnaround we've seen. This is a guy you knew to be feast or famine, and it's been all feast today.
Doing some Kindred jumps there with the arrows. His favorite champion. It's in the name.
Definitely left his mark. And it's just a story you cannot conceive of, you cannot write. If you told me that this was the path to finals for Deft and DRX, I would not have believed you. And the tragedy truly is that it is over the bodies of their brothers, of former teammates and friends, that they must move on to face T1.
And that's the story of Deft, isn't it? EDG, he departs. EDG become the world champions. He separates away from Chovy on Hanwha Life. Chovy lifts the trophy. Deft's always in the shadows of his former teammates, in a sense where it feels like he's the one being left behind. And now he's the one in the World Finals. And it's a similar story for Beryl. Leaving Damwon, seeing them rise above DRX, almost beating T1 domestically. And it's him who goes further. It's Damwon who loses in quarters. It's Beryl who goes to his 3rd World Finals. Doubt is what surrounds this team, and success is what is forged. It is one of the greatest stories I've ever seen in esports history.
It is the greatest story. Screw it. I'm saying it. It's the greatest story. I can't believe it. I still can't believe it. We watched it happen, and I cannot believe it happened. DRX, again, continue to unlock new levels beyond and beyond and beyond everything we expect. And now,
that's it.
Deft versus Faker.
Will Faker get his 4th? Will Deft get his 1st? And will Deft retire? Is this his last year? Is this the last best-of-5 we'll ever see from Deft? But it's been a very long road for both these teams. DRX coming from play-ins all the way here, and the date is set. The last dance is set next weekend.
Stunned, speechless, happy for Deft. It is unprecedented. This turnaround, this meteoric rise for Zeka and the entirety of DRX. I think we're all just waiting and excited, moments away now from a post-game interview. And I'm out of words.
Yeah,
I spent my whole life talking. I've got nothing left to say, to be honest with you. You've heard what I have to say. We have to hear what they have to say, I think.
There's nothing left to say. It's just, there's one date left, and there's one best-of-5 left. And whoever wins, it's going to go down in history forever.
Is it the return to glory for Faker? The beginning of a new T1 dynasty? Or is the end of potential end, rather, of Def's story one of victory, one of elation against the most insurmountable odds I think we have
How
ever
have they
seen?
done it? How have they beaten EDG? How have they beaten Gen G?
It's
incredible.
It's a good question. We'll ask the analyst desk later, but for now, we're joining G-Sun on stage with both Deft and Zeka for a Verizon post-game interview. Give it up!
Thank you so much. I am here with Deft and Zeka after a phenomenal win against Gen G, and they're now making their way into finals. Huge congratulations to both of you. But first, Deft, I want to start off this interview with you. After 7 Worlds, you made it to your first Worlds finals. How does that feel?
우선 데프트 선수 정말 축하드립니다. 7번의 도전 끝에 이제 드디어 월드 결승 무대를 처음으로 밟게 되는데요. 소감이 어떠신가요?
우선 너무 좋긴 한데 사실 뭔가 뭔가 아직은 뭔가 얼떨떨해서 네, 좀 진정이 돼봐야 제가 어떤 기분인지 알 것 같아요.
I mean, obviously this feels amazing, but at the same time, this feels so surreal. And back to Zeka, congratulations on making it to Worlds Finals. And especially, you are the first Plains team to make it to the finals. How do you feel?
제카 선수도 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다. 이렇게 결승에 진출하시게 되면서 월드 역사상 처음으로 플레인 스테이지에서 팀이 이제 결승까지 진출하게 되는 대기록을 세우셨는데요. 소감이 어떠신가요?
제가 이번에 월즈가 처음인데 이제 모든 순간이 다 처음이라서 많이 좋았었는데 이거 4강도 처음이고 8강도 처음이고 결승도 처음인 것 같아서 너무 좋아서 많이 뜻깊고 아직까지 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
This is my first Worlds, so everything was a first time to me, you know. The whole stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, and I'm in finals, so every moment is so meaningful for me, and I'm so happy. And Zeka, you topped Scout in the quarterfinals, and then you just beat Chovy in the semifinals. How are you able to always perform your best and with so much confidence on such a big stage like this Worlds?
그리고 제카 선수 이제 8강에서는 스카웃 선수를 제패했고요. 이제 초비 선수까지 잡았습니다. 월즈라는 이렇게 큰 무대에서 언제나 어떻게 이렇게 좋은 경기력 그리고 엄청난 자신감을 뽐낼 수 있는 건가요?
일단은 자신감의 근본은 일단
I think he said he's gonna go eat
감독
some
코치님이 저에게 너무 좋은 말씀들과
I took a nap,
그런
but I
자신감을
fell
많이
asleep
얻는 것
on the
같고 이제 상대하는 다른 선수들도 이제 배운다는 마음가짐으로 계속 하다 보니까 경기하면서도 계속 배우고 약간 느낀 점이 많아서 많이 도움이 되는 것 같아요.
I think my confidence comes from all the good words and advice from my teammates and my coaching staff. And also the mid laners I played against in quarterfinals and also in semifinals were so talented. So I actually wanted to learn from them while I was playing against them. And I was able to learn so much lesson from them during that matches. And back to Daft. So much ups and downs this year. You guys barely made it to Worlds, but you guys pushed through since the playing stage. You guys made a reverse sweep against EDG, and now you guys are making it into finals. How is team able to always have such a long tenacity throughout the year? Especially you guys were on a 13-game losing streak against Gen G, and you guys overcome this.
그리고 데프트 선수 올해 DRX가 정말 많은 산전수전을 겪었습니다. 그리고 사실은 월드 진출도 굉장히 불투명한 상황에서 월드에 왔고 플레인 스테이지를 거쳐서 8강에서는 역습을 만들어냈고요. 그리고 젠지 상대로는 13세트 연패를 극복하면서 오늘 이렇게 결승 무대를 밟게 되었습니다. DRX가 이렇게 강인함을 가질 수 있는 이유는 무엇인가요?
우선 진짜 한 명 한 명 빼놓지 않고 다 올해 너무 힘들었어서 좀 그 과정에서 그거를 이제 극복해낼 때 저희가 많이 성장을 한 것 같고 사실 그런 과정들이 있었어서 저희가 그냥 오늘도 첫 경기 지게 됐는데 그 상황에서도 그냥 아무렇지 않았던 것 같아요. 그래서 네. 지금 말을 잘해야 되는데 정신이 너무 없어서
Well, yeah, this year every moment was so tough, and throughout the procedure, I think we were able to step up so much and solidify as a team. So, and thanks to that, even though we dropped the game today early on, we were not able to, get flustered. We were more about, this is okay. We were able to pick ourselves together for the upcoming games. And I know I want to give a better speech, but I'm so, feeling so real right now. So, sorry about that. And Zeka, what do you learn from Daft, someone with so much knowledge and experience? 그렇다면 제카 선수는 데프트 선수라는 정말 엄청난 게임 지식과 엄청난 경험과 경력을 갖고 있는 선수에게 어떤 점을 배우고 계신가요?
그냥 프로게이머를 하면 혁경을 보면은 그냥 모든 점이 존경스럽고 배울 점이 많다고 생각해서 너무 좋은 선수인 것 같아요.
I mean, I respect Deft for everything he does. There's just everything he does is something I have to learn from. And back to Deft, then what can you learn from Zeka, a player that is so young but popping off here at Worlds? 그렇다면 또 역으로 제카 선수 엄청난 신인인데 이렇게 월드 무대에서 놀라운 활약을 보여주고 있잖아요. 데프트 선수는 제카 선수에게 어떤 부분을 배울 수 있을까요?
사실 그냥 뭔가 매 경기마다 발전하는 게 보여서 사실 뭘 배운다기보다는 그냥 부러운 것 같아요. 저런 점들이.
I mean, he's doing a fantastic job in every game. It's not, I can learn of him. And Zeka, this Worlds has become your superstar party, and next up is a matchup against Faker, the unkillable Demon Kim. Do you think you'll be able to take down the GOAT and become the next superstar? 그리고 제카 선수는 이번 월드 무대를 통해서 이미 슈퍼스타로 자리매김을 한 것 같습니다. 이제 나머지 하나의 남은 매치업은 바로 페이커 선수인데요. 이런 불사대망을 꺾고 또 제카 선수의 이름을 여기 남길 수 있을 것 같나요?
일단 젠지 이기는 거에서도 엄청 힘들다고 생각했었는데 이렇게 막상 이기고 나니까 이제 다음 또 잘하는 팀원 상대로도 저희가 하던 것대로 하면 저희도 또 이길 수 있을 거라 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, even coming today against Genji, we were pretty nervous about playing against them, and we made it happen. So now that we are facing T1, even though they are a very strong opponent, we were able to gain confidence to go up against them. And as long as we play as we normally do, I see the chances of beating them. And final question over to Deft. What do you want to say to all of your fans throughout the years that will finally see you at Worlds Finals? 그럼 데프트 선수 마지막으로 정말 수년간 기다려온 월드 결승 무대에서는 데프트 선수를 보게 될 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
우선 여기까지 오는데 참 오래 또 걸린 것 같고 사실 뭔가 우승을 하려고 프로게이머를 처음 시작했는데 그 과정에서 이렇게 저라는 선수를 되게 응원해 주시고 또 제가 이기면 되게 기뻐해 주시고 지면 슬퍼해 주시는 팬분들이 너무 많이 생겨서 그냥 이거 자체로 이미 우승한 것 같아요. 너무 감사합니다.
I feel like it took so long to get here, but finally I made it. And also, I became a professional player in order to win Worlds. And I was able to get so many fans that were actually sharing emotion with me. They were happy when I was winning. They were happy. I'm sad when I was losing, and they were supporting me no matter what. So it feels like I have already won everything. Thank you. Thank you so much, Steph and Zika, and best of luck in San Francisco. Now I'm gonna toss it to Dash for the cooldown. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, G-Sun. History has been made here in Atlanta, and I am just so happy that we were here to witness it. The first ever 4-seed, the first team to go from play-ins all the way to finals, and it's Deft. It's Deft and DRX getting there.
This is, I think, the greatest underdog story the Worlds has ever seen. The fact that the expectations were clear for DRX. This was a team that would come to Worlds, maybe make it to quarters, but then they would be knocked out, similar to what we saw in 2020. For them to grow and level up in the way that they have is something that we have never seen before at the World Championship. And to do it against Gen G, a team that they had not beaten at all this year, in the way that they did it, it was an incredible sight to behold. And how can you not be happy for Deft? This man has been trying for so long to get to this point, and now he is finally here.
I also think the most remarkable thing for me is that it's not just Deft, right? Coming into this, everyone was joking. I forget who it was, but someone made a joke that instead of calling it DRX, they called the team Deft as like introducing them. And that's not how they won it all today, right? Like obviously Deft was a massive part of the victory, but it was the rest of the team stepping up that as a team that really made this win.
Yeah, absolutely. So many cool things to talk about. We talk about Beryl being the second player ever to make it to 3 straight Worlds finals now. For Zeka, I think this is the biggest glow up you've ever seen on an international debut. Coming into the tournament, people were like, don't sleep on him. He's not that bad. He's actually kind of good. And now it's like maybe the best mid laner in the world. We'll have to see. Because he just took down Chovy, who was kind of holding that title for a little bit now.
After going through the finals MVP for the reigning champions in Scout from just last year, now he's got one more to take down.
Even his biggest fans would have not predicted that. So that insane turnaround for him, the fact that for him and Kingen, this is the highest placement they've ever had in their entire careers, domestically or otherwise, is now at Worlds making finals is insane.
And for me, in this series, with Zeka, with Kingen, and with Beryl coming in, the team had so much confidence in whoever was initiating, whoever was going for the play, that they had backup, that they could go for these plays after they got like their original nerves in Game 1 and Game 2 out of the way. It was remarkable to see the team work together to start these fights, and Gen G really didn't know how to respond once they couldn't play from an advantageous position. Once DRX was forcing them into these skirmishes, forcing them into these fights. And I don't know, I'm so overwhelmed with how much this team has improved.
And I will say that I know fans are now filtering out of the arena, but what support they showed for DRX throughout this series, because, you know, initially, you know, it didn't feel like that there was like a clear fan favor. You know, a lot of people wanted to see some good League of Legends, but then as the series went on, the second that DRX started winning, you could hear the crowd erupt. And we were talking about it in between the games. It felt like that DRX were a little bit nervous in game one. It felt like that on a stage like this with so many players that have never been in a position like this, the nerves and the pressure of it all is going to get to you. But when they heard the crowd, when they'd been able to play on stage, and the moment that they won that game too, the confidence was just full on for this team.
Yeah, it was an insane turnaround. Just also the way that they've made the run as well, with including the, you know, in backdoor Nexus respawning, like, that little moment, like, it's impossible not to have become a fan of this
The
team.
reverse sweep to against the reigning world champions.
It's the thing.
It's so much.
It's all adding up so perfectly, and such a deserving team. Now, throughout the entire series, game to game, we found ourselves pointing at a different member of the DRX roster in each of their wins to say that was the difference maker this time around. Now, this is not an official award, but we felt it only fitting to talk about some of the standout players that we saw within this series individually. Each of these analysts are going to write down on their whiteboard who they believe was the difference maker in the series today. We'll celebrate them just a little bit, because it very much was a team effort, and we just couldn't make decisions before the segment started. So, who should I start with?
Whoever you want.
Vedius, I'm going to start with you then. We'll work from you over to me.
I'm going to start with Pyosik. For me. Great mind, think alike. I like it. For me, he was just so standout in his impact throughout this series. I think that coming into the matchup, he was one of the players that I really think needed to level up, because I think the main reason why Peanut fell behind in the quarterfinals was because he was going up against Canyon. And even then, he was able to weather that pressure and that storm that Canyon was able to throw onto him. And I didn't think that Pyosik could deliver that level of presence, but he was everywhere on the map. He was finding early game leads. He was playing with nothing but confidence. And I feel like that he was integral to the success of GRX's victory today.
Yeah, I mean, it also was really cool to see him do it on his signature pick, right? Like, not only is it a good matchup into Graves, it was just so cool to see him bring out the Kindred in a World semifinal and then out jungle Peanut with it. I think the big thing for me with Pyosik and why I gave him this award due to his glow up is the communication he had with his lanes, and again, the confidence they seem to have in him was really remarkable, and it didn't seem like Peanut connected with the rest of his team as well as Pyosik connected with his, which is just really, really important, even when, like, I pointed out that early path, right, where I thought that Caitlyn Lux lane was, like, absolutely destroyed because Pyosik did come down to cover after the wave got frozen, but then they were too hesitant and they kind of messed up and Ruler got ahead. And the fact that he was still able to come into team fights, they were able to work together, I don't know, I've been really, really impressed with how well he has played in this series and then leveled up throughout this specific tournament from being subbed out for Juhan in the regional final.
That's the piece.
The route to get here.
I mean, everything you said up to that point is still crazy, but then when you put that little cherry on the top of it all, it's no better, you know, feels good moment than for Pyosik.
I'm still going Zeka. I feel like no one has leveled up more this world than him. I mean, yes, the sub-out situation, but he went from basically being good to beating Chovy, gapping Chovy, making him look on the back foot the entire series. The Ahri game clapped him up on the Akali game, clapped him up again here on the Galio, making these dives happen in mid lane. Like, I would never have predicted that, even after becoming his biggest fan over the course of this tournament, to then still be able to do it here is mind-blowing.
This was such a joy to watch as well, all throughout the series, and as game over game over game occurred, the DRX camp just going wild in the winning moments. I have to imagine for them, as much as anyone else on that roster, it's been a roller coaster of a year, and the catharsis of having made it to a world final has to be somewhat phenomenal. Mark, back to your point about Zeka, though, I gotta wonder if the last time we saw a mid laner step onto the world stage in their rookie year and impress to such a degree was maybe, what, 2013? Faker?
Well, yes, kind of. But one, Faker was a true rookie. Zeka's not a rookie. It's just his debut at the world stage.
World's debut.
But also, Faker dominated the first game he kind of played And so him doing well at Worlds was not a surprise.
Sure. So I'm not arguing surprise or not. I'm just trying to draw a one-to-one of any other player who's actually performed that well.
That's why I'm pushing back. I don't think you can draw it one-to-one because Faker was a rookie who was dominating. It was the emergence of this incredible new talent. Zeka's in like his 3rd year, and just suddenly, out of nowhere, after watching him in summer be good, not great, is why it's so great. Okay.
Yeah, I think a huge part of Zeka's story actually was his improvement, right? So like, if you took someone who didn't watch any LCK this year, right, and you were like, Zeka, the player you saw in LPL last year, is going to be en route to a Worlds final, potential, like, you know, best mid at this tournament, which I'm not sure if I personally agree with, but it's already being said, right? So, like,
I'll say it.
That's, okay, there you go, Mark's gonna say it. That's insane, honestly. If you watched him play last year, if you watched how shaky he was last year, his is more of an arc of steady improvement throughout the year, and then just turning it on, having a meta that really suits him, and then bringing out these other picks outside of the Sylas and McCauley.
I think that, to your point, if you wanted to look at some examples of players that did in their first Worlds appearance here, there's like Juan Feng on Suning. I think that while he was good domestically, he didn't, you know, what Worlds, I think a lot of people drew attention to him and how well he performed. I was also thinking of players like Doggo, who was subbed in, and then he came to Worlds, and then he also like surprised a lot of people with his performance. Obviously,
it's not the same degree,
I know it's not quite to the same degree.
They should try to help me out. But that's the thing. Again, I'll still challenge you to find any other player, even if it was rookie year and he was popping off and expected to do well. Find another individual player for me, their first time at Worlds, who has performed this well. Who would it be?
Well, I mean, like
outside of Faker.
I mean, yeah, it would be, I mean, I would say that, like, I'm sure if you dig through history, you can find players in their first Worlds performance in terms of expectations versus what they performed. They did very well. What I think would be really difficult to find was a player that was barely on people's radars. There were people, because, like, you'd always get those players every year that throw out, like, oh, this guy's pretty good, you know? Like, even going into this Worlds, I'd say they'd tell you, like, Comp's pretty good, and a lot of people are like, yeah, Comp, he's pretty good, you know, right? But no one quite go like, oh, but he's really good, you know, and I think that that's the most impressive thing about Zeka. It is so much what Emily was saying in terms of where he was versus where he is. You know, it's the glow up. You know, like, there are very few players, if any, that have quite had the glow up.
Don't roll an ankle, my dude. Don't roll an ankle. 3-1s for both of our semifinals. T1 over the top-seeded LPL team in JDG. And DRX, the only 4 seed in the history of this tournament to run from play-ins to the finals. They do it by going 3-2 over the reigning world champions, by going 3-1 over the champions of their own region, and a team they had yet to beat this entire year until today.
And while their run is incredible, I think it's also important to note on the other side of the bracket, for T1, they had to go through EDG, the reigning world champions, in their group stage.
Yep.
They then also had to go through the reigning side champions, RNG, and then they had to go against the LPL first seed of JDG. Like, they've had quite the bracket run themselves, and they've only continued to look.
You feel like we got the 2 best teams in the world in the finals?
I feel like that we've got 2 pretty damn good teams in the world
say
finals.
It, Bettius.
I think that we have the 2 best teams at world finals.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, but T1 hasn't yet had to go through the domestic powerhouse DRX, who had a negative game win rate domestically. Yeah, they haven't gone against that.
That's the craziest stat, actually. They are the only team, including playing teams, that had a negative win rate coming into the World Championship.
Game score, series score?
Game score. Wow.
Game score.
Yeah, I mean, still
like, might be series score too, actually.
I mean, I don't remember the specifics because
I think it's series score too. They were 9-9.
Their win rate was something like 46% coming into the World Championship. It was cool. Yeah. How insane is that?
Here's some of the conversation that was happening on Twitter throughout the bout.
DRX. PSG Talon's a good follow, man. They always got money. They're fantastic, man.
And now we get a final, which is Deft versus Faker, right? And it's like, Faker is looking to secure himself. He's cementing himself. He's already the GOAT. But Azael always put this really nicely where it feels like that he's had 2 parts of his career, the first 5 years and the last 5 years. And in the last 5 years, Faker hasn't had the same success that he had in his first 5. And now he's looking to begin that reign of domination once again with this new T1 around him. Whereas DRX, for many, this is their first. Like, except for Beryl, who's obviously incredible in his own right. Like, these players didn't even... You know, when Zeka came to this tournament, you have to sit there and wonder, was he thinking, oh, yeah, 4 finals. You know?
No, I don't think so.
It's the aspiration of many pros to just make that.
Right.
But to then go and do it is something that's unbelievable. So Deft versus Faker is a storyline that, yeah, it's a movie, and we're just fine now.
Extras, right?
Yeah.
We're like the critics online
Yeah,
posting
we're
about it. What a great movie. This is a great twist. I didn't see that one coming. This is an unbelievable ending. Def making it to finals. Who cooked up this storyline? Actually true, though.
I think the other remarkable thing about Dev's story is I know he did an interview with Ashley Fong recently where he talked about how he's like, I finally realized that it's more about the journey than the result, and he was saying this prior to this semifinal. It's a very recent interview. And I thought that was really interesting because one of the things I wanted to stress in like telling his story is how many people want to play with Deft and how many friends he's made on teams he's previously been on, how you had an entire contingent of Edward Gaming fans during the EDG DRX that had Deft signs and EDG signs. So they're like, okay, either way, we win. Like, this is the kind of, I guess, power that Deft inspires from other players and his fandom. And it's really remarkable that that was something he said prior going into this semifinal, where we then have his entire team working so well together around him.
Yeah, that's the story of friends. I think is why it's so cool. Kingen and Zeka, the reason I drew them here is because, you know, Kingen convinced Zeka to join the team, and they're buddies, and the Deft obviously has a ton of respect. It's just so cool.
We are currently waiting and hoping to snag a couple words from Chovy as soon as he's available to talk to us. Of course, for every bit of jubilation in victory, there is a sting of defeat, but we would be remiss to not speak to the man himself about his journey here in 2022 and after.
And it's important to recognize that for Gen G, this was a roster. This is, I think it would be hard pressed to say necessarily a super team per se, but you had a lot of the components of that super incredible Griffin roster from back in the day with arguably improvements or like changes in terms of Mina and the addition of Ruler and Lady Carry. And when you looked at this roster, the domination that they had in summer and the incredible performance that they had in spring, it's just been overall a year of success. And then to fall here is going to feel like nothing but frustration for these players because you know the caliber. Everyone wins in this favorites for a reason. Even coming today, all three of us had Gen G winning.
There's no proof of that. That was not shown on broadcast ever.
That says 3-1.
Did I tweet that? I have to delete that quick. Where's my phone? I do agree though, and I don't want like Gen G. I know it's hard not to feel like a failure after losing a game that you feel like you're expected to win, but for people like Chovy, getting his first domestic title still matters. Still for Ruler, it was a really impressive accomplishment that they had. I don't think anyone could have predicted the climb that DRX was going to make, but I don't think you should feel bad losing to the fourth seed when they're not the same team that they were a month ago.
And just specifically calling out Ruler for his performance in the series again. He did a lot, but he was a standout performer on the back end.
I agree. And I'm excited to see Gen G moving into next year. I'm curious. I feel like that they can keep this roster, and I expect that same level of success into next year. And it's really important, as you highlighted, they won the LCK, right? And as we've proven, LCK is quite good. And they went and won it. So like, this is a team you can't afford to underestimate, and I expect next year they're going to be a powerhouse worth respecting.
All right, looks like we are ready, so we're going to be joining G-Sun for a few final words from Chovy in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Dash, and I'm here with Chovy after a series against DRX. First up, I want to ask how it feels after the defeat against DRX. 먼저 초비 선수 인터뷰해 주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 정말 아쉽게도 4강전 패배하셨는데요. 지금 좀 어떠신가요?
4강전 패배해서 아쉽네요. 경기에서 아쉬운 모습 많이 아쉬움보단 뭐랄까 좀 많이 허망한 그런 기분이 듭니다.
It's a bummer that we lost the semifinals, and especially I just keep remembering the plays that I was not able to pull off really well. You know, all of the underperformance I've been making. So I'm more of like feeling empty right now. And then you won your first LCK title this year and made your first ever World semifinals appearance. How will you look back at this year? 그러면 올해 정말 오랜 기간 달려온 끝에 처음으로 LCK 우승을 하셨고요. 또 처음으로 월드 4강 무대를 밟으셨습니다. 올해를 되돌아본다면 어떻게 생각하시나요?
올해를 되돌아본다면 제 여태껏 프로 생활 중에 가장 좋은 성적을 거뒀지만 마지막은
이 마지막 모습은 제 플레이상에서는 가장 아쉬운 경기를 한 날이 아닐까 싶습니다.
Well, looking at this year as a whole, you know, the outcome, the result was the best ever of my entire career. But looking at this last appearance that I made today, I think I left too much to be desired. And lastly, is there anything you would like to say to all the Chobi fans out there? 그럼 마지막으로 초비 선수를 응원해주시는 팬분들께 자유롭게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저희 응원해주신 팬분들께 오늘 아쉬운 모습 보여드려서 죄송하고 저에게 이게 아쉬운 마음이고 솔직히 못해서 너무 분하기도 한데 내년에 더 잘해줘서 돌아오는 게 제가 팬 여러분들한테 할 수 있는 이미 있는 행동인 것 같아요.
So thank you so much for all your support, and I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so bummed right now, you know, and also, but I'm so mad and happy about what I displayed today. But the only way I can repay to all your support is coming back stronger next year. So I will work hard so that I'm a better player next year. And that was it from Chobi after the semifinal series against CRS. So back to you, Dash. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Easy. Never easy, especially the higher you climb, right? The further you fall in those moments. And I have massive respect for Chobi. One, for sharing the work with us. Two, part of a fighter right there. Already sights set on next year. The only way he's going to be able to, make it up in his mind is to come back next year and get it done.
He's an incredibly talented player, and we know he's going to have his work cut out for him because Showmaker immediately after his loss was saying the same thing. And you know that these players in Korea, they're incredibly hungry. They've all come very close, and many of them have tasted success, and they know what the top looks like, but they also know the challenge that is ahead of them in order to get there. And while he fell short today, I'm still very confident that Chobi will not slow down when it comes to fighting to return to the top.
We got to keep fighting because there's always someone younger, hungry, trying to make it up the ladder. It was him and Showmaker who kind of were the next generation of people, pushed Faker to get better. Now Zeka's the next generation, it seems like, pushing them to, stay on their toes. So it's always a grind out there.
We are blessed with a lot of damn good players here in League of Legends, but we are down to just 10 as we turn our sights on to San Francisco. We're only 1 week, less than a week, in fact, away from crowning our next world champions. But if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can watch on the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use that QR code below us to purchase tickets. For now, though, we're going to wrap it up here in Atlanta. We're going to ship off back over to the West Coast. Thank you for being a beautiful host to us at Georgia and the State Farm Arena. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week in San Francisco for the World Final. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Georgia, are you ready for one?
You're competitive, like you said, you're aggressive, the situation in the game. As interception, your stat line, are you okay with taking those chances because the game situation dictates for you in terms of, you're willing to make that risk for the reward in the situation? That was
willing to try and score points when you're down? Yeah, man, I'm willing to do that. I will sit in there and try and score points when we need to score points. I will accept that. Anything else? All right. Awesome. Yeah, not detailed, not detailed. Guys need to know what they're doing. We need to study more. I don't think we study enough as a group. There's way too many, penalties and stuff like that, which, we can control. It's all mental. So for that to happen, there's really no excuse for that. So, we have to figure that out and get it right.
What is your message to your offense? What are you guys saying as you're going through adversity like you are right now?
Yeah, I mean, we got to, something's got to change, right? I mean, it's insane to keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect something different. And, we've been having these problems all year, so that has to get changed. That has to get fixed. We need to look each other, in the eyes and get it turned around. We're only going to be able to do it. Coaches can say whatever they want. Everyone else.
Smith and all the guys here. Second quarter begins, 2nd and 1. Allen shot to the end zone. Touchdown! down. Brought in by Stefan Diggs. Diggs wanted to tell the Packers about it. It's another quick strike score for the Bills. 4 plays and 51 yards.
On the outside, watch the little out and up move here by Diggs. Subtle little out. Here we go up the field. Muscles his way through it and makes another play like he has been making all season long. Those two guys together just creating magic in this league.
Early in the second, one snap in. 14-0 Bills, and we're back after this in 30 seconds from AWS.
This is no longer about whether you're a progressive, a conservative, a libertarian, no label. You don't have a label. You're politically agnostic. None of it matters. I'm progressive. You might not be if you're new to the channel. I don't care. This is about this country. And frankly, it has escalated under Trump and Trumpism. Say what you want about the Democratic Party. They're not putting out social media posts calling for death wishes for their opponents. Trump did that a few weeks ago. He wrote in all caps, death wish to Mitch McConnell. I can't stand Mitch McConnell, but I want to beat him with ideas, not violently. I want to beat him through activism and organizing, not violence. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene going around standing at Trump rallies, hyperventilating about the killings have begun. Let me repeat what she said. The killings have begun. The Democrats are coming to kill you. This is what a United States Congresswoman said. You have a Republican running for governor of Arizona who literally, repeatedly was asked during an interview, will you accept the results of the election? Will you accept the results of the election? She says, I will accept the results of the election if I win. If I win. Her opponent's campaign office was just broken into and burglarized. She didn't denounce it.
Nice damage actually. Oh, one ist drin. Ja, ist low jetzt. Oh ja, ja. Ab. Ja, ja. Oh!
Oi, 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 oi. Jo!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some super satisfying wombo combos. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and let's hop right back in with a surrender-worthy chain of events for the red team.
¡Boom! ¡Woo! Bueno, me acabo de hacer la big play, ¿no? Un poquito de big play, ¿no? Un poquito de clappers.
Oh, let's go! Wait, that was sick! Dude, what a wombo! Dude.
What a beautiful laser light show. Every wombo is better when there's a cataclysm involved, and this one very quickly becomes a cataclysmic bullet pit.
Vaya a ser encima de todos los jugadores. Tenemos asesinato cuádruple para Fleiro porque van a...
Espera juntar a galera.
Olha lá, ó. Caindo
Você tem flash?
Eu tenho flash,
Calma aí, não mata todo mundo não. Calma, deixa eu juntar.
Vai.
Ultou?
Nossa senhora, que lindo, cara. Que lindo, mano.
Cadê o clipão? Cadê o clipão?
Aí, Azuraka! Uy, qué combo tan triple gonor.
Red team may have double blue team's kills, but who cares about KDA when your late game team comps don't care about gold differences? Speaking of which, here's Wings on base defense finding a beautiful flank, slowing everybody into the hostile takeover.
That was a sick hold.
The triple flash engage from blue team was so fast this poor Amumu didn't even get to use his ult. Pretty on brand for his character, and on the topic of ults, check the Moonfall cooldown.
Geliyorum. Hazır mısın? Amına koydum oranın. Ananı sikeyim.
Si me acomodas, meto una ulti. ¡Qué asco de ultis, no manches!
After Aguirre dropped Herald bot, the enemy team felt forced to make a play. Now Aguirre and his Yasuo are back on the flank, and I'm pretty sure
Give it to Christian McCaffrey. He's going to try and find some space. Ball pops up in the air, and then Ray McLeod is laying on his back and goes, look what I found. I best just grab it and cover it up. Whoop, up in the air, Ray, ugh. And wisely just turtles there. Disaster averted for...
Fortunately.
So I want to get Sherm's reaction because we haven't got
7 field goals. Well, the mountain doesn't mean you won't fall a little bit, you know.
dropping bombs like that.
See you, man. And San Francisco, 10-point lead and the ball. Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, he had a man deep and he hits him. It's Ross Dwelly who somehow got lost in that Rams secondary.
Garoppolo
Rolling, looking, throwing, caught for the touchdown, George Kittle.
Timeout and only 22 seconds left. What is Sam Ehlinger going to do? Over the middle. Oh, it's dropped. Oh, man, if Pittman catches that and you use your final timeout, you're only one pass away from a possible field goal.
Ehlinger did exactly what he needed to do. Hits Michael Pittman in stride. I mean, in his hands, and maybe he can feel that Cam Curl is there.
Ehlinger. This time working the sideline. It's caught. Got to get out of bounds. They're not going to let him get out of bounds. So they're going to have to use that final timeout. Possible lateral, maybe several.
Well, we saw it with the Packers last week against the Commanders.
Absolutely, but Ehlinger just has to flip it. He does get it to Pittman, but Pittman is taken down. And the Commanders and Taylor Heineke come from behind. They've won 3 in a row, and they get back to 500.
Questions of the day to every Panther in the locker room. What's the best Halloween candy? And is candy corn good? Eddie Pinheiro taking some pregame selfies out there. You won't believe what some of the Panthers said in the locker room in regards to that candy. We got more BBKL coming up next.
Carolina back. 48-yard extra point attempt by Pinheiro is no good. To the top. All right, here we go. Pinheiro from 33 for the win. It is no good. Wide to the left. On the extra point, and now he just did it. You see him screaming and yelling. We can't help you. That's 29. Safety.
Headshot to the ones. I think. She's a beast.
If it bounces off of somebody and hits them, they're out. Animal! Oh! This kid is a beast! He's a beast!
So here's the thing.
Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Just, there's something about the, and most of us, many of us went to school on the yellow school bus, right? So when I think about what the experience should be for our children of going to school on the school bus, I think about the fact that it should be about maximizing that experience for them.
Wow. That's fucking retarded.
Vitality for half. Robert Beatty. That means good one of mine. Mix in the mix on the wheel.
Oh, well, what a shame. Wow, trying to sell the routine, but there's no escaping the loss of the operators.
Boy, it's the second time he really moves on the serve from.
One last roll of the dice. Gordon brings it down and makes it 3-3. Incredible. Oh, but now the goal scorer's gone down injured, and the Karlsruhe players are furious with Ron Robertson.
2位死守して、そしてこのホームでのクライマックスシリーズを何とか戦いたいところ。今何が起きてるんですか？虫ですか？
Grunting with effort as he unloads. Desperate call on there. Yeah, he's desperate for a knockout, Fury.
Kim Sarang, he lost his balance.
Yeah, well,
gets a free throw. So it's a 26-point lead early in the third.
He couldn't take advantage of it. And that shoe is Curry grabs it. Chandler swats the shoe out of bounds. What a play!
Best Pace has picked it up.
William Carvalho. We hope it doesn't get a penalty here, but there's worse than that.
That is not good news, is it? I think that's the end of his night by the looks of it.
Being on live TV can be
seems to turn frosty.
When a so-called martial arts guru was on live TV showing some tricks that were way too impressive, when she made a frosty expression after the ex-president's daughter walked by.
The two women smile at each other, but as soon as Ivanka walks away, Melania's expression seems to turn frosty.
When a so-called martial arts guru was on live TV showing some tricks that were way too impressive, the host tried to reassure the audience that they were real bricks, but apparently they actually switched them before the show.
That's incredible. Wait, and to be honest, I actually felt these bricks. These are real bricks. I mean, there's no joke. Oh! Wow! Check it out, baby. Guns.
Guns? How the hell did you do that?
When actor Tom Holland was doing an Instagram Live, he was excited to show a package he received in the mail from Marvel. And well, when he opened it, it was clear to everyone that it was something meant to be private.
See the poster for the movie. Enjoy, Mark Ruffalo.
A kind of known fact is that in the United States school system, international geography isn't a widely covered topic. But a kind of embarrassing moment for a student happened when Jay Leno was doing live interviews on the street, and someone confused Africa as a country in South America.
How's the school system in Arkansas?
It's awesome.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how,
It's really good.
Let's see how good it is. What is the largest country in South America?
In South America, Africa?
At the European Athletics Championship, they were interviewing the second-place winner, which was very confused when the reporter asked him about how did it feel to win the gold medal. And it turns out the athlete had no idea the first-place winner was disqualified for cheating, and he actually won the race.
¿No sabes de la descalificación de Churendi?
No.
Hay una descalificación.
No.
Mira, no, joder, te lo juro.
You're champion. No.
Sí.
No.
Sí, hay una descalificación.
No.
No, mira.
No, confírmamelo, por favor, que no.
A very exciting project by the Portuguese Navy was a sort of new drone technology that they wanted to show the public after people were wondering why they were spending so much money. But well, maybe doing it live wasn't too good of an idea. It's no secret that rappers tend to try to keep a tough guy persona. A moment that didn't go too well for rapper Diddy happened when he was at The Ellen Show, saying that something like a clown wasn't going to scare him. And well, Ellen put that theory to the test.
I'm not afraid of clowns.
But I heard that you were.
A bizarre but hilarious moment happened when a man went to the BBC for a job interview for an intern position, and somehow they got him confused as a music industry expert that was meant to be interviewed live that day. And his reaction when he realized he was live was hilarious.
Well, Guy Cuny is the editor of the technology website News Wireless. Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Were you surprised by...
At a show with Tyra Banks as a host, they invited a huge rodent to surprise the guest Hilary Duff. The problem is that the host got a little too scared and fell off the couch. After a win from a football team, one of the footballers was being interviewed and got asked if he wanted to thank someone. And that's when he thanked his wife and his girlfriend.
And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Yeah, sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife. Lizzo.
A kind of embarrassing moment for a singer happened at a concert in Shanghai, when a local celebrity didn't realize she was holding the microphone upside down, which obviously revealed she wasn't singing. They later announced that she was actually singing, and that it was a double-sided mic, which didn't really help. When Mark Zuckerberg was doing a Q&A with the audience, he was responding to a question about how to deal with criticism, and he accidentally said he's not human.
But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still. But I was just referring to myself in the past. Not that I.
What was about to be an epic start of a boat show went horribly wrong when the host misaimed his jetpack.
Fox 5 Morning News starts. Look over there.
And it starts right now.
When the CEO of Google was being asked questions by the Congress, things became kind of weird, and it looked like it turned into a sort of tech support for the congressman. And well, one even asked him about the issues with an iPhone.
But I'd ask you, how does that show up on a 7-year-old's iPhone who's playing a kid's game?
Congressman, iPhone is made by a different company, and so, you know, I mean...
It might have been an Android. It was a hand-me-down of some kind.
In a Japanese game show called Brain Walls, a wall comes toward you with a shape in the middle, and you have to make the shape with your body to not fall. So they come up with different strategies, but one of the contestants for some reason chose a bizarre move. During a mixed doubles tennis match, smashes 2 serves on a row into his tennis partner, and considering those serves go well over 100 miles per hour, it probably hurt.
Oh,
She's done it again.
Oh no! Number 2. Smacked at 93 miles per hour on the back of the...
When a news reporter was doing a report on a theme park, he got a little too confident in one of the games, and managed to scare himself.
Tower, you can let me go whenever you want. All right. Oh, God. Okay, so it's 40 feet tall, and there's actually a 15-foot little hanging thing before.
You might think that when a president makes a live conference, every single detail is planned beforehand. But to everyone's surprise, at Trump's press conference, the cameras were already recording, and he wasn't aware, and everyone got to see some behind the scenes.
Oh, I got a pen mark. Anybody have any white? Do you have any white stuff? See it?
You don't see it.
Which side is it on here?
It's on the right side. Yeah.
Even though Gordon Ramsay is one of the world's most well-known chefs, when he tried speeding up the cooking process at The Late Show with James Corden, he almost started a fire, and his daughter told him the bacon was kind of burnt.
Sorry. I'm getting it crispy. That's crispy.
Nowadays, some of the biggest celebrities are Twitch streamers, because of the massive loyal audience that watches them on the daily. A kind of awkward moment happened when Twitch streamer Ninja was invited to make the New Year's countdown, and tried to make the audience dance. But let's just say the crowd wasn't exactly his target audience. Probably one of the most awkward moments during a live show was when James Corden was invited by Xbox to play a game of FIFA, in which he opened a game pack and got as an award a t-shirt, and proceeded to say that it was kinda disappointing how he only got a t-shirt in the game. And that's when the host revealed the surprise they had for him, which was a t-shirt.
I didn't realise we'd got a new t-shirt. Sorry, is that what we're really excited about? That we've got a new t-shirt?
But look, it's an Xbox branded.
Guys, you're not going to believe this. We've just got a new t-shirt to wear. Imagine walking into a dressing room and going, guys, you're not going to believe it. Who wants a new t-shirt?
Well, this is a bit awkward because right down here, as if it's leapt off the screen, we have your very own Xbox kit.
Wow.
When former Miss France Laurie Tillman was a guest at a French TV show, she tried to impress the audience by showing her dancing skills. And well, it didn't go too well for her, but luckily she wasn't injured.
Ça va?
A good lesson to learn is that if you're next to a water tank with large animals inside, they might make a splash once in a while. A reporter chose a wrong spot to make an interview and ended up being soaked by a dolphin.
Sorry, that's all. It's not just a show, it's really educating the people.
Supported him so much. Comes to the left here again, it's Cook. And he has had 3 nice carries in a row. Finished him off, a flag comes down late as Quay Walker and Cook in conversation. 2 guys who were teammates last year at Georgia in the last couple of years.
And Walker shoved somebody on the Buffalo Bills sideline after that was over.
You're an player here to coach, right? Player here to coach.
There you get a little sneak peek. The microphone was open early. Let's see. Well, there it was.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense, number 7. Coming in 15 yards from the end of the play. Automatic first down. The result of the unsportsmanlike conduct foul by the defense, number 7. Number 7 is disqualified for the remainder of the game.
And he determined this is disqualification foul.
And that is a big loss. Walker had a season high 13 tackles last week against Washington. You see the clear push there with Walker on the sideline. Now the explanation coming over there to Matt LaFleur is just telling Walker you can't.
Gestern war ich bei der Oma und da hat sie mich gefragt, welcher Bude dir denn gefallen, drauf hab ich zu ihr gesagt, ich bin dafür alles offen, da ich seh das nicht so eng, doch es gibt da eine Sache, ja da bin ich ziemlich streng. Er kann groß sein, er kann klar sein, doch erlaubst du, was er sei, ob er dick ist, ob er dünn ist, das ist völlig einerlei, ist der reich, der ist nicht schaden, ist der arm, ist nichts dabei, ich hab gar nichts, sondern Wünsche, nur raus, muss er sein. Ja, es gibt so brave Burma, die sich überhaupt nicht trauen. Da sind mir doch die viel lieber, die auch mal am Blödsinn bauen. Denn mit so einem wird es immer einen Grund zum Lachen geben. Und da ist mir dann ganz sicher nie und nimmer Fahrt im Leben. Er kann groß sein, er kann klar sein, doch erlaubst du, was er sei. Ob er dick ist, ob er dünn ist, das ist völlig einerlei. Ist der reich, der ist nicht schaden, ist der arm, ist nichts dabei. Ich hab gar nichts, sondern Wünsche, nur raus, muss er sein. Er kann groß sein, er kann klar sein, doch erlaubst du, was er sei. Ob er dick ist, ob er dünn ist, das ist völlig einerlei. Ist der reich, der ist nicht schaden, ist der arm, ist nichts dabei. Ich hab gar nichts, sondern Wünsche, nur raus, muss er sein. Er kann groß sein, er kann klar sein, doch erlaubst du, was er sei. Ob er dick ist, ob er dünn ist, das ist völlig einerlei. Ist der reich, der ist nicht schaden, ist der arm, ist nichts dabei. Ich hab gar nichts, sondern Wünsche, nur raus, muss er sein. Ich hab gar nichts, sondern Wünsche, nur raus, muss er sein.
Und hier sind sie, die Bayern-Mädels.
Mädels aus dem Bayerwald, sagen die Leute, die macht man halt. Hast du uns Tanten sehen, ist es schnell um dich geschehen. Cowboys aus Amerika finden uns ganz wunderbar. Fische von der Waterkant halten
camera guy is fucking nuts. What the fuck? The camera guy's on the next fucking level.
Kuba oder Kanada, Sambia und Panama. Alle wissen ganz genau, Bayern-Mädels sind ne Schau. Sind bekannt in Stadt und Land, tanzen außer Rand und Band. Bayern-Mädels liebt die Welt, weil unser Tanz gefällt. Bayern-Mädels, die sind so lustiger als anderswo. Bayern-Mädels sind gut drauf, stampfen mit den Füßen auf. Bayern-Mädels sind ein Hit, klatschen, tanzen, singen mit. Bayern-Mädels sind bekannt in jedem Land. Wir laden alle ein, bei uns dabei zu sein. Dreh dich so schnell du kannst zum Bayern-Mädel-Tanz. Bayern-Mädels, die sind so lustiger als anderswo. Bayern-Mädels sind gut drauf, stampfen mit den Füßen auf. Bayern-Mädels sind ein Hit, klatschen, tanzen, singen mit. Bayern-Mädels sind bekannt in jedem Land. Bayern-Mädels, die sind so lustiger als anderswo. Bayern-Mädels sind gut drauf, stampfen mit den Füßen auf. Bayern-Mädels sind ein Hit, klatschen, tanzen, singen mit. Bayern-Mädels sind bekannt in jedem Land. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. We gaan weer naar Tirol. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. Terug naar de Jodelschool. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. Ja, wij gaan met z'n zee. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. En iedereen doet mee. Bocht naar links en draai eens lekker in het rond. Ja, want bewegen is gezond. Zak naar de grond. Bocht naar rechts en zwaai je armen heen en weer. Schud met dat kontje nog een keer. Gaan als een speer. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. We gaan weer naar Tirol. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. Terug naar de Jodelschool. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. Ja, wij gaan met z'n zee. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. En iedereen doet mee. Bocht naar links en draai eens lekker in het rond. Ja, want bewegen is gezond. Zak naar de grond. Bocht naar rechts en zwaai je armen heen en weer. Schud met dat kontje nog een keer. Gaan als een speer. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. We gaan weer naar Tirol. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. Terug naar de Jodelschool. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. Ja, wij gaan met z'n zee. Vini, 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 wanna, 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 wanna. En iedereen doet mee.
Я вже давно. Починай.
I wanna cross to Switzerland where all the others be to try to learn to you the weird life.
ja die Musik hat immer das letzte Wort. Schei wie dei, wie du, wie dei, heid aber heid wird's lustig sein. Schei wie du, wie dei, Madel häng die Beine rein. Schei wie du, wie dei, auf geht's Burmann, 1, 2, 3. Schei wie du, wie dei, a Gaudi, das muss sein. Wenn die Musik spielt, da sind die Leute alle froh. Wenn die Musik spielt, von Hamburg bis nach Mexiko. Wenn die Musik spielt, ja dann geht keiner vor. Weil die Musik, ja die Musik, hat immer das letzte Wort. La 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 la. Wenn die Musik spielt, ja dann geht keiner vor. Weil die Musik, ja die Musik, hat immer das letzte Wort. Wenn die Musik, ja die Musik, hat immer das letzte Wort. Zu schauen, wenn du erst das Herzklopfen spürst, weißt du genau, wo's hingehörst. Erst wenn du nur noch von einer träumst, dann glaubst auch nimmer, dass was versäumst. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, ist es bloß möglich. Links am Bussel, rechts am Bussel, so geht es abkläglich. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, es wird mir fast unheimlich. Links am Bussel, rechts am Bussel und ein bisschen mehr. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, ist es bloß möglich. Links am Bussel, rechts am Bussel, so geht es abkläglich. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, ja. Links am Bussel, noch ein Bussel und ein bisschen mehr. Links am Madel, rechts am Wenn bei dir das Augenfeuer blitzt und jedes Wort wie ein Volltreffer sitzt, frag ich mich, wie lang es noch geht, ob sich das Blatt vielleicht mal dreht. Ein bisschen Bussen tut jeder gern, doch was soll das bloß mit dir noch werden? Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, wie ist es bloß möglich? Links am Bussel, rechts am Bussel, so geht es tagtäglich. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, es wird mir fast unheimlich. Links am Bussel, rechts am Bussel und ein bisschen mehr. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, wie ist es bloß möglich? Links am Bussel, rechts am Bussel, so geht es tagtäglich. Links am Madel, rechts am Madel, links am Bussel,
da unten und warten jetzt auf ihren großen Auftritt. Also, sag mal ehrlich, viel Spaß mit dem Guy weiter.
Sag mal ehrlich, der Lambada ist doch längst der alter Hut. Sag mal ehrlich, und der Brücker klingt noch 100 Jahre noch gut. Sag mal ehrlich, den Lambada haben die Leute doch heut schon satt. Und wer braucht den Mann nach uns und der super Musik hat? Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, heut geht's zu und heut geht's rund. Wie geht's dir? Mir geht's gut. Jeder schwitzt und das ist gesund. Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, halbwegs lang und halbwegs laut. Und bei dir und bei mir geht die Musik unter Taus. Sag mal ehrlich, der Tango ist bei uns nicht wirklich in. Also ich geh und dann reißt du mit deinem Kopf nach her und hin. Sag mal ehrlich, der Tango ist bei uns jetzt sehr beliebt. Und wer braucht den Monster uns und der super Musik gibt? Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, heut geht's zu und heut geht's rund. Wie geht's dir? Mir geht's gut. Jeder schwitzt und das ist gesund. Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, halbwegs lang und halbwegs laut. Und bei dir und bei mir geht die Musik unter Taus. Sag mal ehrlich, nur so wackeln kann nix und sei wie ich denk. Das ist schlecht für den Körperbau und speziell fürs Hüftgelenk. Sag mal ehrlich, ein Rumba hat kein Mensch da richtig drauf. Doch die Weitler Musikanten sperren die Herzen spielend auf. Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, heut geht's zu und heut geht's rund. Wie geht's dir? Mir geht's gut. Jeder schwitzt und das ist gesund. Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, halbwegs lang und halbwegs laut. Und bei dir und bei mir geht die Musik unter Taus. Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, heut geht's zu und heut geht's rund. Wie geht's dir? Mir geht's gut. Jeder schwitzt und das ist gesund. Heut geht's auf, heut geht's um, halbwegs lang und halbwegs laut. Und bei dir und bei mir geht die Musik unter Taus.
Der nagelneue Superhit ist heiß und ist begehrt. Doch ewig lebt die Volksmusik, zwar glatt und zwar verkehrt. Im Orient tanzt Party, macht für König oder Scheich. Der Anton, der macht Umtata und klopft die Trommel weich. Und wird dann auf dem Mond mal ein Festchen arrangiert. Was glauben Sie, wer da musiziert? Ja, das sind die Musikanten aus dem Zillertal, schönen Zillertal, schönen Zillertal. Und die Engel schreien Petrus, jetzt ist Damenwahl. Ja, sowas gibt es nur im Zillertal. Ja, das sind die Musikanten aus dem Zillertal, schönen Zillertal, schönen Zillertal. Und die Engel schreien alle bitte noch einmal. Ja, sowas gibt es nur im Zillertal. Ja, das sind die Musikanten aus dem Zillertal, schönen Zillertal, schönen Zillertal. Und die Engel schreien alle bitte noch einmal. Ja, sowas gibt es nur im Zillertal. Ja, sowas gibt es nur im Zillertal.
Nein, lassen Sie mich. Nein, ich sage jetzt die nächste. Nein. So. So ist das im Zillertal, meine Damen und Herren. Die Meierhofner, legendär, die Musikanten aus dem Zillertal. Das Zillertal, die Musik aus dem Zillertal gehören zum Stadel einfach dazu. In jedem Haus eine Blaskapelle. Nein, wir haben jetzt gerade geküsst. Nein. Wir haben die Ursprungwurmstinde. Ich will der ganze Leute. Nein. Und der Marc Birker kommt jetzt noch.
Ja, sie war aus Venedig und ich der Bub vom Land. Beide jung und beide ledig, so was passt denn besser zusammen? Ja, den Jodler aus den Bergen, ja, den hat sie so gemein. Ja, und nach dem ersten Bussal hab ich gesagt, ich muss gestehen, am grande Canale bin mit dir, wenn ein Gondolier ins Glück uns vorführt. Am grande Canale ist l'amore so schön, doch gegangen in die Berge, dies musst du verstehen. Am grande Canale bin mit dir, wenn mein Gondoliere ins Glück uns vorführt. Am grande Canale ist l'amore so schön, doch gegangen in die Berge, das musst du verstehen. Ich lieg im Gras und schau zum Himmel rauf. Schauen die ganzen Wolken nicht lustig aus. Und fliegt der Flieger vorbei, dann wink ich zu ihm rauf. Und bist du auch noch dabei, dann bin ich super drauf. Und ich flieg wie ein Flieger, bin so stark, stark, stark wie ein Flieger und so groß, groß, groß wie eine Giraffe, so hoch. Oh, oh, oh. Und ich spring, spring, spring immer wieder und ich schwimm, schwimm, schwimm zu dir rüber und ich nimm die bei der Hand, weil ich die mag. Und ich sag, heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Und ich flieg wie ein Flieger, bin so stark, stark, stark wie ein Flieger und so groß, groß, groß wie eine Giraffe, so hoch. Oh, oh, oh. Und ich spring, spring, spring immer wieder und ich schwimm, schwimm, schwimm zu dir rüber und ich nimm die bei der Hand, weil ich die mag. Und ich sag, heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag, la 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 la. Heute ist so ein schöner Tag. Nicht nur 1 oder 2 oder 3000 Jahre am Leben. Ich wach auf, hab geträumt, dass sie ewig lang bleibt. Die Musik hält mich jung und mit dir nur zu zweit. Drum am Berg, rund im Tal, wo wir sind, ist egal. Denn wer die Ewigkeit küsst, weiß, dass nichts mehr vermisst. Wär ich nur 1 oder 2 oder 3000 Jahre am Leben, will ich die 1 oder 2 oder 3000 Gründe noch geben, um mit mir 1 oder 2 oder 3000 Nächte zu riskieren, bis wir uns in der Ewigkeit dann nie mehr verlieren. Nicht nur 1 oder 2 oder 3000 Jahre am Leben.
Da stehst du nun, mit unschuldsvoller Miene. Und wenn ich dich so ansehe, fallen mir immer wieder dieselben Dinge ein. Ich hab keine Wahl, ich muss dir alles beichten. Nummer 1, erstmal will ich dich küssen. Nummer 2, ich berühre deine Lippe. Nummer 3, in Gedanken will ich nicht nur tanzen. Nummer 4, schau mir tief in die Augen. Nummer 5, ich werd die Sinne dir rauben. Nummer 6, ich verpass dir eine Gänsehaut. Und die größte Sünde, das ist Nummer 7. Denn heute Nacht nehm ich dich mit zu mir nach Haus. 7 Sünden bist du mir wert. 7 Sünden und noch viel mehr. Denn du bist der Wahnsinn, der mich aus der Bahn bringt. Das halte ich nicht aus, darum sag ich zu dir. 7 Sünden in einer Nacht. 7 Sünden für uns gemacht. Ich will mit dir schweben, will alles erleben. Den Sünden der Liebe hat der Himmel gemacht.
Rogers toss. Dillon's got a couple of blockers to lead the way, but Milano got out there and Dillon got pulled down very awkwardly. Milano got him up high. Dillon's strong legs kept churning, and he got pulled down in a very awkward way. He was helped over to the sideline. They were not teammates at BC. Missed each other by a year.
Watch Milano track this one down. We have now seen this week after week. They're trying to go get him with that backside guard, Zach Tom, and they just simply cannot outrun Matt Milano. And you can see that left leg, Dillon buckling under.
The root has been ingested in various forms for millennia, and the earliest reference to it or a similar plant comes from 4,300 years ago in
the seed, neither closely related to licorice nor to anise.
Perhaps just as divisive are the orange, peanut-shaped marshmallow candies called circus peanuts. Steve Almond, who wrote the book Candy Freak, calls them a completely baffling candy. For starters, the exact invention of the candy is unknown. Historians, candy experts, and even the candy makers are unsure where the banana-flavored, peanut-shaped marshmallows come from. A number of companies have been making the product for decades. Candy maker Spangler has been making them since the 1930s and perfected their recipe in 1941, while Wisconsin-based Melster has been making them since 1919. According to Spangler, during World War II, circus peanut slurry was sold as a substitute for sugar due to war rationing. We've tried to find out why they're called circus peanuts, a spokesperson for Spangler Candy said in a 2003 article in the North Bay Bohemian. We've asked people in the Spangler family. We've asked historians from Barnum and Bailey Circus, but no one knows. For that matter, no one knows why they're orange or why they're flavored like bananas.
Andrew Zimmern, who is a chef, a food critic, and a restaurateur, wrote in his book, Andrew Zimmern's Guide to Exceptionally Weird, Wild, and Wonderful Foods, that rumor has it that the odd choice to make them banana-flavored stuck after a freak banana oil incident.
apparently the mystery of circus peanuts is a true bit of forgotten history. Sources agree that they appeared in the 1800s and that they were a common sight in penny candy displays. There are references to marshmallow peanuts in candy advertisements at least as early as 1903 and circus peanuts by 1919. And various theories have been put forward for their origins, including that they originated with traveling circuses, but nothing has been conclusively proven. And authors Richard and Anna Kate Hartle suggest in their 2008 book Food Bites, The Science of the Foods We Eat.
In probably one of the strangest performances of all time, Fifth Harmony did a live performance that turned out to be hilarious, in which they were pretending to work on a tractor. But when you take a closer look, it really doesn't make any sense what they're doing. During The Bachelor Australia, a hilarious but concerning moment happened when one of the participants asked Matt what he did for a living.
Matt, lovely to meet you.
What do you do?
I'm a astrophysicist.
Okay, I'm a Gemini.
Yeah. I'm a Leo.
At a game of Password, Khloe Kardashian had to give a clue to Quest for him to guess the secret word. In this game point, the word was Rod, so Khloe decided to give him a hint by saying Stewart, because of singer Rod Stewart. The problem is that she didn't know how to pronounce Stewart correctly.
Stort.
Stort?
Stort.
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 Stort? Stewart?
Stort.
Stort?
Am I saying it right? Stort.
Store it? Store it.
The Simple Life is a reality show in which Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie leave their luxurious life behind and move in a more normal family. And during one of the episodes, the family was very surprised when Paris Hilton didn't know what Walmart was.
Now, do you guys hang out at Walmart? What? I've always heard that people hang out at Walmart.
Why?
I don't know.
What is Walmart? It's like they sell wall stuff?
No.
What is it?
It's like,
Picture that you're at a show and you're clapping because what they're presenting on stage, and all of a sudden a camera gets very close to you and stays for a long period of time. Well, this is exactly what a cameraman decided to do at the Cannes Film Festival to the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood cast, and things got awkward. In probably one of the most unexpected answers in game show history, one of the participants responded to a question about pregnancy in a way that didn't make sense at all.
During what months of pregnancy does a woman begin to look pregnant?
September.
At a very popular Turkish TV show, which is based on giving people makeovers, one of the models was not too happy about how much hair the hairdresser took and proceeded to faint.
Ver sana yardımcı olayım. Ver Bilal. Bilal.
Ya bu ne ya?
At the 2016 Grammys pre-show, apparently they were having some delays, and American rapper Bow Wow was asked to keep the show going, and it got pretty awkward for a solid minute.
Grammy Awards are getting ready to start. Take the stage, and it's almost about that time. Right about now.
In an interview after with James Corden, he revealed that he hadn't watched the replay of the Grammys because he was too embarrassed. So naturally, James decided to play the clip for him and get his live reaction for the first time. At a Complex News interview, American singer and songwriter Ray J was promoting his new glasses he launched. And well, he was convinced that the glasses were unbreakable, so he challenged the interviewer to break them.
Tossing the glasses, they're unbreakable.
Unbreakable?
They're unbreakable. Break them.
Step on it right now.
No, you step on them.
It's your product.
You step on them.
Go ahead.
Speedy, step on them.
I can't do that.
You can.
I bet you I can break these.
They're unbreakable. Speedy, they're unbreakable. They cannot break. It's impossible. I don't care.
Well, not sure if this is considered funny, but certainly is a WTF moment. When Kelly Osbourne was at an interview, she made a massive misstep when talking about immigration.
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that, you know what I mean? Like when I'm saying
there's more jobs to be
in LA, they always
but
they
Latinos are not only the only people
I didn't mean
doing
it like that. Come on.
A well-intended message turned a bit cringe at WTOL news station when they made a segment about upcoming tests in schools, in which they tried too hard to connect with millennials using some lingo.
Morning, TPS students. It is testing week, and it's time to slay all day.
Yeet! Stay woke, be on fleek, and get that Gucci breakfast.
Goals. Say bye, Felicia, to that testing stress. Weather's going to be turned, right, Chris?
Yes! Toledo weather gonna be V-lit during testing week. A hundo P chance of success. You've got this, kids.
A moment that left everyone watching in complete disbelief was when baseball player Evan Longoria made an incredible catch mid-interview.
More chances, you know, it's been keep it on the field.
Well, even though news aren't meant to be entertainment, this reporter certainly deserves an award for his performance when he got caught on camera pretending he was in a massive storm, but in reality it was just a little windy. A kind of embarrassing moment at a Tesla event happened when they wanted to show how the windows were shatterproof, but the glass broke when they tested it out, and things got awkward for a moment.
Sure? Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
Should we try the beer?
In Elon's defense, he later posted on Twitter, "We threw the same steel ball at the same window several times right before the event, and didn't even scratch the glass." Race driver Ryan Blaney was at an interview when he forgot he was wearing a mask and proceeded to drink water.
Really proud of this team. Yeah, getting close. It's coming. Ryan Blaney, third tonight.
A funny but very WTF moment at an NBA game happened when Rihanna stood up to bow to her favorite player, LeBron James, and that kind of annoyed a fan sitting behind her because it blocked his view. So when he told her to sit down, she proceeded to make a dab.
Number 3, Rihanna, game 1 of the 2017 finals. She made it clear she was cheering for LeBron. Bows to him, throws up the rock symbol, throws the dab, and then she was...
When an official was giving a warning to the public to refrain from touching their faces, a few seconds later she kind of forgot and licked her fingers to turn the page.
Today, start working on not touching your face, because one main way viruses spread is when you touch your own mouth, nose, or eye. Enhanced cleaning of surfaces.
When Katy Perry was a guest at the Jimmy Kimmel Show, there was a segment in which they had someone call in, and let's just say it got a bit awkward towards the end.
Pray for yourself. Please don't call.
There you go. Oh, yeah, well, I don't think you can really touch her. It's TV, Katie. It's not... Yeah, she's that way anyway, but...
I'm caught in the Matrix.
Hey, Katie, aren't you... Thank you, Annika.
Thank you,
I hope
Annika.
this was as rewarding for you as it was for the rest of us.
I love you.
You are... She's gone. You're going...
Because of the current world situation, some reporters are choosing to work from home in an effort to stay safe. Which, even though working from home can be a good thing, it also sometimes can translate into unfortunate situations happening around them, which they have no control of.
The things that I've learned is to just cut myself a little bit of break. There's not a lot of traditional learning going on in that classroom, but that's not to say that my kids aren't learning valuable lessons. We've been having fun doing that.
A very embarrassing moment was when one of the soccer players was walking to a group photo when he tried to shake one of the model's hands, and he got painfully rejected. When the CEO of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, tried to make a small joke about Facebook's privacy, it wasn't received as he might expected, which made things a little awkward.
I know that we don't exactly have the strongest reputation on privacy right now, to put it lightly. But I'm committed to doing this well. and to starting a new chapter.
At the 2015 Super Bowl, when Katy Perry was asked a question, she wasn't too keen about responding. She just decided to give the most honest answer ever and said she didn't really want to be there and that she's just avoiding paying a big fine.
Girl, is there somebody you have your eye on this weekend?
I'm just here so I don't get fined. You know, I don't think I'm...
Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader is an American game show, which people go and answer questions that were drawn from elementary school textbooks. And there even is $1 million jackpot if you answer all the questions correctly. And well, in one of the shows, one of the participants somehow wasn't aware that Europe is a continent.
Budapest is the capital of what European country Nathan has already locked?
I thought Europe was a country. Is what?
Hungary.
Hungary?
Like I'm hungry.
That's a country?
A moment at the Jimmy Fallon show, which kind of left the audience shocked, was when Rita Ora didn't know what a tuba is. And she being a musician, the audience at first thought she was kidding.
I don't even know what this means, but I'm gonna... should I say the word?
Yeah, say the word.
Tuba.
Oh, a tuba. You know what a tuba is?
What's a tuba?
Are you...
Former sprinter legend Usain Bolt was fooling with a Brazilian reporter during the interview, which was hilarious to watch.
He's become. You hope Pickett does the same thing if you're a Steelers guy. 3rd and 3. Need to make a move. Why did he wait so long to go?
And Harris is going to be 2 yards short. Now it's 4th and 2. And they'll go for it. They're again 3 for 3 on 4th down today, including the 1 touchdown came on 4th and goal from the 1.
Right here. Put your head down. Go.
Go.
Go for it. Just get 2 more yards. Dancing. This league, they're fast and physical, and that's a poor decision right there.
A customer loses it when her $10,000 cake gets destroyed by 3 uncoordinated stooges.
Oh no! Oh
no! This basement suddenly transformed into a suburban aquarium when the walls gave up.
My God.
Talk about horsepower. This truck's engine had so much horsepower that it literally galloped out of his truck.
he did?
Home security cameras capture 2 delivery men dropping a brand new refrigerator down some stairs. An ambitious cameraman takes a gnarly spill when he slips on some water in front of a packed wedding. A massive Air India airliner gets stuck underneath a New Delhi overpass when a truck driver sorely miscalculates the height of a bridge.
The commission. Wow. Can we send him a bill? Does he get a bill for that? Those cameras. Mid-home RoboCam.
The true value of a fancy ring gets revealed on live TV when a host merely attempts to measure the stone and it pops off.
It's about half an inch. Oh, good, nice. Well, that one just came off, so that's not good.
A 7,000. A typical day at a car wash goes sideways when the interior and exterior of a Range Rover truck gets demolished. An Australian teen is so excited about being the first person in Perth to own the iPhone 6 that he fumbles and drops it on live TV. Having forgotten to close the wingtop door on their Tesla X, an unexpected driver collides with a public bus in London.
Boom! Sheesh!
Football TV analyst.
My cables are already almost maxed out up there.
While describing the intricate details of a motorcycle built entirely out of Legos, a TV host manages to destroy 135 hours of hard work.
What have I done?
A golf ball-sized hailstorm slams Colorado and ends up destroying every car in its path.
Can I say that I'm done with Colorado?
Oh God. Oh God.
This U-Haul truck is gonna need a deep cleaning after a man slams into a sewage pipe in a parking garage. Sparks fly and fire ignites when a New York subway train collides with a bicycle that was left on train tracks. It's a collision of epic proportions when two colossal Carnival cruise ships collide at a dock in Cozumel.
Leland,
All right,
no.
here it comes. There
Yay! You're dead, teammate.
Oh my God!
Leland!
Oh, brand new TV!
Do you know how grounded you are?
You just busted a brand new TV!
Leland!
A homeowner freaks out when her adorable pup decides to turn her brand new driveway into a dog run.
Warwick is the king of staying alive, and there's more where that came from in today's episode, all about 1 HP moments. Hit the like.
With so many fans of any given sport, it's expected for some of them to be a little over the top. When a fan sitting courtside at an NBA game tried to poke some fun at LeBron James behind his back, a perfect timing turn occurred. Sometimes it just takes one person to make a mess. When a bunch of fans in the crowd were looking like they were about to jump to the pitch, one actually managed to do it, which caused the rest of the crowd to follow, causing a massive mess, and took almost an hour to take all of them out. During the second half of a college football game between Arizona and UCLA, a man kind of started a chaos when he dressed up as the referee and walked into the field, which put all the players on edge, and it snowballed into a big conflict, which thankfully was resolved quickly. What looked like it was just one of the defense players making a great job was actually a fan who jumped into the pitch, and when the other players noticed, they weren't too happy about it and chased him until he escaped through the tunnel. It's normal for fans at any sports game to be excited, especially if their team is winning. Not sure what prompted this, but a Cavalier fan decided to stand up in the middle of a game and just started making a sort of robot dance. When the Cubs won the finals, one of the fans in the crowd sneaked into the pitch to celebrate with them, and the players were so excited, they didn't seem to mind the fan. Okay, a good lesson to learn is to never mess with the mascot. When Utah's Jazz Bear was sort of poking fun at a Cavaliers fan, he didn't take it too well and tried pushing the mascot, a thing he regretted seconds after. A probably very sad moment for a basketball fan happened when former NBA player Kobe Bryant threw his arm sleeve to the crowd, and two other fans took the sleeve away from him, and even though he didn't seem too disappointed at the moment, he probably regretted it later. A very bizarre moment at a football game happened when a fan managed to bypass security and jumped into the football field. Then the fan proceeded to bump players and then just kind of ran away, leaving everyone confused. Some people have better reflexes than others. When a young baseball fan saw a ball going towards the woman sitting a few rows next to him, he decided to create his own luck and take the baseball. It's no secret that NBA players are big, with the average height of players being well over 6 foot. A very bizarre moment happened when a young fan decided to push Russell Westbrook, without much success obviously, and Russell proceeded to give the fan a lesson.
Working on a triple-double.
4 for 6 from the floor, for the three-point line, excuse me.
A fan might have went a bit too far when he threw what seemed to be a sort of plastic at Cristiano Ronaldo. Luckily, he was okay, but his teammate got scared for a moment. Okay, this is not completely the fan's fault, but a good thing to keep in mind is not trying to go for the ball when you have a huge platter of fries and a world-class athlete heading towards you.
He just misses this. Look at the guy right there.
A pretty illegal move from a fan at an Arena League game happened when one of the Sharks fans grabbed one of the players from the opposite team by the helmet and didn't let him go. And despite his actions, he still got the approval from some players.
I'm pretty sure that's not legal.
Football, but yet you got to stay out of the field of play, and he about rips the face mask.
Well, there's
At a high school volleyball game, one of the players got super excited that her team was winning and went to give high fives to the crowd. And well, the fans got a little too excited, bringing the barrier down with them. It's no secret that people who sit courtside on important NBA games are generally very wealthy. When an intense fan was caught on camera telling LeBron James to suck it up and kinda taunting him, turns out that fan was no other than Judy Love, who's the 4th world's richest woman with a net worth of $4.7 billion. Here. Despite the tough words, they ended up winning, and LeBron posted the moment on his Instagram. During a volleyball game, a fan with the shirt of the team walked into a team picture like he belonged there, without security, or even other teammates realizing he was an imposter. With autographed sneakers by famous NBA players going for several $1,000s, it can be expected for fans to go a bit too far for them. When Steph Curry tried giving his shoes away to some fans in the crowd, it turned into a small scuffle with some of the fans. An Arsenal fan with a pretty good aim did a very disrespectful act when he threw an empty water bottle at English soccer player Dele Alli. And well, as a sort of revenge, Dele Alli taunted the fan by showing a 2-0 because Arsenal was losing by 2 points.
Hurled in the direction of Dele Alli on a night where both managers had asked for supporters a sense of responsibility.
Well, he doesn't need to be one.
When a baseball fan thought he was grabbing a foul ball at a baseball game, turns out it was actually a fair one, and he regretted it seconds after and felt pretty bad about it. When a fan saw that his favorite team was in risk of getting a goal in, he decided to distract the players by throwing money into the pitch, which is a kind of a weird strategy, considering footballers are paid extremely well, and he only threw singles. Not sure how these fans managed to sneak all the toilet paper, but for some odd reason, Belgium fans decided to throw massive amounts of toilet paper during a football match, which ended up delaying the match. With so much security in NBA games, it isn't usual for fans to manage to get into the court. Somehow an over-the-top fan managed to go unnoticed by security after a game ended and proceeded to taunt Russell Westbrook.
Well, there it is late, and he pushed him aside as Westbrook was just walking off the floor.
A clip went completely viral when the cameras caught an NBA fan who looked at Steph Curry in a sort of seductive way, which is inappropriate considering he's been married for over 9 years. Probably one of the most bizarre moments during the middle of a boxing match happened when a man with a parachute landed in the outdoors arena during the fight. The parachute man was arrested and took 30 minutes to get him out of there, a thing which Evander Holyfield later complained because it gave his opponent time to recover.
Tried to come in, and time has been called as some maniac has attempted to parachute here.
When a fan invaded the pitch just to take a picture with Abramovic, he didn't want to do it because, well, it's wrong. And when security went to grab the fan, he wouldn't stop grabbing him. During a long jump competition, one of the athletes was struggling to surpass the previous athlete who was in first place. So when she went to talk with the coaches for advice, some fans got super excited to be on camera, which was kind of a distraction for the athlete because she started to look over at the camera screen. When players in a basketball game hear a whistle, the game completely stops for the referee to make a call. A fan decided to use this as an advantage to throw the players off when they were about to score against his team.
Double team it inside, Jury off. That ball's loose. What happened? Breakaway.
You know,
Korver slams down
thought
two.
they heard a whistle.
I heard a
down
whistle.
there.
Did you
The
hear a
players
whistle?
stopped.
When James Harden was about to shoot a free throw, he noticed a sort of spark in the crowd, which apparently was a man who took a picture with a flash. And that for some reason made Harden pretty upset, and the fan was asked to leave.
Now, you can't do that at a game, but I almost thought
security up.
A totally not cool moment from the part of a crowd member happened when he took the baseball that was meant for the younger fan in front of him. Thankfully, the fan didn't seem too disappointed.
Allen, he'll escape, waits for somebody to uncover, and now throws, and that one looks like it's picked off. It is one more time, and Jair Alexander, he goes and gets one, and Alexander, who has been involved with the crowd, or the Bills throughout, gives one to a young Packer fan who's got the moment of his young life right there. Well, Allen, back-to-back drives here, has thrown interceptions. This Green Bay defense stepping up in the second half.
¡Uy, qué error! ¡Atrás! ¡Blanque! ¿Para dónde Oblak? ¡Blanque! ¿Para dónde Oblak? ¡Blanque! ¿Para dónde Oblak?
Pero bueno,
¡Chicharito chuta fuera! ¡No me puedo creer!
¡Qué barbaridad!
¡Una triple!
¡Qué barbaridad!
Ball poised for the back, but look at Japan. China in a great position as well, but they really botched the handover, and so did the Japanese, and the Americans will come through in a second. Japan third.
Zone, you're not actually allowed to do that. It has to be a clean pass. You cannot throw the change like that.
I tell you what, full marks for the catch and the reactions, but it's going to be in vain for Japan.
FBS high-tech company. That one, but Renault speeds in between, and that's a nightmare. Hooverbecker misses his footing. Ooh, and they managed to get it in backside first.
It was a really, really good start until that slip up.
Wow.
Still got to push it out as they're heading down. Oh, amazing! Wow. Triple front half into the quad. And he nailed it.
How did he get that back? Did a full pirouette as well. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
How on earth did Hiroyuki end up keeping that rally?
Brandon, are you kidding me? Wow! Behind the back, starting an incredible double play.
Caroline says, get up.
詰まっていますが、清田が追いかけて追いつきました。このはボールを簡単に上げましたが、ノーアウト一三塁という大きなピンチ。
Rodgers protected, flipping to the corner of the end zone for Dobbs. He turns around. Did he bring it in? Yes! What a catch by Romeo Dobbs for the touchdown. Whoa, what a play.
He turned around 3 times. I'd say the rookie's back in good graces. Oh my goodness. Watch this. And you could see that Taron Johnson got his hand right between his arms. He stripped away the right hand. That's fantastic. That is a fantastic play.
What? Oh, nice. Very classy. What are you playing? Overwatch? What are you playing? Probably get banned for that shit in Overwatch, bro.
Maybe Peterson take with Chad Boucher.
Yeah, Chad fills out, which is a nice fill. Now he's moving up to that wing. That brick right there is good because he can protect Tyler and he can also look Dorito's side if he needs to.
Yeah, so Tyler getting up into the 50-yard line. Here, Chad Boucher also moves up into the brick right behind him. It's a good field position on the snake side. Here comes Mishka. Mishka, so this is another thing. The ML Kings have let Houston Heat after kind of trapping him in the center. Mishka might have a hit on his hopper, though.
Rub.
Looks like it's going to be Rub. They're going to pull it off. Donaldson takes the walk, gets shot inside.
Yeah, this point's over. ML Kings should just concede.
The Heat just doing a better job of filtering up the field.
Yeah.
Not a great job of zone control, Rich, here for
He's
ML Kings.
so good that if the other team beats him outside of the pocket, they're fine. They can still transition out. You know, the damage is the same way. They're so good. They're so seasoned. They're not going to panic. They can sit in the middle with 4 or 5 bodies and dink a guy out and make some moves outside, where most teams are forced into making a mistake in that situation. Kyle lasted as long as he could in that corner, but it really wasn't going to help the team any, so might as well just concede at that point and give themselves a little bit more time to work with. Houston Heat looking real good. There were 40 bodies left alive. Mishka, Ronnie Dizon, Chad, Tyler Harmon.
Really like the fact that even though Harmon was getting it done over here, he had a really good move up in the snake and was filtering up the field, showing some offense. And once the gun shifted to him, ML Kings just couldn't keep any zone control. So even though he did start in the pocket a bit, had those 4 bodies, they were able to filter everyone out. No problems there. Took over all the great spots, and ML Kings just kept getting dinged, kept getting shot out of spots, and just didn't have the offense to match. Yeah, so now 1-point game here with Diesel and San Diego Dynasty. Dynasty with a slight lead, and let's check in again with Lauren.
Thanks. Doesn't look like Blake Yarber's going out for this point, but when he does, Grayson Gladstone better watch out in the pit. Marcelo Margot said that Grayson bunkered Blake Yarber after the point was over, so they want to go shoot him up.
Ooh, maybe a little bit of bad blood there here. Now it looks like Van Challenger going to get shot off the break for AC Diesel. Here starting on the red side, this one, here comes Clinton Johnson. He gets into the snake. Both teams have dropped a body. Body coming off from that center of the field here for Dynasty. And it looks like that's Alex Frazier taking the walk. Dynasty filtering up the field. Yosh Rao improves his position.
Clint Johnson gets outside the snake map.
Johnson into snake 2. No one in the snake currently here for San Diego Dynasty, unless they do. No, I don't think they do, because here
Mikey now.
Yeah, Mikey Arena gets into the snake. Yosh filters up the field again. Another body coming off for
Diesel
AC
down to 2,
Diesel.
Mikey.
Yeah, the survivability is just kind of tough right now for Diesel. I mean, this game's close, but
4-on-2 here though.
Dynasty is doing a little bit better in these gunfights.
Yeah, and Diesel figured out that it was a 4-on-2, so their back snake guy has spread across the field, and that's something that a lot of teams are going to struggle out here. If you're not playing both sides of the field, Maddie, you're in big trouble, because sometimes you're going to lose a tape, and if the other team figures it out before you figure it out, you're going to lose that point.
Here comes Clinton. Rich comes down, he shoots Mikey, but then gets eaten up by Yosh. Yosh was in a really good spot to try to protect that move.
Yeah, Yosh was on that gap, so.
And knowing that they had a pretty high body situation, so Grayson was the last player left alive. Didn't catch any extra bonus balls, though, so Dynasty being nice.
Yeah, so apparently Dynasty doesn't care if you bunker Blake, if all the other teams are listening. I mean, for me, I would take it super personally because I like Blake a lot. But, I mean, if you don't care about Blake, guys, I guess it's no big deal. Here we go, ML Kings, Houston Heat.
And Houston.
Little tapper up the line. Hernandez has it. Pumps. Flips. Soft serve. Pletch plays it on a hop. Got one there. Got one there. Brilliant move by David Fletcher.
How good is he, Rich? I mean, instead, he gets a double play out of it.
Did pretty well. Throw to first, and the runner Adrianza gets back. And they got him.
I'm Heidi Watney with the MLB.com Fastcast. Tigers first baseman Miguel Cabrera.
Holiday fly to deep center. And he's out. How about that? Helton faked him out. The old veteran kept it in his back pocket. Carpenter was off the bag and he tagged him. Take a look here.
Ellsbury drills this one to right. Bautista's on the run and makes the catch. Frazier was halfway between second and third, and Bautista's made 2 fine defensive plays here this inning.
Got to put a star next to that one. Baez pokes it slowly toward first. Tough play for Freeze. Baez avoids it, dives in safely. How about that? Still, it's a remarkable play by Baez. Full speed.
Snap throw back to second.
Clear. He's out.
There it is. And the verdict is in. He's out.
2-1. Grounded up the middle.
Lindor goes to Ramirez, back to first. They got him.
Throw to first, and Tatis will be safe. He got back. His right hand out of the way, and then the left hand. Oh, look at how close. Ooh. Does he get him on the jersey, though?
The tag does. We'll get a look.
Right.
That's.
He's just keeping the ball away from Bohr the whole game. He wants to get it.
Their ball behind the back flip, and he got him. Oh, wow! It's so easy for Cologne. He's almost as old as Kusi. He's smiling.
Scope was on the third base side of second and airmails first base. Tulowitzki made a turn towards second and jumps over Wieters. What a play! Over Wieters. And Matt can't make a play.
Plate. Runner going, swung on and missed, and it's going to be a strike him out, throw him out.
They're going to look at it. We see this here.
Oh, look at this, George. You know what?
That's
He's safe.
Yeah, he's safe.
You're right.
Steve Pearce, first pitch swinging, deep left and off the wall. Pearce is going to have to hustle to second, and he swims around.
Watch how he takes his left hand, takes it away from Nunez, and grabs the bag.
Swings away this time. It's a one-hopper to second. Pedroia's going to third with it, and they'll get the lead runner. So Valencia takes off at third.
Said, well, he did his job, but it was hit hard enough. Heads up by Pedroia, turns and fires, and they get Valencia.
Pops it up. Kinsler to the grass. Oh, he lost it. Dropped it. Not going to matter.
And Conklin lines a base hit into left. Rizzo to third. He's going to be held up by Gary Jones.
Oh, my God.
Siciliani hits the cutoff man, and now they've got Bryant. And he's...
And a tapper. Landon may have to go home with it. Tries to shovel with his glove, and they get the out. How did they do that?
To Wilson Ramos. How about this? Little side spin action as he's falling down over the shoulder, and he got him. Folks, it doesn't.
Little punch shot behind second. Altuve's going to let it drop, and he's going to make the throw to first, and now they can turn a double play. What a smart play by Jose Altuve. They get two out of it.
Ball is cued, and it comes back fair. What a play by Caleb.
Just because, even though took like 7 punches, balls off the dirt, and you name it last night. So there, Urshela.
Yeah, he's off the base right there when he tags him. Yep. That's where Simba was right there. I think that's the right decision. Yeah, Wade at second base. And there was a disconnect between the foot and the base. And
Off again, Tatis. Hosmer strikes out, throw down there. And a stolen base, keep the foot in the bag, and he did into a split. Steals second.
Baez with a steal, I think a delayed steal, and he's saved. He got a real
technique, and then a little swim move.
Broken bat looper on the infield. Frieri lets it bounce, fires their first. They're going to have to tag out the runner between first and second. That's Bernier. And there.
Soft line drive right at the first baseman. Prince dropped it.
And then he touches the bag.
You know, give Prince credit there.
Anderson. Fastball tapped at the plate. It'll trickle down the third baseline. The Mariners are going to let it roll. Lenny Randall gets down on his hands and knees and blows on it like a curler.
Is smoke to left, a base hit. Here comes Suzuki. He is going to be waved. The throw toward the plate is not in time. What a slide! Gorgeous move. Got to the plate before Casali could tag him. Unbelievable.
Ball down the line near the foul pole and just fair off the padding, and Bell headed to second base, and he is safe.
Well, he should have been out.
Ground ball to the right side. Pujols gloves it, stumbles, rolls over, somehow flips it to Butcher to get the out.
now the question is Albert okay? Hits that knee, the foot, still a perfect throw.
Stripling. And a curveball grounded to the right side. Tellez from his knees. They get the out at second.
And a good effort by Villar on the other end. This ball crosses the battered run.
Nope.
Big Poppy can't get there. It's into right field. Teoscar takes a big turn. Don't you do it. Back in there. Got up to dust himself off and got tagged out.
Can help with directly, so we hope you'll be a part of it.
All right, Emily, thank you. In the meantime,
has no idea who's got the ball. I think he thinks Elvis has the ball because it went off Elvis's glove. He wanders up.
grounded and grabbed there by Castro. And he makes a nice play to get the force at second base. Gets the lead runner.
He's really taken to it because of his athleticism. And then, boy, that's just a good play.
A big lead for Trout right now. Takes off. Guzman comes off the back, throws to second, spin move, and he is called out. The hand.
Yep,
he's safe. Nice.
And we prioritize who has the call on an in-between ball. Like
Votto lets it drop. He'll take the trade to the pitcher at first.
And here it is. Ground ball back to the mound. Backhand stop by Magic to second for one, to first for two. Did that really just happen? How did he catch that?
Third. And Crawford to third. The tag by Duffy. And he's out.
Get over there. He throws the glove with the ball in it. Couldn't get the ball out of the glove as it's stuck in the web, and so that's what you do. That's it. Throw the entire glove and hope you pitch.
That's right off the end of the bat. Long run and a kick save and a beauty by Kelly Johnson. And Myers is aboard. Nubbed down the third base line. Pena hoping it goes back fair, and it does. Swisher's going to be out.
Oh, that is so beautiful.
Oh, that is.
Was in fair territory, and he got the out.
roller to the left side. Miggy has no play, and now they've got VR. And VR slips sliding all. Even Taylor can't track that down. Harrison trying for two. And somehow he is safe.
By design.
Again, he went into that slot.
3-game series. Here's the 0-2 pitch the other way. Off Cron's shin, and he's hurt. Norris, what a dive and a play! Instead of landing on the shoulder, right, Dan? He tucks and rolls.
Hey guys, Watchron 101. Have a great video for you today. We're back over here with the Yannick. He emailed puzzle that it is testimony here about the Yannicka. Thank you, Steve. Then you've got to check. Christ comes from the Syrian right now. So anyway.
In this clip on Kobe's stream, we see an incredible amount of game knowledge from Faker, catching Caps off guard by playing this vision pocket. Check it out.
Look at this. He doesn't see shit. Look at that. That was so cool. He doesn't see shit. Hiding right there. Boom. Hits the E. Back in. Over the wall. Auto. Q. Gets knocked back off ult. Caps comes in. He gets the shield. It's not enough. Faker gets an empowered auto off. Into another Q.
If we didn't know, the way vision works in this is kind of like linear lines near walls. Faker knew this vision pocket existed and used it to abuse Cap's poor positioning. There are hundreds of other vision pockets like this pros practice countless hours to learn. If you learned something new in this video and you enjoyed the information, be sure to subscribe. Bye.
So Margaret Marcilla is a mother who lives outside Toronto, Canada. She's got a 23-year-old son who suffers from depression and diabetes. Also, he doesn't have a girlfriend. On that basis alone, doctors have just approved her son's assisted suicide. A doctor called Joshua Tepper signed off on it to kill the boy because he's sad and doesn't have a girlfriend. We know this because of the Substack Common Sense. You can read the details, and you should. They're shocking. This is about to become a lot more common in Canada as a way of cutting down on healthcare costs. By March, a new law in Canada is expected to allow children to be killed by doctors, by state doctors, without the approval of their parents. This seems like a very big change in Western civilization. Charles Camosy is a professor at Creighton School of Medicine. He's the author of Losing Our Dignity. He joins us tonight. I sure appreciate your coming on to assess this. We've had this conversation multiple times, and each time we do, we reach a new and more terrifying low. Doctors killing kids without telling their parents because the kids are depressed?
Let's see if I have the laundry list right, Tucker, at this point. We've got kids now, or what they call mature minors. We've got the homeless, we talked about that last time, the poor, the disabled, those with chronic pain. And then right before coming on, I researched the physicians group in Quebec that wants to kill newborn infants. That's what's coming next. The Toronto Star, Tucker, a very liberal paper in Canada, called this Hunger Games social Darwinism. This is what happens, Tucker, when autonomy just goes nuts.
I mean, you hate to, I really try never to invoke the Nazis because, you know, for many reasons. But they are famous for doing this exact thing. Use doctors to murder the weakest in your society. And I thought that doctors kind of agreed after the Second World War not to do things like this.
Yeah, you would think. And I'm the same way. I think we should be very, very hesitant to use those arguments. But at a certain point, Tucker, if the shoe fits, Canada has to wear it. Now, the question is, can we stop this from coming to the United States? It hasn't got here yet. And I think we can. For instance, New York, Connecticut, even deep blue states like that have not legalize even assisted suicide yet. And so what we need to do, Tucker, and all your listeners need to do this, is support in whatever way you can healthcare that is about caring, yes, not killing. In fact, there's a coalition of people. There's a coalition of people coming up with a brand new medical school, the Padre Pio School of Medicine in 2026, that is going to do this very clearly, very ably. And if others would like to join a coalition of people who are doing this, I urge them to send me a message through my website, charlescamosy.com, or through Twitter, because we have to get off the couch and do something about this for those of us that see the writing on the wall here.
Shouldn't the American Medical Association weigh in and just say unequivocally, doctors in the United States don't get to kill children just because children are depressed? A doctor's job is to help people, make them better, not to kill them, give up on them when they're kids.
Well, as I wrote at length in Losing Our Dignity, Tucker, we have a very, very different healthcare system than we had even 20 or 30 years ago. It is hyper secularized. It is often based on cost-benefit analyses, even something called quality-adjusted life years, which is basically ableism. We've had a lot of talk about ableism over the last couple of days. This is ableism right here. And it's no accident that the disability rights groups are our biggest allies in this. We should continue to employ them as, again, we get up off the couch here and fight.
Yeah, amen. Get off the couch and fight. That's exactly right. Professor Charles Camosy, thank you, as always. Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube channel to catch our nightly opens. Stories that are changing the world and changing your life. From Tucker Carlson tonight.
So after the first half, counting third quarter, U.S. GDP is now 0.4%. Joining us now, Congressman Dan Mueser from House Foreign Affairs and Congressman Pat Fallon from House Oversight. First to you, Congressman Fallon. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, caught on a hot mic in a moment, we're going to show it. He was talking to the president about the Pennsylvania Senate debate between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. Let's take a listen. Watch.
We're in danger of this. The debate didn't hurt us as much in Pennsylvania as it tonight, so that's good.
So, Congressman Fallon, first your reaction. Senator Schumer saying they're in danger of losing the Senate seat and the race in Pennsylvania. What do you think?
Well, Liz, that's the first time I've ever agreed with something that Chuck Schumer said.
Hey everybody, it's the Jimmy Dore Show. I'm Aaron Maté, sitting in for Jimmy here with Scott Ritter, former Marine Corps intelligence officer and UN weapons inspector, author of the new memoir, Disarmament in the Time of Perestroika, Arms Control, and the End of the Soviet Union. And his brand new Substack is at scottritterextra.com. So we're going to talk now about a individual named Bill Browder. He was born in the U.S., but he actually gave up his citizenship to avoid paying taxes because he made a lot of money in the 1990s in Russia when Russia was being looted under the advice of neoliberal U.S. Government advisors. But then Bill Browder got into a dispute with Vladimir Putin after Putin took power, where
fucking crazy. He fucking sucks. 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 He fucking sucks.
Our whole team is gonna do it. I'm not tripping on none of this.
Yo, let's start this shit, bro.
I eat hot dogs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
The boys and XQC. This nigga.
I eat them bitches whole.
What's up? What's up? Fuck up so we can start this shit, nigga. Hold it down. The boys in XQC are gonna play first against Team AR. So you guys will go first. Like I said, best of three, first to 6 rounds. After that, the winning bracket, when you advance, is best of 5. So once you make it past, it's best of 5. Yo, what's the prize pool? What's the prize we win? Prize pool is 25,000. Also, let's give a big day. One more question. Is this sponsored by Save the Kids or not? Yo! What he said?
He said, "Is this sponsored by Save the Kids?" Don't say.
Stop. Sorry. Are you serious right now?
Come on,
Are
bro.
you serious, Danielle, bro? You serious right now? I don't got one Bitcoin. That ain't what that one.
Yo.
Bitcoin. That ain't me. I ain't got one. Hey guys, real shit though. Hold on, real shit though. Before we start, let's give a big shout out to Call of Duty and Activision for helping us put this together. We're the first official tournament, guys. We're the first official tournament partner with Call of Duty. So this is amazing.
W on God.
Big W. All right, let's get this going. Hey, we gonna get out of the call, Zuma. So
You're in your pussy. You suck.
on the call. Zuma's broadcasting this whole thing as well on his channel. Okay?
You suck. I'm better than you.
Worst player on my team is better than you. Fuck, nigga. Wait, go ahead, Zuma. Say that one more time.
In the lobby, if you want to start inviting people, we can start getting people in here.
I bet, yeah. So yo, Zuma's gonna get you guys sorted. He's gonna invite you guys. He's broadcasting this whole event.
We playing
first.
Aiden,
you're playing Kai's team first. What happened?
Hey Kai, I want to talk to you. Wait, can you drop me Kai? I want to talk to Kai.
I'll be in Kai's swag, so you
I want to talk to Kai real quick.
I'll be bouncing around.
Wait. So should we all just add Zuma since we could all join his shit?
Yeah, you guys can add me.
What happened?
The world to balance.
Hey, drop your shit in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it right now.
Yo, that's risky, bro. I'm a leaker.
Yeah, don't hide y'all screens when y'all adding.
So we all had him?
Yeah, but that's a lot of.
Wait. Who we adding?
Zuma.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys everything right now.
You gonna put it in the general?
I'm gonna hide my shit.
You guys put your stuff in the chat.
Zuma already
And then I'll
Yeah,
I'll
do that.
send it to you
Yeah.
guys.
Yo, Ray, you just add him. You add him, Ray.
I'm gonna just join off you, Dante, whenever we get.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, that boy Ray is front page right now.
Twitch now. Hey, what's up?
That's the boys. Yo, now you got your answer to the question. You know what team to broadcast now, Swag. You know what team to broadcast now, Swag. That's what I'm just saying.
With purpose and finality.
Go. Bro, why is this guy smacked on like a thick ass gangster? What the fuck is this shit?
Put in
general. Put in general,
Tommy, or no?
Wait. This guy. This is the legend. Yeah, we can.
Who do we got on this
Don't
first
disrespect
game?
the king, man.
Disrespect in the building. We got.
Guy's gonna mic for ants.
For you.
Mic for fucking ants, man.
Wait, we got people added. Everybody added.
Yeah.
You putting it on? You want me to put my stuff
We're good right now.
Okay, how do I look at my shit without leaking?
Surrender to darkness.
Hide your
screen.
Full screen.
Corrupted Ray after
Who just called my name?
I joined.
No, I was reading Ray.
on the new game.
The night is long.
I'm gonna show you how to do it.
I'll be quiet like hot dog because I'll be like, not
You wanna main base, Tommy?
I like that.
How do you check your own ID? How do you check your own ID?
We adding.
They added
No hour.
I need you to drop me yours, okay? I'm gonna send you everybody first.
I see it. I see it.
You see it? I'm gonna tell you guys how to do it.
Zuma, we not joining the lobby yet. It's just their team, right?
Released from the shackles.
You guys, I can put you guys in casters. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't need to.
Then we can switch POVs. Then we can switch between the POVs.
No, I know, but also Zuma's hero broadcasting on his channel also.
Yeah, I'm just gonna spec.
Yeah, I'm gonna just have Zuma's page up on my.
Got it.
Problems with so many people in the lobby.
Yeah, just watch Zuma's page. Just watch Zuma's page.
Is my Activision in my fucking my account in my settings? He doesn't gotta add you, because you can just join off me, bro.
Shed
Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm gonna do that.
If you wanna find it, you just hit start, you hit R1, go all the way to the gear, and an account network. Yup, and an Activision account.
Roger that.
The gods have fought for so long. Most have forgotten their true purpose. An ally.
Wait, so whoever gets first? Who's first up? Is it Aiden team or not?
Yeah, I think it's Aiden versus
You guys are
right?
first. As we say, you guys are first. You guys are
Okay,
first.
okay, good.
Whose skateboard wall is better?
So who's winning this first game?
Let me check it.
I already know who's winning. I'm not gonna say.
You don't want to do the the back and forth.
Elegance
I just
in
know who's going
darkness.
first.
I don't know who's better.
Ferocity in a light.
Come on, man.
Tommy's just crazy. Tommy has a
Bruce,
crazy
are you wearing pants?
Sucks. Yours sucks.
Bruce, are you wearing pants?
No pants.
Oh
It's for your mom.
That little motherfucker not moving, gang. Damn, but Lizzie is going crazy though. I'm not gonna lie.
The world
Y'all can get on my dick if y'all not my teammates. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure y'all don't got the game fucked up because we're not friends with this instance right now. You know, like.
I swear I've been there before, chat. I put photos on my phone.
Why y'all stop? Where the fuck Aiden at?
Yo, come on, let's hurry the fuck up. I got all day.
Why are you so angry?
We only need one person from our team to add him, right?
Yeah,
We can
just add.
always join
and
them.
there's already Phantom and Kason are in here as well. If they want to, if you guys.
Add me, Kyle, Bruce, or X. Add me, Kyle.
What's good?
I'm adding Kyle.
And who?
Yeah, I don't like you guys.
I'm here.
I mean, you got a coach?
No, I have your rage added.
Yo, XQ.
What?
I want to say again, bro, I really appreciate, you invited me to your event. That was really nice of you.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, I need to contest this anyway, man. I mean,
He's about to put his fucking dick in there.
I mean, we're gonna roll them, yeah, but I'm not gonna roll the other guys. Cause these are like fucking.
XQ already has.
Ready to go? Hey yo, how was doing hours anyway? Was it fun or not?
It was cool. It was cool.
Oh damn, you don't look so sure. What happened?
I'll tell you later.
Oh shit!
No,
I saw a clip.
Yeah,
I saw 2 clips.
Oh,
Nah,
I'm
no, not about that. I don't care. No,
Aiden, you're not even. Are you join him?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on the game. Yeah.
Hurry up. Join him and then invite me.
Alright, I'm gonna get on this shit right now.
Wait, are we joining the game or are we gonna
He
watch?
said he added you. Add him back.
No, we're spectating. We're spectating.
Yeah, we're watching Zuma because Zuma's hero broadcasting.
Kai, you got this. Focus up. I know.
Hey, Bruce, you know I love you.
I ain't gonna lie.
You're gonna lose, buddy. You're gonna lose today, buddy.
No. I love you too, bro, and you know what you are.
Time, I invited you. Time.
Hey, what am I? Hey, Bruce, what am I, bro? Let me know what I am.
A new era cannot begin.
Wow.
No cap. You're actually a flip. Like you're a flip. You made your profile picture black and all. You got the Kanye follow. You was like, oh my god, he followed me. Now what? Why you not by his side?
I got it.
Oh my god.
What happened?
Nothing. Yeah, I do have a graduation. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna burn it. No, I'm kidding. I love it.
Wow.
Show me.
I did it. So basically, you just have props. You have to go into your settings and you link your account.
That made zero fucking sense.
Well, I had a quick. For anyone that's wondering, by the way, I already got the name, so you guys can just, you know what I mean?
You have slain an enemy. Consumed by chaos.
You can add me, bro.
Hold on, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, I'm adding Tommy right now.
In twilight.
We're going live right now.
Yeah, you need to get on so I can invite you.
We can join? Alright, cool.
Red, what color are your nails today? Red?
Why you on my dick?
You talk so loud. You're gonna fucking lose. You suck.
Hey, watch the motherfucking mouth. Yo, he's a grown ass man. He can defend himself, Prom. He can defend himself. Shut the fuck up.
Oh shit! We gonna come get you. Like we gonna come get you from your house, pick you up, take you on a date. After we get your ass. Can we start the fucking game?
Yo, we gonna pull up to the crib and smack the shit out of Ant, and then we gonna catch that.
I heard that. Yeah, I think he did.
You gotta change your mind now, other nigga, huh? You
All right.
have to beat, nigga.
I'm on this shit.
Alright, so
You have everyone, Zuma?
So everybody on Kai's team go to Spec Brew. Hit square. Everybody go to Spec Brew. Let's
Aiden, I
organize
don't see you online. Wait, hold on.
Just load it up. I just loaded it up.
Okay, all
Kai's
campaigns.
team. Hold on.
Everybody on Kai's team go to Spec.
Call of
Choose
Duty.
one.
None of us are in there, bro.
Yeah, wait. We gotta start up.
Sometimes it's hard.
Yo, Kai, invite me, bro.
Yeah, Kai, but
Yeah, invite me too. I got you added.
Alright, wait. What up?
Hey, Aiden, I'm trying to invite you, but your name's literally not popping up.
No, try now. I can invite you to my shit.
Hey, Tommy, you said you I added see me? you now. I see you. I invited you.
The night is long.
I invited you, Rage. I
The
invited you,
day
Rage.
dawns true.
I'm joining with party. I'm bringing everybody. Aiden, go to Cortex.
Okay. You good?
Who the fuck is all these other niggas?
Slain.
Cortac.
I'll try sending it again.
What's Cortac? Oh, Cortac.
Oh my god.
Guy who's actually a court.
Yo, bro, you playing?
Yo, my game's about to crash.
You know I like that, bro. I'm gonna let him play.
He's my friend. Hold on, let me see.
Send me a friend request.
Yeah, swag is best.
I'm not gonna leak
The
shit.
whole cycle
CDL
in
rules.
balance.
Yeah.
Alright, bet.
Are we chilling in here?
No, don't chill.
I'm gonna mute out, but you guys can.
Yeah, Boomer's stream is gonna show everybody.
Yeah, we won't have his stream up. Yeah. Alright, I'm a deafen, guys, alright? Everyone's in?
Connected! Boom! What's your eyes? Guys, we're gonna chat.
What team do we go to?
Everybody go to team 2 Discord. Yeah, yo, everyone go to your teams. Everyone go to your teams.
I'm coming.
Game reconcile.
Hey, what map should we do first, Chad? What are you feeling? What map should we do?
Come here.
There we go.
Oh my god.
Everybody go to spec group.
Shut the fuck up.
Click square.
Square. But square also like changes the
From
team.
the fires of opposition.
I'm ready if I can go.
I forge my own
we all have to be on spec group.
Spec group. Yeah, I'm trying to mute all of them.
I don't know why 80's on spec group. Somebody tell 80 should not be on spec group. I don't know. Somebody tell him.
How do I swap the spec route to nothing?
Where?
He's not using controller.
Oh fuck. Wait, tell Zuma
R.
Got it.
I don't know why 80's on spec group.
Yeah, he gotta.
Oh, this is fuck yeah, man. I played it once. Oh my god.
Full crunch. Come in.
What is this one? No,
It's like some race car shit.
What? A
Yes,
race
bro.
car. Okay, I
played it once.
race car to fucking me, man.
Wait, I got
Yo, you got PTSD? Slow down.
He just on hops right now with the N word, bro.
Yo,
It's all around me. I'm just,
You're just not trying to say
it's not my vocabulary, so I don't have to worry about it. But,
best map.
don't worry about it, man.
It was a good one, but
Be the thing.
new team trying to do.
Green dot, I'll put on green dot, chat.
Why is Rod Wave Juice World?
Hey, that's the play to make. If my team can't back it up, then they're gonna lose.
Need I say more?
You faded in the hole right now?
Come in. I wish.
A great cat.
Yo, if he win this game, I'm putting them niggas in the Marley.
Bro, everybody's not. Hold on.
Yeah, please.
I'm putting them niggas in the Marley. We win. So I gotta
Put him in a coffin.
Yo, they got a bunch of other teams in here. They're on auto assign. They gotta kick them.
No,
Green dot.
I think they're gonna
Like
be in
Phantom is on. No, they're not on spectator. They're on auto assign. Auto assign puts you on the team.
Because no, that's why I was in Top River. Team decided not to go get it.
Who the fuck has got me?
They're just cheesing a lane. They try to cheese bot because they're shitting on them, so now they're just gonna cheese.
Yeah, people on auto assign, bro.
They're just cheesing top now. They're the mid and the thing are legit gonna throw if they don't.
Use the AK-47.
Got what?
Let's fucking go.
I have 3 classes up way.
Yeah, I have M4.
More useful in our it's actually didn't you say buffed it? Yeah, they're trying to make they're trying to get him to not be a support.
Oh no, that was me.
That just wasn't you. That just wasn't you.
I think they want to be a support for the next season.
I've never seen XQC get subs in the chat.
I'm a massive victor.
Yeah.
One of the richest niggas in Richmond.
Let's go.
Yo, make sure y'all stream's good too.
No, they're trying to make him not be a support.
Go ahead.
Oh, I want to shit on these niggas so bad. Oh my god, I want to put a bullet in fucking Aiden Ross.
I mean, King's Farm is a lot better, I think. You need to leave.
Come on, bro.
Okay.
He has like 40 more farm.
Right now. I'm not trying to fuck.
I mean, I don't think it's worth him being AFK for the
One
game.
medium range, one short range, and one.
It's not bad.
We got this Phantom niggas on auto assign.
Yo, go to Phantom Chat. Tell him to go to Auto-Sign, bro.
Oh, no,
I mean,
yeah.
Codcaster.
Don't do this chat, but you know, he should do the right thing.
Yo, how do I take? You good? Let's go.
Yo, it's fucking boys night, y'all. Come on, bro. It's boys
Starting.
night.
Let's go.
It's hard
Let's
squad
go.
through the chat. It's switch prime
They
squad
have
through
two
the chat.
niggas on the.
Switch primes, I need all switch primes, I need everything.
They have two niggas on Auto-Sign.
They didn't have touch ball, man.
Lazy, I think for the five, get this, bro.
Alright, lock in.
So let's lock in, y'all. Come on.
Let's try to 3, let's go.
Oh, what is this?
Why do they have 5 niggas on their team?
They have 5. Told you, they're on Auto-Assign.
What the fuck is Duke Dennis playing on a raw wave again? Who the fuck is that?
Yo, get them niggas out of here.
Alright, guys, so just what? If you're dead, you have no information, shut the fuck up!
Elegance in darkness.
No, not bad. Alright, we'll get them. Go ahead. Get okay. Close one.
Yo, you just gonna rub it in my face, bro. You know, I was up early. You seen I was up early. You know, I was actually trying, right?
No, I'm saying, yeah, like.
Wait, are y'all gonna have? What
I need 30.
Duke was there, bro. I missed it. That's really all I cared about.
Y'all gonna have the other team muted or no?
Nah, yeah, hell yeah. They play in the other Discord, bro. I got all the.
We already on spec group. We on spec group already.
We already on spec group.
Put the game on.
Yo, Zuma, you want Auto-Assign?
Yo, Zuma, tell K-Sign get this shit together, bro, before we spaz out.
Yeah, damn, we've got
Yo, keep joining that Juice World nigga, bro. What is that?
Nah, I don't do. No,
it's Juice World and Rod Wave.
Oh my god, I got Rod Wave fat ass on my phone.
And Cloud, look, all these niggas are joining, bro. Cloud.
I don't have that. That was the only person that was on my phone.
That's his friend, bro.
Divinity
Only random I got on my feet right now is first one, so that's not random. That's my favorite.
Merc?
I said Trey Sloan.
Niggas is joining, bro.
Is this loud good or not?
Oh my god, the lobby.
Niggas don't know how to host the fucking lobby or what?
They exited.
What's going on? We're going to the menus. What are we doing? Buying fucking boosts?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
It's really good in ARAM.
2K.
2K? Is that what you did in 2K?
Yeah, go to spec room, go to spec room, go to spec room. Oh my fuck.
Alright, we're doing it. I'm promoting Snap. I'm saying that.
ally has been slain in twilight
That was an alt.
Then you can show your screen. Alright?
Using
Nobody
abilities.
joins and ruins the fucking.
Alright. So you want to go full screen?
Put your face
Okay, it's on. Now what?
Sunrise or sunset? Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Good luck. You see, that's how I know you pussy kids are talking about some good luck. Get on my fucking chat, bitch.
Now what?
Wait, I don't know. I don't know what they on.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, all the codes, all the codes when you watch it like that. Oh my god!
Yeah, they watch
Wait,
it.
Call of Duty, what is that? What is that? What is that? How do you get into that?
Is Nadia watching? Is Nadia watching, Kyle?
Yeah, how do you get any of these?
Nadia watching, Sniper watching.
Hey, yo, Call of Duty bitches.
Call of Duty bitches.
Hey, yo, Call of Duty bitches.
Hey, by the way, wait. My DMs on Twitter are on open.
You just do not respond to the HUD on.
I don't play the hot ones.
I'm about to go DM right now.
If you're hot, you get a reply. That's kind of how it goes. I'm 100% eligible. Yes. What about it?
Fire.
Okay, XQC, are you fat phobic?
not fat phobic, because I think it's just fucking, that's insane, okay? But, I'm not attracted to bigger, way bigger people. So, I got standards.
Good luck. In all chats, you don't want to get an ad right now. I ain't gonna lie.
But XQC, you can have shirts, but you also have money to build your love home gym, you know? So like, why wouldn't you be there?
Because it's too expensive to choose a girl's ugly or hot under. You know? I ain't about to wait to pay that much money.
Felix, you about to get me tight. Nigga, I'll click R.
I'm trying to get fucking laid.
Let's go, y'all.
Lock in.
Mapping good, but I don't know it. That's the thing. I don't know it.
I don't know this map either, but we're fine, bro.
Apparently, I have UAV. I'm not allowed to.
Comms and all that.
You live 2 kill streaks, right?
This day
Who won bomb?
how we gods will remember.
I guess I just don't use it or what?
The whole mute.
An ally
Is it lag?
Oh, we went over settings. Fuck.
No. I think we good. I think he just said some shit. People, I can't read the chat. I think we good. Yeah, we good.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't go away. Yeah.
Do not go mid.
Clear sidelines here. Clear sidelines.
A whole year streak, plus been subbing for like
I'm
2
waiting.
years.
No.
Yeah, we on B-side.
Inside.
You on that side?
Dead. Right there.
Got one.
We got numbers. Play your life.
1 minute left.
Got two.
Good shit.
Flanking.
Mortals.
Oh my God! No!
Got
You what?
Great shit. Yo, God, I like the way that we waited. We stayed patient right there on that side.
I don't know.
That's how we stayed patient.
Hey, look, each side. Hey, look now. They're gonna get confused now that they're gonna start to go away.
If we defending, listen, unless they're gonna go AAs, we're trying to push the bomb, and then we will be.
Let's go B.
Yeah.
No, we're defending.
Yeah, we're defending. So just play your life. Yeah, play your
Don't
life.
go too far into A. It's a far bump into them.
Oh my God.
Don't
Wait, I'm getting slow.
Serenity.
Don't peek too much.
Yeah, play safe. I'm gonna camp.
Hey, what's that?
Relax. They can see you through this.
My side. Close. One bar. Two of them.
Hey.
Blue bus.
Fine.
They're all on me. They're all on A.
All over the buses.
Oh, what did you? It got low.
Yeah, my gun is good, but overall,
I mean, we just would have executed, but yeah, that was not the plan. I did not think. I thought there were minions behind the other ones.
Smoke that smoke, bro.
Has destroyed my brothers and sisters do not see the truth.
Lucky.
It's all good. I was trying to flank around, but I didn't know they was on that side, the left side. They played
That's
back.
how you gotta move. Look, when we're planning, all 4 of us gotta go to the same spot.
Damn, bro, if he wasn't right there, I could have flanked around. But Aiden was coming around anyway.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
They didn't rush. They stayed back that game.
Nah. No, they rushed.
They rushed you? What side did they rush?
Mega rush. They rushed bus. Over here though.
Trying to go A or B.
Probably B. A's hard.
Oh, they should have dumped on that, yeah. Okay. CC.
Thank you.
That's so disgusting.
I think it's all laser.
Yellow card. Leona stunned. Leona brute stunned.
Come A,
Yellow card.
plan A.
Yeah, that was.
I got bomb. Oh! No. Go, hold on. Easy. Down the stuck my ball.
Four more.
Hey, you not in place. They're gonna one plan.
Yo, Aiden is sitting in the back of the map.
Okay, listen, guys. A good defense is a good offense. Right here. Yo, Kai, don't pull back on A. We can't. We hold forward. Might as well be offensive here. We can't fucking hold back. Pat Bus, go inside of the fucking sniper room. Yeah, something there. Something there. Not A.
Not A.
Ah! There B.
I'm here.
AK hard. I hit one there, B.
They planted at Bravo.
Yes, I shot him first too.
One on the right side.
No, where? Oh my god, on the fucking bomb, bro.
Fuck!
Kill.
That was a good smoke. That was a great smoke. Good kill.
I don't know. Still.
One bullet.
2v1.
They're camping?
They're not gonna move. They're not gonna move to you.
You gotta defuse.
They're holding left side, on your left.
You hear him?
Both sides. No, not bad. This is okay. Nah, that's too hard for you. It's a tough spot.
Alright, cool.
I need that silence. How do I get that?
It's a field upgrade. After a while, they just give it to you, I think, or some shit.
They're literally rope planning, bro.
Good.
Search and destroy.
We good. Let's keep playing our game.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Who on bomb? Who on bomb?
Go B. I got bomb. We go B. This time go B. We win A all the times.
Alright, cool.
Detonate the target to win. You secured the bomb.
Yo, go B. I'm gonna go on the outskirts of B. I'm gonna go around here. Go mid B. Go mid B.
On my left.
Oh, ass
We got numbers. Play safe.
Okay, I'm plenty. Help. On B. Help.
I'm on you.
Welcome back to Victorious 3.
Yo, one side. I hit him in the head. Yo, he killed me with a Simtex.
$1.
Mr. Fetterman, we have to continue on. We'll continue.
Stupid as shit,
Fucking suck, prom.
Wait, oh man.
I gotta tee up. I gotta lock in.
Yeah, they did a fall. They wrapped it all the way around.
One earlier. Fields it at the 21. Looking to find some room. The ball's out again. He coughed it up a second time, and Seattle's got it.
I mean, nobody's putting a helmet on the football. He's just getting hit and coughing up the rock and landing on the carpet. Two massive turnovers.
James is still down on the turf, but he is the best rookie performance today, presented by Verizon.
Search and destroy. Where I think they going? B probably. They could just camp that room the whole time. Fuck.
Just move together. Fuck it.
This is the Lockpicking Lawyer, and today I'm going to attempt one of the most dangerous things ever caught on camera. I'm going to get between my wife and a pint of her favorite ice cream, and we're going to do it with this, a Ben & Jerry's U4 lock. It's a plastic 3-digit combination lock specifically designed to secure a pint of ice cream. Now this is a lock that is incredibly easy to decode. In fact, I don't recall ever seeing a combination lock with gates that were so easy to locate by feel. But that's actually perfect for what I have in mind. You see, I've always wanted to get Mrs. Lockpicking Lawyer interested in non-destructive entry methods, and this combines a beginner lock with a really nice incentive to learn. So what I'm going to do is lock up a pint of her...
Good goal, bro. Clutch.
Yo, come on!
That was clutch.
Shit, X. That was a good call out. That's the call outs we're supposed to be making. If you get
Yes.
killed, window. If they
Window's good.
come on,
That was
bro.
good. That was good. I knew where it was at.
Good shit.
That gun is fucking broken.
Shit, y'all.
What
Yo,
the fuck is
it's
this?
all good, bro. You gonna make that comeback.
That
You
gun
good.
is a fucking human drill, man.
Wait, which one's Cave, chat? That nigga.
That's Ray.
The joke's on you. The only nigga I'm dying to.
Yeah.
I
Where y'all
dropping
wanna
bomb
go?
X. I'm dropping bomb X.
Yeah. We secured the bomb. I'm gonna slow push A, slow push. Just play standard.
Don't peek too much on this side. Probably
Watch flank.
sniping. Ate him through a smoke. They're in B. They're definitely in B. I am. Oh fuck. I'm behind you, shooter.
I'm being patient right here.
Yeah. All right, let's get the bomb down. Where we going?
Okay, try to
Hey, it looks empty to me right now.
Oh, no, it's not.
Dead.
Good shit, good shit.
Wait. Play it safe.
What? Oh fuck! Cruise missile. Careful.
Can't.
Play.
We good. Come on. Let's go, Dwarf.
Need bomb.
Close.
Oh my-
He's sharp. So I don't know what they have kill streaks on like that. Is that CDL or not? I just got cruise missile. Fuck is that?
Well, I'm fucking. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now.
Yeah,
bro.
cruise missiles.
I think that's how. Yeah, they got cruise missiles on.
Pretty epic.
I'm sorry to say.
Use your dead silences. Use your field upgrades.
I don't have. I'm about to
Oh
switch
my
it.
god, bro.
Sorry.
We good?
Remember, it's BO3. Also, we're not done yet. We can still win. We have a good cushion.
To the right.
Got him.
Thank you, bro. Every time it's the gay nigga shooting me. Good
Got
kills.
one.
Come on. Good shit. Good call on
I'm
the
inside.
Come on. They usually hang on the outside. Watch out.
You see him to your... Oh no, that's the team. My fault.
You're good. Chicken outside.
Going around. Good.
Outside. Mid. He's middle outside.
Right. Execute right now.
No.
Where?
Fuck. Yeah, he's outside.
No. To your left.
I'm not done. I'm selling.
Bro, we were both looking at him. One of us, that should have been a trade, bro.
I'm selling.
I don't know why my aim went so up there, bro. Bro, I got you, bro.
How's it for
I did
you?
not see that nigga. I literally did not see that nigga, bro. I swear to God.
Wait, turn my volume up.
It's one game or is it best 2 out of 3? Okay.
No, we're good.
Yeah, we good. Stay together. Go B.
Be okay.
Let's put the bomb.
I drop off again. Drop off.
I got it.
Secured the bomb.
Oh shit.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Going outskirt B.
Outside.
30 seconds.
Yeah, push up. Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Behind us. Garage right there.
I see him. The kill. Great kill.
Fuck! Behind you.
Yo, it's looking like
I killed
we
their best
gonna
player. I killed their best player. 3v3. Yo, run to a plant.
Behind. Oh my god, they're all the way back. All the way. They're baiting.
Bomb planted. Set containment.
Know where they're coming from?
Window.
Thank you.
It is.
Whoa.
I'll go next. It's fine.
It's alright.
Bro, I'll
No
wait.
way they should still have 3 alive, bro. It don't even matter about how many times we die, bro, because we get them there every round.
What happened anyway? What happened with Yo,
This map.
do we leave crew missiles on or crew missiles off, man? That thing's kind of busted though. It's kind of busted. That thing's not right. Fuck is that?
We gotta talk more call outs. Nah, bro, chill, bro. Come on, bro. Come on,
Man,
bro. We didn't play
who's
bad.
cooking something?
Chill, bro. We ain't play bad.
Okay, I'm not.
Bro, we didn't play bad.
We didn't play that bad for not even knowing that map. I
don't know that map.
That map is my fuck.
Literally one of the rounds, I got us a win with 2 kills, bro. That's a good win, bro. I didn't play bad. Nobody played bad. Okay, we all know this map, right? Instead of telling us that we played bad, Chad, how about you dumb fucks tell us, yo, good try. Bro, fucking idiot. First dumbass niggas. Fucking idiots.
First round can't be 3 out of 5 too. Cause if we lose this next shit, we gotta lock in. Tough.
What map we playing? They get to choose this map? Farm. This map is
Wait, it's first to 3 wins? Or first to 2 wins?
2 out of 3.
My enemies are good, alright? I'm not gonna
You gotta play the game?
Oh, them niggas are bad too, bro. Like, Aiden is
I'm not
whack.
watching. Okay.
Nah, Ray is
Just
carrying
Ray.
him. Yeah, he carried them on BO 1.
Just literally just Ray, bro. Why do I have 67 ping? What server are we on, bro?
LA.
Oh, brother of Christ. Get whole fucking. Holy. Gabe gets 12 ping? Yeah, GG.
Yeah, he puts up, he's gonna win.
Hey, they're up in the window. Y'all come be. They're all up in that building.
Better not. I think you got it good.
Damn. I'd be fucking damned if I lose to fucking Aiden Ross. Come on, Dork.
I don't know why I feel like somebody gonna come from here.
No, we good. 30 seconds remain. Yo, they're hard scoping. Yo, Josh, you're literally right in front of him. Yes, he threw that at me. That's him.
Every game?
An ally has been slain.
They're here. Got one, bitch. Lay that shit down,
I'm on the
nigga.
other side.
The fucking big wing, nigga. The wingster. Stop playing.
That fucking retard top lane. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's okay. Lock in.
He's fine.
I thought I'm so fucking.
No. It's not my fault. I was in my settings. I'm
Your guy who we saw for like an hour.
Yeah, okay, really? That's a good gun though.
All good now?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't believe him saying this.
I'm gonna aim a little higher.
You can't
Playing fucking CS:GO or Valorant. The last time I checked, I'm playing Modern Warfare 2. Dog shit ass game. Black Ops clear. Fuck out of here. Fucking team.
But we gotta play the game right now, so it's fucking roll. That's my fault. I think we
Oh my god, this is absolute fucking so bad for them. Holy shit. He could not have started this game anywheres. Oh my god. Oh, come on, Varys. Brother. Yeah, this one, this might be an FF angle.
Pop that nigga. I gotta defuse.
5 mana.
On bomb! On it! Yeah, you're fast.
Nice. Holy shit. I don't have any. I don't have anything. We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here.
Man, bro, he was hiding on
They're
the
gonna
bomb.
fucking send 5 to come kill us.
Okay, Okay, it's fine. I think we hold back on the bottom sides. We hold up a little bit, definitely. Also, I think here we play A, 100%.
I mean, I've lost worse games.
What?
They're moving together. Good kill, Josh. Good kill.
Fuck! What the fuck is this shit?
Good try.
Bro, I have a big
Bro?
advantage. I shoot first. I still lose. And I'm center man.
I was like, please don't be up there, bro. I wanted to go.
Oh, he's the host.
I got hit with a random grenade, bro.
Bro, no, she's the fucking host. That's so fucking broken. What? Bro, that's busted.
Got hit with a fucking random grenade.
They're running together, y'all.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Oh my god.
They're right, they're right. I hate A, bro. I hate it.
She's like a 4. Oh, okay, they're jungle, so you're fucked. I think it was fine for years since they won the Super Bowl. Why? Talking to Kyle?
I'm bum. Go towards your spawn.
I am a Steelers fan. But I root for the Eagles now, too. I used to root against them for years.
Basement. Near basement entry.
No, that's what Kyle keeps saying as well.
Bathroom upstairs.
That's what he keeps saying. I tell him, like, bro, they had a good 7-game run. So the Eagles, man, they've been for 7 games. You're pussy. Oh, actually, she's good, Ken.
Don't go mid. Don't touch mid. He's got host and he's rolling. Don't bother with mid.
Yeah, it's Cafe Cuties. Okay, dummy. Nice.
Come in. Right there, kill him. Alright, get out of here. Alright, go to the back and we go away. Rotate. In spawn, I hear in spawn.
They're all B. They can't beat last.
Who? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's probably where it should go, right? Oh my god. This is a good game for me. This is a good one. Yeah, well, I'm saying that for Bard, this is a good Bard game. You know, it's rare we get one this good. This is a good one. This is one of the old times.
Let's just stay back, bro.
26 months. Wow, easy.
You like A a lot.
They love A.
Yeah.
He should not be God anymore.
Yeah, but it's easy to retake in A though. Definitely.
Yes, what's that?
Let's go back up. Slow down.
And then,
Yo, we're all alive. We're all alive. We're all alive.
Flank. Take me look.
Yo, I hate this fucking game. Like what?
I don't like that the game is just played. I don't see any money.
I got cut off. Sorry.
Alright, slow. I'm convinced some of you niggas in chat are fucking lying. Put your fucking glasses on.
Yeah, go away. Don't take the close angles. They know it. Almost died to that shit.
Oh, that's...
Oh my yo. It's two niggas waiting, bro, in our spawn in middle.
Team has destroyed a turret.
We don't have bomb, bro. Oh God, I'm tired of losing to white people in video games, and Jesus Christ, I am. I swear to God, like I'm actually irritated. I've been losing to racists on Call of Duty always.
Fucking under.
In our spawn.
Got this door.
Alright. GG's. Fuck! Was it, is that it or what?
Killing
Alright, double or nothing.
Yo, double or
Yo,
nothing.
can we
bro.
have?
Double or nothing.
We can't have host one game. Can't get host both games.
I got fiber and my shit said like it's already at 2
Bro, Aiden and Gabe get too big, bro.
Best of 5.
Bro, can we get host one
What
game,
about losers
bro?
bracket?
Not even that. It shouldn't go back and forth host, bro. Aiden and Gabe.
Both games is ridiculous.
Bro, they guys playing from the fucking future, deadass.
No, he's just on the.
Even if they won the last game, we were supposed to get host on God, right?
I mean, at least once. I mean, it is what it is. I want them to lose once, bro.
Yeah, they get host twice, I get all the hosts. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but Duma's West Coast, so we get something that's their host.
You know, guys, I don't even feel bad for you anymore, man. Dude, I hope you went over and buy a fucking new mic. Get that messed up.
Yo, hold on, who's the Duma?
Uh-oh, I think I died.
I'm not trying to be like W or L. Like, is it fair or not? Could we get
You know what? How about we extend it to time? Like, they keep the win.
We all already run 2.
Okay, so y'all got host 2 times? No, we get different.
Yeah, so you guys can host, but I can't host it. Somebody else is gonna have to host.
I'm okay with it.
Can't make me.
I'm okay with it.
Who doesn't win 3 in a row?
I'm okay with it. I'm saying I'm okay with it. You got first to 3 instead of.
And if we lose BO7 on Overwatch, if we
They
lose
win, they win.
BO9 on the Uno, if we lose BO11 on Tic Tac Toe.
All of us are east.
All on the east.
Wait, you know how to do it? I'll
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I don't know why that. Also, oh, who's that girl? Who's that girl? I'll play it.
I'm gonna see what I can do.
He's fighting demons right now.
Yo, Zuma. So once I put it on CDL Search and Destroy, do I have to change anything after that? After that, it's good.
Wait, the actual Nadia or the sound like
Your current, the mid's better than ours. From?
He says send his
Could be still win. I can't even up
Yo, Nadia, was that bad looks? Was that bad looks? Was that bad looks?
Yeah, he's as long as he doesn't group with us, I think we're fine. The team just gets wiped by Katarina. They don't know this either.
Hey, Ray, what I do too? On the other one?
1v3. That's a choice. Dragon for base. Okay. I still think we get to the dragon. I'll stay with you.
Nah, he glazing. Ah.
Real quick, also, Booster Age, I'm sorry, you guys lost because of my XQC Hella player. All you gotta do is 3
Bitch ass up, cause we the lost niggas, they were still out there. Y'all, we can nail. Up on y'all feet.
Not over yet.
What do you mean? It's not fucking.
Yeah, it is the fun. It is the fun. It is the fun.
Listen. Aiden, this is why y'all had hosts twice. We didn't like y'all East Coast. We're on East Coast. We're on 7
Me and Prime
Your
are
best
on East Coast.
Your best player. No. Gabe had 11 ping. What is that? Who's Gabe?
Prime has
Who's
the
Gabe?
most kills.
Real shit.
Prime has the most kills, and he is on East.
That's
What is it?
on Chicago, man.
All of us are wet on East.
Wait, hold on, Kai, Kason, I'm East too, bro. Prime is East too. What are you saying?
Nigga. How are you East when you had 11 pings? You had 11 pings.
I'm in Miami. What are you talking about?
Are you Gabe? Who was Gabe?
Don't act like Kason. That was announced 3 hours ago.
Yo, 5.
Oh, it's Gabe!
Don't do that, bitch. No, don't do that. Listen, Kason knew.
I was like, God damn, this nigga Ray. Wait, hold on. I'm like, listen. I'm like, God damn. I was like, damn, Gabe is. I'm like, Ray is good as fuck. This game, Ray is good as. Oh, his pick is also. That wasn't even you. Who the fuck is Gabe?
Do you understand? If someone was in the game, it would have been a whole different ballgame. You can't do that, right? You're telling
Yeah, where's Coffin? Real shit.
Hold on, the host of the tournament said that is fine.
Yo. Yo! If I knew!
I need to go.
He was the best player on your team! I was the best player on the team! Prom. No, you wasn't.
Yo, I need to go.
The whole time, like, nigga. No, bro. The good nigga gave it some other nigga. Wait. Hey, no ego shit. Who's this Gabriel? He's a homie from my hometown. He's a homie. Listen. Stop talking. Hold on, real quick. Hey, real chill.
Yo!
Listen, bro, we were in a lobby with K-Son 2 days ago, and we're like, no.
I turned it off, chat.
And we're gonna bring a homie, so we were like, no homie.
Okay. Yo, what if we changed Kai for Mendo? We would have smoked your dumb ass, okay? We would have smoked you out. Then. So why does Gay get to play then?
Yo, just hold on. Let me just talk real quick.
I mean, just dies. There's no way.
First of all, I need to talk because this is getting crazy. Alright, listen. First of all, yes, Ray called.
They're trying. They're doing it.
What was I supposed to say? He said Cup couldn't make the tournament. Okay, hold on.
The problem is they can't. They don't know how to.
Okay, Gabe is literally one of
Yeah, they don't know how to play.
Jason, make it known he's nowhere near a pro. The kid barely plays. Understand what I'm saying. Listen. K-Son, literally, we had an agreement. No homie, just content creators. He said content creators, bro. Why?
Each time we got her.
The first game, Gabe was the best player the first game.
Call of Duty in a $25,000 tournament. Is he streaming?
Yeah, that's mine. Is Gabe streaming? Listen, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't have kept, like, he had an agreement, no home, it has to be like a arcade, and at last minute, you bought a nice ass homie. I'm sorry, everybody's not rich or 40 pieces that can stream. And that is why. And I understand it, but that's why we said content. That's why we got nigga, he's good as fuck.
Chat, do you guys hear this or not? Then?
This is what we gonna do. Yeah, this is what we gonna do. Everyone just don't talk, please. This is what we gonna do to make everything right, since clearly you're right. You know what? Fine. Cup, you dropped out, and you replaced Gabe. You know what? Gabe is not even a pro to play Call of Duty, but he's good. I get it. He's their best friend. He's their best friend. friend. I know, but Rage, if all I got East Coast, let me finish.
And Cuffham would have been like one of the worst.
Kason lived with the kid. He knows him.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care if
Hello.
it's his daddy. If they would have got someone on
Chat, noise and do anything. Noise is bad.
Let me please finish, alright? Because I'm trying to make everything. I'm trying to. You feel me? I'm trying to like make this right, alright?
Yeah, this is 25,000. I need that.
Listen. This is what we're gonna do. Because fine, you know, at the end of the day, they replaced him with Gabe, and you guys are not happy about it. We're gonna allow East Coast for a third game. I'm gonna allow it, just like I allowed you guys. Wait,
one thing.
We're gonna allow the next two to go to East Coast.
Okay,
So
but you're saying allow like that's not what usually happens. You're supposed to do that.
Hold on, Kason. Give them East for the last 2 games. These kids fucking suck.
Who is talking shit, man? Oh my god, man.
The only person that is nice is XQC. Everybody else is bullshit.
That's the best player right there.
And also, listen, and Kason, and listen. I don't know
She like literally does more healing than anyone else per second, and her healing automatically goes to allies.
And they cannot verse OG face.
She literally just holds down a button and just heals the whole team.
I'm doing what's best for the tourney. It's first to 3. It's 2-0. The next 2 are in the East Coast servers, okay? That way everything evens out.
You're so funny, bro.
Okay.
Wow, bro. Really?
It's broken.
What is that song? Is that Pemi's anthem?
Kason, do you understand though? It's just kind of weird when we're gonna break. We said like no outside, like no like homies. So like
Did they actually?
We would have had a homie. We would have had a homie.
Put it East Coast.
I'm leaving. I don't care. I'm playing the Rob Suno staircase video. If you want to watch the staircase video, we're watching right now. No, I'm playing the staircase video. I'm playing the staircase. We're watching the staircase video. We are watching the staircase video right now. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna all watch it right now. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you.
Yo, Zuma drag him.
Yeah, Blizzard's balance team actually makes Riot's. Actually.
You lost.
Chat, that's normal, right? Am I good doing that? Is it sound?
BO5. We don't have to play
hard as fuck, bro.
So if Aiden wins this game, it's over.
They just gotta win
okay.
one.
We have a new emo in the chat. Everyone's been Kai stairs, bro.
So if
Look
Aiden,
at it. That's his face. Look. Yep. Oh, we have an emo. Yep.
Everybody go back to your middle, we'll get it running, alright? Go back to your teams and we'll get this shit going. Yo, who's hosting for the East Coast? Who's hosting?
What's Pemi's song anyway?
I appreciate you, XQC.
My God, Felix, stop, bro. Just stop, bro.
I thought it was muted, sorry.
Bro, why are you crying, bro?
Bro.
You're losing.
Hide your screen. Join.
Come on, bitch ass up. I've been bitching this whole time, bro, because y'all fucking suck. Like, damn. Y'all fucking suck.
Oh fuck, bro.
I'm rent free in that nigga's head, nigga.
I thought we was ready. What happened?
Hold on, shit. I don't know what just happened.
We need somebody on the
I was in the wrong mic. Sorry about that.
Nah, he just violated.
I'm crashing the lobby.
We just fucked these niggas up, bro. We finna just 3-0.
And are you there?
Oh my God, I'm hot.
Cam, how have you been, bro? You been alright?
Yeah, just watching y'all.
You watching me shit on your little your little roommate?
Yo, drag us, dog.
Yeah, alright, I'm gonna drag you guys right now.
What is that?
Man, that nigga head.
Wait a few seconds.
Elon Musk started fact checking Joe Biden's tweets now. That's the next level. Elon gets it. He gets it.
How you what is that? Genetics.
What is that?
He has Twitter. You know how they always used to like fact check everything Trump would say? They'd be like, oh, actually, blah, blah, blah. Now they're fact checking Biden's tweets.
Yo, Bruce, you know what you're doing or no?
Me?
You good?
Yeah, I'm just making sure everything's good.
Wait, you're making it, Bruce?
Whoa.
Yeah, there's like little like they're like putting the. It's just like when it was Trump. It was like, oh, our fact check decided this was not true. Blah 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 blah. Oh, okay. I didn't disagree, but.
You invited me, Rage?
Damn, I really thought that was.
I got a piss.
Bro.
I got a piss.
This whole time I thought we were playing.
It says I'm party
I
leader
don't
now.
know.
Cause you're not in my lobby. Join me.
Hey, do it one more time, Rage, because I just did an error. Unless I'm here already, I think.
Yeah, I'm in here right now. I should be.
57 months.
I think I'm.
Chat
God,
taking
drum in.
this.
I added you as friend, I think. I don't know.
Bro, which one of y'all
I don't know. I saw
niggas
something about.
I know one of y'all.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
I swear to God, I didn't know that fat fucking beast
Hey,
wasn't playing.
if they had replaced him with somebody on his skill level, I guess, but that nigga's way better than Cuff.
Yeah, Rage,
They
you might
upgraded
need to,
nigga.
you might need to quit your game and restart it.
I'm in.
Aiden's in here, Kaz in here,
You
Bronze.
try inviting me again, it's not working.
Yeah, did y'all know?
Yo, I was wondering who was Ba the whole time. I'm like, okay, that nigga name wouldn't be Ba. Gabe is fucking, yo, why is people on different, why we not naming our names like us?
No, like y'all, I wish y'all like me, Aiden, and K-Son was on K-Son stream the other day, and they literally agreed, no homies, all content creators. That's what they literally said.
Yeah,
They said that all, go to K-Son's box, so I was like, I bet we gotta get like a, let's get like me, Kyle, Bruce, and that's content.
I'm in there. Yeah, but also, I'm gonna be honest, but we had no idea that this guy was gonna show up though. It's a whole different ball game. Let's not act like it's not. It's not. We're not being ambitious about it. It's just true though.
Hey,
No, they
I'm invited against you, I'm invited.
Hey, there we go.
100%.
Here we go.
I don't understand. I didn't play Warzone, bro. That's why I'm not good.
The joke on you.
All these games. Why we gotta do shit on these type of games, bro? Why we never do nothing with Black Ops?
You guys want some tips or not? You guys want some tips? Because I think I can help you guys a little bit.
Yeah, what are you doing wrong, man?
If you
Yeah, what we doing wrong?
One, you guys they're working together. You guys aren't. So whatever they're calling out where they're going, they're just hitting something together. So you guys are just getting outnumbered. They're using their numbers everywhere they go. So you guys, if you guys like go together, somebody make a call, and like do something together. If you're not gonna do that, then just like spread the map and play slow and just hold and see if you can get a pick. But make sure if you ever want to progress and try and make a play on like a bomb or some shit, you group up together. Like somebody make a call, group up together, and then go. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, bro.
You and me, we got
He could get
this.
a content creator, bro. You
Who's
told
the
me no homies.
guy talking shit on the fucking mic, man?
Bro,
And niggas not streaming too, so it's
You
like
just gotta lock in, bro. There's been too much. This is like the fifth thing, my nigga. Like lock in.
Who are we missing, guys? Guys, who are we missing?
Now we're like some like bitches complaining and shit. We don't know nothing that's going on.
Guys, we need to get this shit started.
Weird shit.
Yo, we good, bro.
Nigga, my best friend. You know how many good friends I have that are fucking demons at this shit? What? Nigga, we all came to an agreement on your stream, like live. No homies, controversy. Did we or did we not?
Make it look like we crying and shit. Shut the fuck up. We not.
No. When we, bro, first you were rushing me to lock somebody, so I didn't even have to. So you were like, lock someone. Whole time, y'all niggas' teams wasn't even made and shit.
I'm crying.
Who's missing? No, I'm telling you. Who's missing? Aiden has to invite his two homies. But alright, we finna start this shit.
This shit, feel me? Cause I wanna document this shit. This is a dope
Yo,
video.
I love my team for always fighting for what's right, bro.
Bro, I hate complaining about shit cause it just look like we just complaining. Niggas
And my boy that play Call of Duty like that fuck with pro like.
Yeah, it's exactly how it was before. It's a little different, but I still fly just the same.
Like that nigga's nice. Like that Gabe nigga is nice. Like it's not even like they picked up some crap. He picked up a
What they
nice
don't understand
nigga.
why people are like, why y'all are even fighting for this shit, because before the game even started.
Yeah, that's how it used to be like that too.
Whoever is on the list has to play. Whoever was tweeted out, right? That's what they said. I heard K-Son say that, so I can see why y'all are.
It is a little different, but it's
I'm ready to play.
pretty simple.
I don't give a fuck. We already got the rematch, so it's no.
If we're not the best team, then we don't lose one game. Why are we starting for 8 hours?
Who wants to be my best friend?
Everybody close their chat.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Like shagging or some shit? Alright, man.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Is Ray. Ray's not that good. I'm over here
I
thinking
won't
like, yo,
lose
Ray
you,
is
Book.
fire.
Not after losing Master.
Gabe is Ray.
No, Bai is Ray. The good nigga is the random homeboy they picked up.
And he barely plays cop. Get the fuck out of my face.
Bro, that guy, it was firing me
Keep an
across the
eye
wall.
out for Red
That
Dot,
was
Brooke.
bullshit. It was insane.
It's gotta be here
Shawty,
somewhere.
you're
streaming.
The only reason why I
Minions
picked
has
up like the
spawned.
pink shit is like I swear I shot this nigga first and he just killed me, bro.
Can you say turn and
So like he's bot. He said he was bot. I thought Gabe
the
was Ray.
expert huntress stalks the battlefield?
I think it's the nigga that be dyeing his hair different colors, like the
Get ready to face the mighty Yumi.
It's fucking annoying.
Get your ass up. Okay.
That's what it is, Josh. You know we can't do nothing, bro. It's all good. That's what it is, bro. Yeah, Gabe, get 3. Get 3. Yeah.
Where's my fishy fish
Way
for
better
my
than this
dishy
game.
fishy
Fresh first
dish?
game and then even fresh that game. Aiden did well that.
Every time we play Aiden and COD, he always has 2 other niggas that either
Bro, that happens every time.
fucking security guard holding them up like playing the fucking game for reasons.
I remember I wagered with him on like Gate or something. And he got 2 fucking fire ass right now. He didn't always know a nigga that know a nigga that know a nigga that. I mean, I'm just trying to play with a homie that.
Where to go?
I might even like.
Yeah, Twitch Yumi is supposed to be good lane. I'm not that good at Yumi. Oh shit, that's gonna hurt.
I'm gonna want that back.
Y'all good? Everybody good?
Today we are destroyers.
We're getting trades, bro. One of us dogs.
Yeah, I think she's one of the worst champions. I mean, they've made a ton of that champion. She's one of the worst.
You're welcome. Don't tell anyone, but I love hugs.
Yeah, you go on the bait. I'm the bait.
Time for your treat.
Here's something that won't wash off.
More in fight range. I won't lose you, Book. Not after losing Master.
They got this.
I got one.
Oh shit, I think I dead one. I don't know. Okay,
And so it begins.
yeah, a little bit.
Not middle. Fuck me.
It's okay. We've got 6 left.
Or
was it 5?
I wish we could use some game cat bitch up okay.
Is she really AFK? No. I was rude to that long.
Yo, Josh.
Yeah, it was Thresh Caitlyn. I just actually rooted that long. Oh, he's dead.
One.
Ally has been slain.
Red from cover to cover.
Okay.
Two.
I don't play SMD. I don't know the shit. How about we push a side together? We on defense. Fuck it, push a side. If you plant there, then we rub around. I think we push far right there. Far right of A.
An ally has been slain.
Cry out for Red Dot, Book. It's gotta be here somewhere.
Window.
I was hiding.
He's one side. He's gone. Fuck out of here.
An enemy has been slain.
I think he stuck me.
Where?
Now, there's a smell you can feel.
That's how we gotta play it every
My
single fucking
fishy,
time.
fishy fish. My dishy, dishy dish.
He lagged out, so end the game.
God damn.
He lagged out.
Wait, what happened?
Float us that away.
You're looking a little green.
Where to, book?
Getting weird. I don't know that. Nah, I didn't pick up earlier.
I can tell you one of the brave and powerful warriors by
An ally has been slain.
Oh, they're all
Where's my fish?
Yeah, they're just ganking. Oh.
Shit, bro. Put that down, bro.
You're welcome.
An ally has been slain.
Ooh, that would have been something else.
Yeah, I got the VR, the RF, the merch,
An enemy has been slain.
Brilliant.
Okay.
It's me.
I won't lose you, book. Not after losing Master.
I did it on purpose.
Time to find you a friend.
I wanted to bait her to step up. Yeah. I think we're in danger.
Eye out for red dot.
Nah, the Yone or whatever's on. That was dangerous. Get off there.
Chat. Is this Vince Jr.'s
I guess, yeah. Yeah, as long as I'm on him. Oh, we should 100% back here. Like, a jillion percent. Okay, it's time to back.
Now, there's a smell you can feel.
Getting baited instead. I have. You won't leave.
Or would they have? Or would it be 1-0? It would be 1-0.
Sneaky, sneaky.
I'm an independent cat.
Oh, hello.
Wait. Okay. The first guy died naturally, right? I got 2 kills that were legitimate, and the last guy died throwing a grenade. That's 4 kills that were completely natural. Like what?
Like he wasn't standing
Dominating.
I killed 2 guys that were jumping. Right, the first guy, I know for a fact it was a duel.
If I didn't
and
have
the
to
last
protect
guy was throwing a
Hook,
grenade.
I'd just be a normal magical cat floating around Vandal City. Okay, napping around Vandal City.
I realized it after I left base, so I'm not going back now. I was hoping you guys wouldn't say anything.
See, this is why you need to be streaming, nigga, so we can see what happened. Now you can
Yeah, I mean, that was a play.
Hello?
Oh man.
I don't give a fuck what agency. Fuck. That fake trash talking you doing, bro.
Fucking David.
I was hiding. I have the best game in the spirit. I'm gonna want that back.
I'll practice. We should fucking fund our own league, man. Fuck. Sorry.
Sorry. Like, we don't say sorry. We love it.
Let's move together, bro. Let's move together, bro.
Good trade, good trade. Good.
Oh no.
All together, yes,
Yeah, I grabbed aggro and I got hooked anyway. Yeah, we want to kill him, but I didn't have to. It was a lucky hook. I don't think he was trying to hit me.
Is it time to save the world again?
From market. Upstairs.
I'm actually fat.
Damn, behind you and upstairs. Yeah.
He was in there the whole time. That's the building I was talking about. He was in there the whole time.
I wanted to watch there, bro.
Sorry. Put the bomb.
We play better. We playing way better. Way better.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Same pattern that I did right there.
Play good. Yo, don't look at this. Cut out, bro. Fuck that. Let's go, y'all. We set, right? Yeah. Okay.
You know they gonna go A. They gonna push that motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm pushing. We're gonna grenade the main market though, because
Gotta get the bomb down though.
in there, on me.
Got one.
Where
Hans,
to,
bitch ass.
Book?
In my building.
Yeah. I'm
Nice one, buddy.
That's me. I gotta slow down.
Man canceled like
An enemy has
3
been
auto.
slain.
Yeah, guys, it's just one of my homies tuning in to the tournament, you guys.
Just one of my homies.
fucking ass crack.
It's okay. We've got 6 left. Or was it 5?
Go away. Left side, go away. Take it to a top and bottom, on the fucking house.
Today, should I follow my head, or my nose, or... Oh! Sunbeam ahead! It's just you and me! Today, we are destroyers!
I see a laser. He's doing a grenade. He's here.
Don't throw anyone, but I love hugs.
Shut down. Shut down.
They're never gonna see us coming!
One on the B doors.
Your team has
Go down.
destroyed a turret.
One more, help.
Where you at?
Middle.
Come in.
I'm middle with you.
One's coming from A. One's coming from...
What was he shooting for?
I'll be right under
Yeah,
the
I'm getting
nose.
out of here.
Yo, they gotta play.
Yeah. Play the bomb.
I'm gonna want that back.
Wait for teammates.
You're looking
Fuck off! I know! Push again.
Is he down? Prime down?
4v2.
Team up.
Hit my six.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I do.
Dog in the middle right now. Walk in the middle. No. Go outside and go to the left.
Where's my fishy fish for my dishy
Good.
dishy dish?
Boys, we got a game on our hands. We got a game.
Good shit, team.
Dude, listen. You guys have value even beyond your shooting, okay? Comms, information, energy, we're chilling.
An enemy has been slain.
They rush together around you. Bro.
Float us that way.
I'll be right under the noses.
Go down.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Got a kill. Feel good now.
Victory.
Good shit. Good. 3-3. Anybody's game now.
Tell Aiden get a kill, please.
Yo.
Search and destroy.
Okay. Push A and fuck it. It works. Keep doing it. It works. Keep doing it. I don't want to overthink it.
All saber. Plant a charge on the target. We have the device.
Yeah, that.
I hit one.
They also have FF though.
Yo, they're flanking. They're flanking all the way around.
Mid. That's my fault. Gabe is mid. Of course it's Gabe.
See one.
I got horny. Gabe is mid.
Flank it. Watch flank. How?
How is he
Where are they?
in the building, bro? Under y'all.
Final minute.
Good kill. Patient. Aim higher, Kai. You be aiming at the legs.
Got
Shit,
one.
Keller.
That's me, nigga.
Bruce.
Middle tunnel.
Middle.
Middle tunnel.
Building. Downstairs.
Get dead silence.
Under you at the cashiers.
Should not be allowed to play Genji. Or Platinum.
Sharp right. When you pass this first wall.
Like actually, you actually should not be able to play Genji.
He's running in here. I see him. That's his laser right there. He seems on too.
Time. 16. That's right.
It's okay. Good try.
Good shit, bro.
Good try.
Oh, that was so good. That was good, bro.
Yo, that had my heart racing. Holy shit.
I mean, I got a full stun, and the guy
Yeah, no, it was. They knew you were in there, that's why.
It was 3 of them alive?
What?
Is Flash better than it?
Fuck.
I don't know.
My fault, y'all.
Does that work through walls?
Yeah, I wanna go.
XQCL always breathe a breath of fresh air. You never know how it
I'm a
might
B.
We go B again.
Yeah, what if
I'm gonna say this game might be hard to win, Shard. This one's looking like I'm watching your teammates. Like it's looking rough.
Dead in spawn.
Yeah, your tank's fine.
Slow push it. Standard.
The DPS is a little questionable.
Over where, B or A?
Smoke. I threw a smoke. B side. We on B side with it.
I'm B with y'all.
I'm looking at mid.
Yo, try not to aim in if you got a laser on your gun. Remember they got a plan. They playing A 100%.
On bomb. B bomb. He's going back to your garage towards your spawner.
Fuck, I stunned him.
He's in the building.
One more.
Yeah.
What?
Weak. How weak is he, bro?
They got a plant, remember.
Strong.
Let him plant it. Let him plant it. No, don't peek. Don't peek a window.
Enemy bomber
Yeah, they're planning long.
There you go.
What rank are you?
I love PPXQCLLLE.
I gotta stop dying.
Oh, you need 7 wins.
They're not gonna be this close.
Yeah, push up.
Like, you gotta play ornery. It is what it is.
Yes.
You got to.
Let's not repeat it.
Try it. We can easily win this. Know about it. We were down 0-2. If we did this again, we're tied up, and then we go for the fucking, last round.
Yeah, I think you guys like body blocked each other from jumping over that thing.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Ray's corrupted mind is literally at the bottom of the fucking leaderboard.
And so would have been Cuff'em.
Push A again. Do it again.
Why
Push
is
it
he
again.
talking like he's Gabe? He said he got a 1v4 last game. Is he Gabe? Like, who is he?
Bro, it is what it is, bro.
watching flank.
Yeah, someone's made.
What?
Where?
Back in spawn. Back in spawn. They're on the hallway. They're on the back hallway.
Do not push. Do not push. Get the bomb down. Get the bomb down.
I ain't gonna lie. Can we go?
They're in spawn. They're in spawn. You cannot get the bomb down. It's risky. They're all the way back in spawn at the flower pot.
We need bomb.
One in middle market.
Three middle. Three middle.
They're all together.
Three mid market.
Through that door. Through that door. Yes. I just
Two
told
behind you.
Fuck! I literally just told, bro. I just told y'all they all come through that door.
That's why I didn't go through the door. I said fuck that.
I was trying to get that.
Sorry. Jeez. It was what it is.
I promise.
Alright, we just get on to the next round, bro.
Oh, that's so dumb, bro.
I got the most kills again. They finna suck good.
Who's he talking to? You guys are gonna go to the next round and get fucking snapped on instantly. Who is he talking to, bitch? 4 kill looking ass dwarf Andy. What the fuck is this shit? Fake ass gangster.
What the fuck? Hey, FTC, when you saw me, buddy, you gave me a hug and you was scared as hell. Thought I was gonna rock me, buddy. Yeah, let's talk about that, nigga. When I seen your little ass, you hugged me. You was like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, nigga, I ain't saying I wanted a hug.
Hey, your tank.
I give hugs, people. What about it?
Alright, that's that.
You're lucky didn't kiss on the lips, bitch.
Yo, my God.
Yeah, on God, I don't give a fuck. I still got a fat ass dick and I won, bitch.
Whoa.
Zenyatta, yeah.
Activision, I don't condone.
Oh, yes, you do, Kason. Yes, you do.
Zuma, we joining you? Zuma, we joining? Alright.
Gabe, you won me 4 twice today.
Holy shit, that shit only took 2 hours.
Wait, you went down? Yeah, this game's rank system is so fucked.
Fucking bitch.
GG's just fun playing, man. Thanks for the tournament, man.
Hey, Gabe, you're him.
I haven't seen anyone, all like the good like old like high rank players or whatever, they all ran it up. I swear that they like went into XQC's thing and like edited where he placed so people would come play. Because like all the people he used to play with, all the other like pro players and shit, all placed like fucking Browns.
Yeah, Bruce went 1 and 7.
I didn't go 1 and 7. Nigga.
Yeah, and they all like are high ranked now because they just grinded it. But like I think they knew XQC wouldn't grind it. So I'm like convinced they manually set his rank. Because no one else placed that high.
They did pretty good. This guy's kind of cracked though. He did pretty good.
He cracked.
The rest of the team though, they're sucking balls.
Gabe isn't cracked. Gabe needs to go experience the real fucking world. Like,
So you won 7 in a row and you went down?
That's not crack. That's like
yeah.
And he has all the fucking bomb lineups.
KD every game.
Yo. If this is Valorant, y'all niggas will get swept.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm talking on Valorant too.
Who said that? Who said that? Gabe?
Yeah, bro.
I said that.
Kai, you should play Valorant with Gabe. You should play Valorant with Gabe.
I'm a demon.
What rank are you?
I'm a Sunday.
That's what he plays. That's the game he plays. He don't even play COD. He don't even play COD.
Listen, the next time
it looked like that motherfucker played COD. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Gabe, put your camera on. Gabe, put your camera on.
Put your camera on.
Put your camera on, Gabe.
Gabe, put your camera on.
Let me see what Gabe look like.
Yeah, but make sure you hide our screens beforehand. Make sure you hide our screens.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Bro, it's my IRL homie, bro. Like, no crazy shit.
Guys, he's literally Ray's best friend. He's Ray's best friend, bro. He's
exactly what I am. Is the nigga in the white beater just?
Yeah, I couldn't imagine losing 20 in a row. That would be rare to ever tie.
You look like Jack.
I mean, I've done it before, but it's pretty rare.
Jesus.
I mean, I don't know. I've not really played this new one, but hold on. It is possible. We've had it a handful of times. I think it just like sounds like the game didn't happen.
Who the fuck is this dude? Listen,
The next time
Yeah.
you get invited to a tournament, whoever's on the flyer stays on the flyer.
Mhm.
You understand me, Kid-san?
I listen.
I like
Can we do that? Can we do that, K-Son? Can we do that, K-Son? Can we agree there?
Is that a threat?
Can we agree?
Mm.
Can we agree there or what?
I'm not gonna lie. I respect that, but Cuffin wasn't on the flyer.
Also, you're allowed to have 2 ringers on the flyer. 2 ringers.
Yo, they low-key smart. They said cuff them, but they made sure not to put them on the flyer so they can.
No,
you
we
know
didn't
what I'm
make
saying?
Also, one more thing. If you don't stream, you know you do not show up. You don't stream.
My viewers need something to watch.
Pull the fuck up, bitch. Pull the fuck up. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed soon.
I know Gabe. Gabe is Ray's best friend. So for everyone saying all this shit about Gabe, I've known Gabe for a minute.
He lived with K-Son for like 2 months.
He literally lived with me for 2 months, guys. Like I know.
Nobody's saying like he's some random that you've met. Yes, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that, K-Son. All right, we know you're friends with K-Son and Aiden. We know, bro.
Josh.
Gabe,
Anyways, listen. Hey, Josh, it was a good run.
I gave you guys the extra game. Yo, I gave you guys the extra
Aiden, you're actually ass. The only niggas on your team that can talk to me is Gabe and Prime. That's the only niggas on your team that can talk to me.
It was the first game, and then
only nigga that can talk to me is Gabe and Prime. You other niggas is bum.
It's not even my stuff. It's not even my stuff.
Yo, we got the next game.
There's a raise.
Yeah.
That was my scuff, and
I don't want to know what you guys
Yo, Rage, Bruce, Kai, XQC, thank you guys.
Good luck.
Yo, thank you for fucking having us.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
His season?
Oh.
Oh yeah, you were.
You know I have mad. Yo, you know that's the fam right there.
Yeah, that's crazy how fast you can like think up and down.
The boys at XQC. Yo, Kai, pack your bags and get the fuck out of here, you dumb bitch.
Who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that with his fucking $2 mic is fucking brokey? Who said that shit?
Thank you.
Who said that?
Damn, Felix.
I actually like the new. I like this push robot thing. There's like my favorite is like escort the objective. That's my favorite one, where it's like you have to like capture a point and then push it. That's my favorite one. But this one I don't mind.
Guys, I have some respect for them. Okay, don't harass.
Sometimes like capture the hill gets really weird.
Because we were talking shit. Okay, we're just
Capture the hill's just like a stomp. One side just stomps the other side.
Beyond the game. Okay, you're not a bitch ass. People think that they're tough when they take the things beyond the game. You are not tough. You're the exact opposite. You are weak. When you take the shit beyond the game. Play a game, you keep it in the game, baby.
Yeah.
Prime laugh.
You DPS now? I guess you would DPS last game too.
Now then. Time is it?
Yeah, the team just didn't realize it.
I'm about to get some food and order some
She's a tank. She's so fun to play. She's honestly, I think, maybe the most fun champion they made.
Okay, we'll go through the Reddit, watch some clips, watch some funny stuff, and shit. After that, we're probably gonna do either the trials, or
And her knife shreds you, so you take like reduced healing. Yeah. Yeah, and she heals. She like life steals off any damage she deals with her knife. Yeah.
So then, once that's done, maybe we'll watch to pass the time because it's gonna be really late. After that, we're gonna do another chiller. Game. Who am I talking to, man? I don't give a fuck about.
I'll pay for this shit. I know homeboy right here, bro. Get the fuck out the store.
Yeah. She's so hard to play as like the only tank on a team, but she would be so good, like being like an off tank, like Warthog used to be or whatever. If you could have like 2 tanks, she would be so good as the second one. The new Doomfist pretty fun.
What the fuck?
You playing it?
Sanus Overwatch fan, what the fuck?
They reworked him a little. He's pretty cool. Sojourn's like the woman soldier, yeah.
together. Say it with me now.
I think that they need to buff support. I think like you know how they have like the passive healing on support. I think they should make it that you don't have to be out of combat. That you constantly heal 15 health per second.
I just got heated at that motherfucker. So, bro,
It would okay maybe like then do it then like take it down to 10 or something. I think that would make it a lot better. I don't know. Why? Oh, maybe her. They never should have made her as a champion. Yeah, well, yeah. They never should have made that champion.
Bro, I literally splashed the remainder of the fucking goddamn soda.
31 months with the
He deserved it, bro. Alright, yo, gang, I'm back home, you feel me?
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like when you have support like Zenyatta, like even Mercy, Lucio, Anna especially, like it just makes it so unfun when you have like the AFK supports that just like do more damage than the DPS, heal more than Mercy can heal. It just makes like the other ones useless.
When I gotta lose my
I like Anna. Anna's cool.
I just lost my cool, you feel me?
I like Baptiste too. Baptiste is really cool. I like him a lot.
That's definitely not cool at all. I don't have anything against people who are autistic at the end of the day. I just have to let
I think I played one game as her, the Brigitte girl. I really don't like her. She didn't like do anything. It's like protects her teammate.
He's got some decent fundamentals.
Is because he visually was, bro. You can tell by the way he walked up to me. You can tell by the way he was talking to me and shit, bro. He's not normal, bro, because no one goes up to someone and just starts filming them like that.
Yeah, I'm a good diva. I actually am.
This fucking shit again.
No, you guys don't believe it.
Yo,
let me get candy. Let me get candy.
Oh my god, I broke a piece of my desk.
What are you doing?
We chilling, bro. What you doing? What you want?
Nothing. People said Discord. So I didn't want to be rude and not. If you guys are doing, listen.
Yeah, we just trying to game on some shit, maybe.
You want a game? You want to watch the rest of the tournament? What you want to do?
Oh, I'm watching some bullshit while eating some food. I'll be there in like 30 though. I'll join you guys in whatever you do. But yo,
what about Minecraft?
You guys want to do Minecraft like what? Full playthrough or what?
Beating the Ender Dragon.
Yeah, we can do that. You want to do that?
Yeah. Yo, I like yo. Why you activating your black scent, bro? You like.
Yeah, you want to do that?
Like, what you mean? I ain't never heard you say you want to do that. Like, what you mean, do that?
Like, who you feeling like? Who you feeling like?
Okay, I'm down.
I also think they broke Junkrat's tire in this. I didn't think it was bad in the last one, but it's just seems so weird now.
I knew it from when you came over and started dancing.
Like I think like the hit range is like too. It's way too big. But also like it can be like blocked by like like Diva's ult used to be able to. It's just really weird.
Yeah, not too fast, just a little bit spicy in there. Spicing up. Yeah.
WQC right there, chat.
Listen. Yo, listen. I'm not glazing, okay?
That would be cool if they had better stats like League, where you can see like healing received and like all these different.
And look at your house, bro. That house you guys got is bussin'.
Talking about the AP house?
Yeah, is that you guys still live there or not?
You like this house?
The house?
Yeah, that thing goes hard.
My house?
Yeah. Is he still live there?
Dude, I went to jail after that. What do you want me to do? By the time you're watching this video, actually, I might be streaming right now. You know, tonight. If you
I'm so bad at jumping.
It's green outside too. Not a lot of people, and it's like on the high ground. And
yeah, like timing how to jump or whatever. You know, you have to like use the bomb blast thing.
Hold on, send me thigh pics. 60 fucking gifted.
You sent thigh pics?
Oh, nigga.
You said,
She's way too strong. May is way too strong in this game also. She does way too much damage.
No. Yo, do I just close Modern Warfare 2 now?
Close you right now?
Yo, fuck that game.
Yeah, I closed it. I got this shit.
Fuck that game.
Yo, I had that motherfucker on.
You got the same jacket on accident.
Fucking.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a sore fucking loser. We need to get our get back. What games are y'all like decent at?
Valorant, bro. We should do a Valorant tournament.
Yeah, their tank is smart. She literally just dives you every time
Niggas
you
don't
walk
play
outside.
games that they don't have an advantage in, bro. They're not touching.
Yo, check group chat.
Delete it.
Check group chat. Text message.
Text message.
Oh. What? Is that iPhone or what?
Yo.
He just said topics.
Teammate type team diff?
Yeah, why is this? You're weird.
Yeah, that was actual tank diff.
You're weird.
Yo.
Chat duel league.
Yo, send me topics. Thank you for the 50. Yo, who is that freaky ass nigga?
You think he gets freaky ass name? Do you think he actually gets picked or not?
No.
Maybe he does.
Jared got it though. That was good.
I think so.
You think out of all people watching that shit, he gets he doesn't get one pick? Come on.
Hey. Let's say you.
I feel Junkrat is so biased to getting played the game though. Like the fact that like a 2-kill gets it.
Pay for one. Would you rather pay for feet picks or thigh picks?
No, I feel like okay, if I kill 2 people as like if I do double kills like Zenyatta versus you blow someone with a tire, like I'll never get it compared to you. I could get like a triple kill and I'll get a quadra kill, I won't get play the game. But if like the guy gets a double kill with a tire, that actually is true. I never bought any of the packs for Overwatch.
So what if they're like Harry? You're not fucking with it?
Fuck all that. No, I'm good. Wait, you like?
Oh yeah, knowledge. Yeah.
I mean, I have a lot of them. I have almost all the original.
Wait, so Bruce said feet?
But yeah, you still like earn them and shit.
Thighs is crazy.
Am I about to be judged?
Is crazy.
No, that's your own thing. But feet over thighs is crazy.
Bro, this nigga's transiting his copy.
It would give you like the currency too, instead of just giving.
He said what? What about him?
I'm watching it.
I don't even think you can do it like that anymore. I think you have to literally buy them.
Okay, I'll tune in for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think you can like
I'm a sore
currency.
as well, man. I can't fucking.
Yo, no, I'm actually a sort like
You can?
I hate losing, bro.
I'm about to look at it, bro.
I still have enough to get one more golden gun.
Wait, they're gonna get demolished.
I don't know who I should get.
These are all phases. Phase Apex, phase Adapt, Water, Ratio. Oh, they got Phantom. I like Phantom a lot. I like Phantom a lot.
For sure, they're gonna say, for sure.
Wait, Phantom's your boy, no?
Yeah.
I liked him a lot when I saw him.
I'm so bad. I'm just watching.
Any streamers you want to host another tourney, please do. Just don't let K-Son do it, please.
If I play another one, I'll get too amped up and I'll stay for another 2 hours.
Yo, Topics is sharing the wealth.
He ain't send no topics. He didn't even send no topics, bro.
No, you need to send him topics. That's why he sent you.
I got you, Diego.
He's not playing around.
FaZe versus
Rain's coming in hot, man. Rain's coming in hot.
Old FaZe versus
Doozy, Santana, K-Son, Phantom, Apex, Ratio, Adapt, Water.
That's 2-0 for him.
Bro, I wish we could have did objective like headquarters.
That'd be so fun.
That shit would have been actual, like, that would have been like, Respawn would have been better. Hardpoint, like, search and destroy, bro.
A little 1v3 for FaZe swag. Let's see what Chris can do here. 1v4 situation. He's gonna pop that silence now. He's gonna go crazy.
Yo, X, you said nigga?
I did not say
He
that.
hasn't got a lot of time here.
My chat on time.
Nah, old FaZe might still got it,
You trying to
bro.
knife him?
We know they sniping. We know like probably 2 of them are sniping.
Yo, old FaZe got the fundamentals. They got the knowledge.
Maybe I think he went out to eat. Maybe. He just said he was gonna go eat.
This the first time in a long. This the first time in a long time. This the first time in a long. This the first time in a long time. This the first time in a long. This the first time in a long time. This the first time in a long. I can see.
How can
See,
we
I can breathe. Jesus freed me. Jesus freed me. Now I'm free. I got kicked out the house, but taking sugar out the house. Steady. They don't wanna Sebi. My doctor's on Sebi. My crisis on heavy. My top is on Betty. Boss top is on Jetty. My dump is on Jetty. Lightsaber like a Jetty. Sauce like a Medi. Boss off with a Fetty. Red luck. Popping a man to gain the world and lose a soul though. Popping the stand, I call the couch. What? This the first time in a long time. This the first time in a long. This